Hey, wifey.
Hello.
Oh my god. So I clipped my live from last night to
Hi, wifeys.
hi guys
Hey.
to send Scooter where Logan was saying like he destroyed him in a debate. I did not realize my background noise was that bad.
Mary,
Yeah, but I
look.
tried to tell you. Wow. Did you go to urgent care?
Yeah, but it's not getting any better.
You'll be fine.
Fucking Spider Woman. All right, let's get this live shared.
Early young adult.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Mac.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm stuffing my face.
It'd be like that. I was just stuffing my Doritos, so.
What happened to your arm, babe?
I don't fucking know. They don't actually know what bit me. They were like, well, does it look like a brown recluse bite? Or like a black widow, because your skin pretty much would be rotting off already.
Yeah, those are bad.
Gee, how helpful of them.
Yeah, like, oh, gee, thanks. That makes me feel so much better.
Remember that?
It wasn't a tick or anything.
Do you remember my first patient at Children's?
Oh,
What I told you
God.
about that?
I don't want to hear about it.
What happened?
Oh,
She got bit by a brown recluse on her lady area. She was a 12-year-old girl, and she was too embarrassed to tell her mom about it when it first happened because she didn't realize like what it was. She just thought she had like a bump down there or something, and her labia necrotized and turned black, and they had to reroute her a way to be able to urinate and pretty much sew her up.
because
And now she just has a
had
hole to pee.
a spider in her pants after riding a horse.
Yeah, she had her riding pants in a barn, and she went to like put them on, and there was a spider in there that bit her.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna try to get Logan in here so that he can debate Scooter.
Okay, I think I followed him. I don't know if it was the right guy, but I saw two mutual friends following him, so I just followed a random person.
Yeah, it's like Logan PhD or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, y'all.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. I'm craving Skittles, and I never
don't have
like
any
candy like
Skittles.
that.
She was coming at me so hard about, she was like, you want to tell women what to do with their body and you live in a trailer. And I'm just like,
What the
girl,
fuck does that have to do with the price rise in China? I grew up in a trailer, bitch. You want to see what a trailer park girl can do?
Who
Come
the
at
fuck
me,
said
girl.
who the fuck said that?
Wait, what?
hold on, I'll tell you. And then she was going to my page and was like making all kinds of stupid ass comments on my videos. Because I told her, I was like, an assumption that I live in the trailer on a live is like a wild assumption. I was just like, saying that. And then she like was going to my videos and she was like, I saw the video where you lived in a hotel for 2 years. Like, I can't even believe you have your kids. So I blocked her.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I love how people think because you like if somebody lives in a trailer, like that means something. Like that kind of shit just blows my mind.
I think when people say that, like, "Oh, you live in a trailer," they're like trying to say that like you're ignorant, essentially, and you may
Yeah.
have like a lack of education, which is somewhat classist. But I can see somewhat where they're coming from with that, but it's still like really rude and not really like you can't really debate people like that constantly want to
Just
barrage you with like insults. It's not appropriate.
so just a
Mary's
PSA.
brother over here is from a trailer park, and he is about to graduate with his fucking engineer master's degree. So.
That's crazy. All right, just a quick PSA real quick. So everybody, so last night, I don't know how many people were here.
Guys, can we sing?
Hold on, Chelsea. Hold on. We were having a conversation about like a very controversial topic. about some school, like, pew pewings, and it got my live taken down. So we're going to have to be really cautious about what we say on here. Make sure we're age checking everybody. Mods, please watch the comments. If anybody says anything that's against TikTok standards, even if Chelsea, dude, shut up. Even in the comments, if anybody says anything, they need to be muted for 5 minutes, and then if they do it again, they need to be blocked. So,
Okay.
go on mute. I'm gonna let my mods take over.
Do your homework, sister.
Yeah, so I'm pro-choice.
Get the fuck out
Hey,
of here.
besties.
Hey.
What the hell? Why does canceled have a fucking like voice changer going on right now?
That's not canceled.
Yeah, it was canceled.
Yes, it is.
I thought it was double that said they were pro-choice.
No, it was canceled.
No, it's fucking canceled.
Double. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Okay, bye, Mac.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's my choice.
What?
Okay. I don't think that this is a man's debate. I think this is a woman's debate.
Ooh, can I take it?
And they have to suffer the consequences of their own actions, whether they
Who the
want to do
fuck
it
just
or
kicked
not.
me?
I'll take it. I'll take it. Double. Can I ask you a question, buddy?
Yeah.
Can you name a time in history where women have actuated a law without appealing to men?
Can you tell me when women started making laws?
Wait. Yeah, that's not going to answer my question. Answer the question.
You didn't ask me a question.
Yes, I did. Name a time in history where women have actuated a law without appealing to men.
You haven't asked me a question because that's not an answer. I told you that women have not made laws. When have they made them?
Okay, so then men need to speak on this so we can set laws.
No, we can't set laws because they're going to do it whether we say it or not. It's their
They're
body.
going to go to jail if they do it.
But if they go to jail, they're still going to do it.
Right, then they can go spend the rest of their life in prison.
Butterfly, come back.
Valid point,
I'm for
though.
Punishing them from their choice. Okay.
Right, but
You gotta
double.
let
I'm
the
for
universe
capital
punish them.
punishment. Yeah, I'm for capital punishment. A life for a life.
But it's not a life. It's their baby.
Whoa.
Oh, what the
When
fuck?
did
Brother,
life-
what the fuck did you just say?
Brother,
What?
ew. No.
Oh,
No, when does
brother,
life
ugh.
begin? Yeah,
Let's
when
see, y'all are trying to say that if a girl is pregnant with a kid, right?
Yeah.
That
we
it's
did
not
that.
her choice.
Nope, I'm gonna force her to keep it.
Yeah, but you're forcing her. I'm saying, is that her choice?
I don't care.
Do I have a choice to pay taxes?
She can literally in her own
Damn
life, correct?
straight.
Oh my god.
I couldn't really.
She can do
equate
what now?
She can literally stop her own life.
Well, she can either stop her own life or stop the fetus's life, and then we stop her life. Like I said, capital punishment.
No, you're not answering my question. Can she stop her own life?
I would say no. I would try to stop.
Yes, she can.
Wait. So wait a minute. Because we can, we ought be allowed.
No, suicide is not allowed.
No, don't say that.
Do not.
So, but you're
Unaliving. Hey,
Unfriendly
double. Wait. It's self-unaliving.
Okay, well,
Listen.
it's not a crime. It is a choice.
Okay.
Hey,
It's a
actually
mental
it is
illness.
a crime. It is so if you fail at taking your life, you can face criminal charges.
If you do it.
If you fail at it because it's not guaranteed.
We're not talking about
You
that.
can't.
We're talking about-
Hey, guess what? You can't punish those that aren't living.
What? Oh, wait.
Exactly. That is
You
my
don't want
point.
to say that, man. Like,
Oh
you done gave
my
away
God.
the game.
You're
That
not
is my
listening. You're not
1
listening.
second.
Wait, hold
AJ,
on.
Let me finish.
Hold
Let
on.
me finish with them.
Yeah,
Let me
I thought
finish.
canceled was 1v1ing with him.
So again, I ask you, double, because she can, should we allow it?
It's not your choice whether you should allow. You should encourage her to keep it.
We should encourage them to keep. I'd agree with you, but
But
I'm
you can't
asking
say
you.
if you don't, we're gonna punish you because girls are not gonna do that. They're gonna rebel. They're gonna find another way, and it's gonna be a
Let
dirty
them
way.
rebel.
It's
Let
gonna
them
be an
rebel.
unsafe way. It's gonna be a way that could jeopardize her life and the baby's life.
If she's deciding to go out and do this to herself, I hold no sympathy with what happens to her.
But that is you. I'm talking about all the women. It is their choice.
So it's their choice to do what they please with their body, is what you're telling me.
Yes, because
Cool.
we can't keep a woman.
Yeah, cool. Can Silly Goose come over and punch me in the
No,
face?
can you keep your wife from going out and sleeping with other men?
Silly Goose.
Yeah, answer my question. Since it's her body and her choice.
Stop her from going out there and sleeping with other men. Can you?
Wait,
Hey,
yes, I can.
stop.
Wait a minute. Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
It's called a rope, buddy.
No, but
You
you
sure
cannot
can.
do that. You cannot control a woman.
Okay. Yes, I can.
I don't know what kind of women you date.
We
Just
do
ask
know
my
what kind of women
husband.
you
Just ask
date.
we
my
do this
husband.
currently.
Just ask my husband. You can control a woman.
I control my woman.
That's right,
Yeah.
Mark.
Oh God.
My woman knows.
How can you control a woman?
Yeah.
Because you can.
We do this currently. One
That's just
second,
an
everybody.
odd
1
thing.
second. We do this
Hey,
currently.
Double. I usually start out by saying, "Pretty please, honey, if you don't mind, can I?" It was a joke,
It wasn't
my
a
friend.
suggestion. It
Yeah,
was more
but that
an
is
order,
not
but
how
he
you
says it
control
like
her.
a
That's how you
suggestion.
convince her.
My friend, I was being a smart ass.
So then
I'm a
let me
smart
ask you
ass.
I was
this: since
answering your smart-ass
we
question.
can't control
Hey, when
these.
you're
Hey,
married
be
as
nice
long
to
as
Mark.
we've been, then
Well,
you
one
come back
second,
and talk to us.
Texas. 1 second. Since we can't control these women, can we control these men?
No,
No. So we want to ban child support, right?
no.
Wait, why?
Why would you?
Because you can't control me to go to work and pay for child support.
That ain't got nothing to do with
My
having
choice.
a
Wait a minute, Double. It's my
whether that
choice
guy
not to
wants
pay.
to take care of that kid or not.
Why?
Yeah,
It's
It's
my
his
Double.
choice.
Hold
Hang
on,
on,
everybody, hold on for a second. Double, why do you think that a woman should be allowed to forego her obligation to her child and take their life, but a man can't forego his obligation and just not pay for the child? I would say the
didn't
woman
say that
taking
the
the
man
child's
couldn't.
life
Ooh, Logan's here.
worse
Logan's here.
than.
Said
Somebody
that a guy
dropped one.
couldn't forfeit the right
I'm
I
to
need
dropping
take care
someone
of
to
somebody
his
for
drop for
Logan.
Logan.
I'm doing it.
So I can drop.
Logan
I
and
No,
I.
can.
you can't drop. You and Silly Goose are staying up here the whole time because y'all got to run the loft.
Wait,
No,
Wait.
Mary
Hate
and
to
Silly
anybody,
Goose.
but I'm
Is
bringing
is Logan an op?
I can drop for you, Butterfly.
Yeah, Logan's an op. We're trying to
Let me
get Scooter in
Double
here.
real quick.
I'm gonna
Double.
get Scooter in here.
Yeah, we're gonna get Scooter in here because Logan last night said that he demolished
man.
Scooter in a debate.
Okay, I can
Okay.
drop for
He
him.
couldn't demolish me. Anyways, Double.
Will somebody
Let me
go
get back
find
to
what
you.
live Scooter's in and go bring him in here?
Double. Why can I not forfeit my responsibility, but the woman can? Okay, so let's ban child support.
But the child support, it does not make the man don't want to take care of his kid. It's forcing him to do it. He don't want to do it anyway, but if he got enough money, pay that.
Wait, why?
Because if you got enough money, it's just money.
It's
You're a
my
man.
but Double, it's my body. I don't want to go labor. I don't
You
want to
don't
go
have to do it. You can say forget it.
Yeah, but
Well,
you.
unfortunately, the law tells us that we can't do that. Okay.
Unfortunately, because the woman did that. Because the woman sick that on you. It's not nothing that.
All right. So now, as a man, I'm gonna tell her she cannot go get an abortion.
And that is the same thing you just said about not going to work.
Wait, did you just say that, like, as the man, you gotta
You
pay
just
child
said that
support,
now.
that it's not
Yeah.
the baby's fault?
What?
Is that what you just said? It's not the
I didn't
baby's
say
fault?
nothing about the baby's fault.
So Double, when does
Yeah, you
life
did.
begin? When does life
What? I
begin?
didn't say
Oh
nothing about
shit,
the
y'all. Oh
Oh,
shit,
let me
y'all.
finish with Double real quick. Double, when does life begin?
Go ahead.
When does life begin? Before the baby's born.
What's before the baby's born? Is this going to be 9 months, 8 months, 7 months?
Thank you.
Are you talking about a question that is in a book, or are you talking about a spiritual question? Because there's
Jesus
two
Christ.
questions.
No, I'm asking you, buddy. When does life begin?
no one knows this answer because there's
Yes, we do.
reincarnation and
We
there's
know
first
this.
life.
What
Yes,
the
so
fuck?
98% of biologists are going to agree the fertilization view. This is
My friend is a biologist, and they don't know this answer, and they're still studying this answer.
That's not true.
Well,
I work
then
in
he
biology.
must just be starting then. He'll learn it here shortly. Yeah,
my,
so
my friend is a
98%.
poll worker, but that doesn't
One
mean I
second,
know.
so Scooter and Logan can debate. Yeah, so 98% of biologists are going to agree with the fertilization view. This is going to be life begins at conception. So, Double, with that being said, what race or schmecks do you only give rights to?
The rights never went to the baby or the life of
That's
the
not
baby.
what I asked you. I asked you what race or what schmecks do you give rights to?
What do you mean, what race?
Yeah, who do you grant rights to? Because you don't give it to all humans.
Why not?
So you do?
What is he saying?
Do you give rights to all living and human beings?
Yes, that are
Okay,
born.
so if no, that's not how this works. So if you give rights to all living and human beings, why do you not give this to the fetus inside the womb?
Because it's up to the mama to fight and survive to make this fetus live.
You're canceled. All right, go ahead, Scoot.
Hey Logan, do you remember
Okay.
last night when we were talking about Scooter and you said you've like dog walked him multiple times? Remember that, buddy?
Yeah, I've like demolished this guy so many times.
Yeah, Logan, hold on. So welcome King Scooter. So Logan, I sent Scooter the clip from where you said this earlier, and I want to give him the opportunity to speak with you about this. So go ahead,
Yeah.
Scooter.
Yeah, so Logan, when did we debate?
Yeah, we debated like.
I'm waiting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, when did we debate?
Yeah, I just got a call, but yeah, we debated like 2 months ago on whether or not justification is a property of a proposition.
And do you have proof of this?
No, I don't have it recorded if that's what you're asking.
Okay, cool. So I don't think we ever have debated, but we can do so.
Okay, I agree that you don't think that. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, sure. So are you pro-choice?
Oh, I'm not pro-choice. Do you have
you're
anything
not
else?
pro-choice?
Yeah.
What was my contradiction when we debated?
Yeah, Scooter. He thinks that all moral, I think it was like moral claims are like incoherent.
All
Like
moral
saying-
claims are incoherent.
Yeah, like saying abortion is impermissible, like is incoherent in his view.
Wait, Logan, why are you going to Discord with your like Phil bros? I asked a question. Can you answer that question? Oh, did he run?
Did he just leave?
No,
Please,
for real.
no,
Did
I
anyone
hope he
kick
just
him?
swiped. Hold on.
Did anyone kick him?
No, he's here.
Wait,
No
he's
one
back,
kicked him.
he's back.
No one kicked him. No one kicked him.
Yeah. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, somebody was calling me. What's the
Yeah,
question?
I said, what was my contradiction?
Nobody said anything about a contradiction. I asked you.
So I didn't have any contradiction?
No, I said I demolished you because
Can you propose the
Yeah,
can you propose the
wait,
contradiction?
calm down. So you can
That
be
was the
wrong.
question.
Wait,
Can you answer
calm
the
down,
question?
calm down. I understand that you.
What was the contradiction? Oh, you have to go back to your Phil bros in Discord for an answer. So what was my contradiction?
Can I join your Discord?
You don't want to. They're pseudo debaters.
Oh, so Scooter, you know him?
Yeah, I've demolished like everyone he pretty much fucking knows.
Oh my
Jesus
god.
Christ. Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't say that you contradicted yourself.
So
I
how
actually
did you
clarified
demolish
this
me
numerous
in
different
absent of a
times.
contradiction?
Wait, calm down. I understand that you understand that every second I get to talk is a second that you look bad, so you have to interrupt me.
Oh wait, so
I need
are
you
you
to, I need you to
obfuscating?
relax and let me get through a sentence, okay?
Wait, can you
So
answer the
what I
question?
said was just that I demolished you because you didn't know that justification was a property of a proposition and not a proposition of itself.
Wait, and do you have proof of this?
All right, wait, we just went through this. You have dementia.
Hold
we just
on,
went through this.
hold
I just
on,
answered this
hold on.
question. Are you lost right now?
Logan,
I understand that you get
How
lost.
am I
very
lost?
often.
I
I
asked
understand
a
you have dementia.
question.
I understand you can't have
He
track
only has
conversation.
rhetoric. He only has
Yeah,
rhetoric.
I'm pulling out rhetoric because you look terrible right now.
I know,
because
because you can't debate me in substance.
Yes, because I'm
You
dunking
only
on
have
you because I would
rhetoric.
destroy you in substance. And
Now
rhetoric.
he's
Yes.
dunk. Everyone does.
Yes.
He just
and now
claimed
you're
he's
moving to
dunking
audience
on me.
because you know you look bad right now. Talk to me.
I didn't.
Talk to me. Stop
I
talking to other
am.
people.
You're
Talk
just
to me.
steamrolling. This is what
Yeah,
happens.
I'm steamrolling
because
because
he's
you
scared.
look like dogs right
He's
now.
so
So let's just
scared.
get clear here.
Okay.
Yeah, so
He
let's
is
just
so
get
scared.
clear here.
Okay.
He's so scared.
We're gonna calm down.
He just said he dunked on me now, and he didn't even
why did I
say
get
anything but gibberate.
Okay.
He just said he dunked on me
okay.
now.
So why don't you? Why don't
Okay.
you? If you're so good at debating and you've demolished Scooter so many times, I'm pretty sure that your claim last night was that like you said something about making moral claims is like incoherent.
I didn't say that. No.
Okay, then what did you
Wait.
say?
Yeah, I just said that I think that all moral propositions are false.
All moral propositions are false, even your own?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have any truth claim within a proposition?
That's not what. Wait, truth claim. That's an incoherent statement.
If all are false, what is the opposite of false?
Wait. Let me explain where you're confused. So, all moral
What?
propositions
I asked a
are.
question.
Wait, do you know what error theory is, dipshit?
Wait, how am I confused? when the only
Sorry.
thing
Do you know what
said-
error theory is?
See, yes, I do.
What is error theory? Explain.
Yeah,
to
so
me
typically an error theorist, by literature, is just going to deny the perceptions or intuitions given the reality around us. So the error theorist is going to say
wrong,
or
you're a
put doubt.
dipshit, you're lost.
No, that's
Not
wrong.
what-
I can
No.
cite this. Yes,
No,
I can
wait,
cite
Can
this.
somebody pull up what?
Yeah,
anybody,
I'll pull
everyone
it up.
here, look up what.
Logan, you're going
I'll
to
pull
stop
it up for you.
interrupting.
Wait,
Let
why are
him
you
finish.
muting
I'll
me?
pull
I
it
just
right
interjected
up.
You're
because
not
he's
letting
wrong.
him finish, and no one
He's
can
so
hear what
scared
you're
to
if
debate
he's gonna
me.
say
I'll
one
look
wrong
up
thing,
what
I'm
an
gonna-
error theorist is.
Wait, he said something
He's
wrong.
right.
This isn't
Yeah,
Why
wrong.
would I let him ramble after he said something wrong?
Hold on, no, because
No,
you're
I'm not letting
you're
him
not allowed to
ramble.
do that here. You're not allowed to do that
Oh my
here.
God,
No.
Logan!
I'm not
shut
letting
the
him
fuck
ramble.
up for 2
Stop.
seconds.
Stop.
Logan,
You're gonna
bro.
let him
I want him
finish.
to
He can't
answer my
debate
question.
me.
You address
He
him.
I want him to
can't
answer my
debate me.
question.
He can't
Yeah,
debate me.
he was answering and you
No,
interrupted him.
no, I asked a question about the
Yes,
claim to be
yes.
made.
I'm
No, you're
actively
lost.
trying to answer
I
this
understand
dude.
you have to pipe
You're
up because
not
he's doing
letting
so
him
poorly right
finish
now.
This guy just has
I
answering
understand
your
that you have to
question.
save him because he looks.
You're not letting him finish answering your
I don't know
question.
why
Let
you're
him
muting me. I
finish
know you look bad
answering
right now. Just
because
calm
you're
down.
not
Relax. I
stopping
wanted.
talking, Logan.
Wait,
Shut the
calm
fuck
down.
up.
Relax. I need
This
you
is
to
what he
relax.
does.
I
He
understand
can't
this didn't
actually
go the way that
debate
you
me.
thought it would. I understand
No,
that you
That
thought
is
he
not
was
the
he
going
can't
point. The
actually
point
now
is,
he's
is you
getting
keep
bitched right now.
interrupting.
He's getting demolished. He's getting.
No, he's not. You just
He's
don't know how
getting
to shut
stomped on,
up.
and you have
Stop
to-
talking.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have-
So Logan, I'm gonna go ahead and cite you something. So when we talk about moral error theory, typically this is gonna be a counter position. This is gonna be a counter meta
gonna leave
ethical
it.
theory that is just going to equate or be skeptical about moral claims. So when I talk about how they're going to be perceptions of one's reality or denying their intuition, this falls into line with error theory. They're saying the
you're a
moral code
dipshit.
in which people perceive are going to be something that's going to be false. So they're going to be skeptical about moral claims. This is generally what error theory holds.
No, error theory is not just being
Yes.
skeptical about moral
Yes.
claims.
Yes,
So-
it is. Yes, when it's
Wait,
given
why am I
perceptions.
getting muted?
Yes.
I'm gonna leave if you keep muting me. So
I am
just to
muting
be-
you because
calm
you were
down,
not
silly.
fucking letting
I
him
need you to
talk.
relax. I understand you all need to save him right now because he's doing so fucking poorly. But I'm
What
gonna
is this guy
respond to what he
talking
said.
about? He's just
So the
he's
thesis.
incoherently
Are you
rambling.
gonna relax? Are you gonna relax? You have to interject every 5
You to know
seconds.
that answer.
You're the only one
difference is I
steamrolling because
interjected
you're
you
so
said something
scared.
Wrong. That's why I interjected. You're interjecting because you know you look bad and you can't let me talk.
Wait,
So
who founded
anyways,
error theory?
Wait,
Hold on, who
down,
founded
calm
error
down,
theory?
dipshit. Calm down.
Who
So
founded
error theory
theory?
isn't just wait. So error
Logan,
theory
who is
isn't
the
just-
founder of error theory?
Wait, are we gonna mute this dipshit because he's talking while I'm talking?
Who is the founder
Why are
of
you starting?
error
Why are you starting
theory?
your sentence in the middle of mine?
Stop. Just
He,
stop.
this is why. This is what
Why
he
am I
does.
getting
He
mu-
can't actually debate
Wait,
me.
why am I-
He can't debate me on
Why am I getting mu-
substance. This
Why am
guy
I
is a
Logan.
pseudo-intellectual.
Logan, stop.
Logan, who is the founder of error theory?
Yeah, I'm not.
See, like,
he can't.
yeah.
This is what all the
No.
Phil bros do is they try to steamroll because they can't actually
That's
debate me.
fucking crazy.
Yes, and I'm gonna give him the answer to the question without interruption because he can't debate me. Error theory was founded by J.L. Mackie. Typically, when it comes to metaphysics or metaethics, they're going to be skeptical of moral claims as a whole. Okay, so they're going to say that no facts exist within moral claims. Also, within error theory, denying the moral proposition of a truth or false claim is going to fall within Mackie's error theory. Mackie is the philosopher, which is recorded. You could look at any article that's going to support my claim. You could look at Phil papers. You could look at the Journal for History of Analytical Philosophy. They correlate Mackie's error theory to be a correct error theory counter argument to moral claims. So yes, you cannot debate me on substance in any way. Every time, and this is the first time I actually try to debate you, you can engage. You just yap.
Okay, I don't know why I had to be kicked there, but I'll actually.
Can you
explain
respond
why
what
you're
I said
wrong.
with substance?
Go
ahead.
Yeah.
Hold
so
on, 1
error
second.
theory,
Logan,
I
Logan,
agree
hold
that
on.
error theory.
Hold on. Logan, hold on. Before
No,
you
I'm gonna get
before you
through this
address
without
it,
being me.
you can hold on and let me speak.
Are
This
you
is my
gonna
live.
let me talk?
This is my live.
Are
You
you
can
gonna
hold
let me
on a
talk?
minute. You can hold on. You can hold on. You're
You're
not
gonna
a
let me.
2-year-old child. You can wait and hold on a minute.
You're gonna let me.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you
Okay.
talk after you let me
Awesome.
finish.
So I'm
You
gonna.
can't even let the host talk.
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
Like, stop
So
talking for
I'm
5 seconds. It's not
gonna.
gonna kill you or unalive you, whatever. Okay,
Now.
you can address Scooter, but whenever he goes to
So
rebuttal to your response, you're gonna let him
now what?
speak without interruption.
Yeah.
And you obviously have no self-control and
Yeah.
can't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he can't. He doesn't
Okay,
have the mental
Logan, go
capacity.
ahead. Go ahead and answer Scooter.
Yeah. So
And then let him address you without interruption.
error theory is just the conjunction of three theses. The first thesis is just that they're truth apt. Moral statements are truth apt. The second one is that they refer to sense independent reasons. And since there's no sense independent reasons, they're all false. So I understand that you're confused and you actually
I'll pull it up on the screen for everyone. I'll pull it up on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
Okay, awesome. So now that I've clarified why you're wrong and confused, and not only are you wrong and confused, but you're confident in you being wrong and confused, I just want to rebuttal to what I said.
If you'd let him fucking talk, he might give you one.
So I'm gonna go ahead.
That's why I was
he's
muted.
just so
Jesus Christ.
because he can't debate within substance.
I can see that.
Yeah, this is wild. I've never seen a grown man with the lack of self control is
Literally.
Where did you print your PhD,
Yeah.
Logan?
Yeah, he doesn't have a PhD. Go ahead and pull me up on the big screen.
Yeah, he got it at Bumfuck Nowhere. That's where he
Okay,
got it.
so here we can go ahead and look at when it comes to moral error theory. It was founded by Mackey, like I said, which was correct. And it's just a skeptical view about morality. So it claims that people are systematically in error when making moral judgments. So when I bring up a subjectivist view that is going to base their view on intuitions or preferences, the systematic error is going to be by the perception given the intuitionalist view or the subjectivist view. Now, what J.L. Mackey, who founded or is the so-called token for error theory, literally says there are no objective moral values or properties within judgments to latch onto. So no error theory is going to hold a truth claim within morality given Mackey's view. That's actually not the claim that the error theorist is making. They're saying that there's a systematic error in the way or the epistemology of how people derive knowledge within moral claims. So
No.
you're 100% incorrect.
No, you're wrong. It's saying
that's not wrong. I pulled it up. Do you have a source?
And since there's no sense independent reasons,
pull up a
they're all
source.
false.
Pull up a source.
Wait, what do you think the semantic thesis is?
Wait,
for
that's
error
what I
theory?
just said. Hold on, I just pulled it up.
What do you think the semantic thesis for error
Hold
theory
on, you can't say I'm wrong.
Wait, what do you think the semantic thesis for error theory is?
Hold on, I'm gonna clarify. You can't
What do
say
you
I'm
think
wrong.
the semantic thesis for error theory
Yeah,
is?
I like how you're just steamrolling.
You can't answer that, can you?
I'm about to answer. Hello?
You have to look it up.
Can I speak?
Answer it then.
Hello?
Answer it.
I'm actively speaking.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're stumbling.
Now, you just said what I said, okay? Yeah, I said, and I even pulled it up on the screen. Maybe you have trouble reading.
The
I
semantic
don't know how you got a
thesis.
PhD, but I literally said that there's no objective moral values or properties for judgments within Mackey's error theory.
What's
So yeah,
the
there's not going to be a
semantic thesis of
truth
error
claim,
theory?
and they're all going to be false. So thank you for
What's
proving
the
what I
semantic
said.
thesis of error theory?
Yeah, so when it comes to semantical thesis for error theory, okay, it's going to work under the proposition of being skeptical given the moral claim.
That's
now,
not
the
a
skeptical, yes, it's going to be a systematic error within. Yeah, that would be the semantical thesis
That's
given
not
the
a semantic
proposition.
thesis.
Wait, Divinity, he already stated that when it comes to the objectivist claim here, that they're going to deny any truth claim. He already stated this. So he already proposed this as one. He already proposed this as one as the propositions, and you can go ahead, Logan.
There's truth claims.
Logan, go ahead and name the 3 propositions you already laid out.
We already
This is
went through this.
recorded.
Are you not tracking?
Yeah. Go ahead and name the 3
I just listed
again.
those out.
No, you did 5 minutes ago. Name them again.
Oh wait, so you can't hold it? You can't retain it for 5 minutes? Okay, I'll repeat it.
Go ahead and repeat them.
It's granting cognitivism, right? And it's saying that they're
He
referring
didn't
to
say this the
independent.
first
Calm
time.
down.
Now he's
Calm down.
deflecting.
Calm down.
Go ahead and say what you said the first time, because
Yeah,
maybe you're
just
not
that they're
tracking.
truth apt. Yes. So they're truth
Oh,
apt.
so they're going to hold
and they
moral judgments
Yes,
objectively.
that moral statements
That's
are
not
truth
what
apt.
truth apt
They
means.
refer to sense independent reasons, and that they're all false because there are no such sense independent reasons.
Wait, so they're within error theory, they're saying that all claims are going to be objective, but there's none that exist, so they're all false.
It's making the semantic.
Wait,
yes,
that's not necessarily true. Hold on.
Yes,
Can
it
you
is.
can you hold an error theory view within the systematic approach of epistemology,
What
given
do
a
you-
subjectivist view? Yes, there's many philosophy. Yeah, literally, Mackey. When it comes to a subjectivist view, they can deny the systematic way in which a subjectivist derives moral
Wait.
judgments and be skeptical about this, and it would also be called error theory.
That's not correct.
That's 100% true.
You're like obviously confused.
I pulled it up on the screen for
currently
you.
being
You can say I'm
confused right
confused,
now.
but that's not an intellectual rebuttal.
In the thing that you pulled up on the screen, like it tells you that Mackey's talking about objective, like, you know, under the semantics of objective moral value. So, like, you know, Mackey was a subjectivist, right?
In this case, yes, but this could also be a
talking about
skeptical
Mackey.
view of a subjectivist. It doesn't just hold to the objectivist.
What do you mean by skeptical?
That wasn't even the original claim.
What do you mean by
being skeptical on the perceptions or intuitions that people have. Now, you as a skeptic could say, well, maybe that you're not seeing the world or reality in which you live in accurately. And you could be skeptical about this and show an error within the perception or the subjectivist view to claim that their moral claims aren't really true to that either. It doesn't just apply to an objectivist view.
They're not true.
Exactly.
They're not true.
Yeah, even true to themselves. They could have a misperception. That's why, if you look at the counter rebuttals within philosophy,
No,
you
he's
could look
asking
at
you,
how,
are you saying that they're truth apt or not true?
no, truth apt to themselves. Yes.
What does that mean?
And also,
What?
that's why they have the. That's what the subjectivist holds. Is it's
Do you
truth
know
apt
it-
to the individual.
Wait, what do you
You
think
know
it
what
means
truth
for a
apt
statement
is?
to be truth apt?
I don't know what truth that means.
Wait, hold on. Are you just playing the semantical
What do-
game,
what do
or
you
can
think-
you,
wait,
can you
what
go
do you
ahead and
think it
fill me in
means?
what I said?
What do you think it means?
I'll tell you what it means, but you're using it wrong, which is why I'm asking.
Wait, I thought Logan wanted a 1v1. I thought
Oh, sure,
Logan
go
wanted a
for it.
1v1.
Sorry, I just joined. I
Yeah,
just joined.
thank you.
Yeah, what
Thank
do you think
So,
it means
Logan,
for a statement to be truth apt?
Yeah, so when it comes to a truth app, we're ultimately talking about a proposition. Now, when we have the skeptic view
And
for
what
the
do you
subjectivist,
wait,
yeah,
what do you think it
I like
means
how you
for a
asked the
statement to be
question,
truth
and
apt?
in the middle you're
No,
interrupting.
you're
it,
rambling.
so I'm gonna go ahead and finish. I'm not rambling. I'm actively answering how a skeptic could apply this to a subjectivist
Wait,
view.
that's not the question. The question is, what do you think it means for it to be truth apt?
Yeah, and already said that's going to be in aligning with a proposition.
And what
which is
do you
when
think
it comes to a
what's the semantics of a
subjectivist?
proposition?
I'm sorry. Are you going to keep asking questions in the middle
Answer
of
the
the question
question.
being
Stop dodging.
answered?
Stop dodging.
I was actively answering the last question, so
Stop
if I answer
dodging.
this question, I'm dodging the last question.
Stop dodging.
Which question do you want answered?
The one I just asked, dipshit.
Okay, you asked two, so which one do you want answered?
I just asked? I asked two of the one that I just
You
asked.
asked two questions.
I just
yes.
asked a question.
I'm asking you for clarification on what
you heard
question
me
you
just
want
ask
answered.
a question.
No, because I was actively in the middle of
Can he
answering a
not hold
question,
more than
so
like
I didn't
10
hear
words
it.
in his mind? He actually can't do it.
I was
Are you gonna-
actively answering a question that you interrupted, so I did not hear your question.
What question?
I
do you
don't know
think-
how it's so hard to repeat
Why am I-
yourself.
Why am I getting? Why am I
You're a
getting?
dumbass. You're a pseudo intellectual. And
Why-
I'm not doing it myself
So you're
either.
getting muted, obviously
have
not
to
by
say
me,
that.
but you're
Jesus
getting
Christ.
muted because you
You guys
don't know
keep
how to shut
hyping
the
up like
fuck up.
wackadoodles
Yeah,
just to get bitched down again. Just calm
All
It's
he
me.
has,
Calm down. Let me
all he has is rhetoric. Yeah,
It's me.
like he
I'm
asked
gonna
a
do it.
question. He
Look, I
asked a
just did it
question.
again.
I'm in the
Are you
middle
right?
of answering his question with substance, and he's on to the next question. The dude doesn't want his questions answered. He only has rhetoric. So, in good faith, I'm asking which one do you want answered, and he won't
Wait.
repeat back which one he wants answered.
What?
And also bitching why no one's answering his questions, apparently. This dude, all he has is rhetoric. I don't
Wait.
know
Yeah.
how he got a PhD
So
in
that's
fucking
not
yapping.
how it works. And real quick, you know what? Screw it.
Yeah.
Like, so Logan, you know what? That's not how this works, right? The whole 1v1, that's not how it works. You don't just get to ask a question and then the two statements he's about to make, like within the 2 words he's about to answer your question, you don't get to suddenly interrupt and ask a brand new question while he's still in the middle of answering the first one you asked.
Yeah, and then
That's
claim
not-
no
that's
questions
just so
being answered.
Yeah, so that's not how this is going to work. Either you're going to let him finish answering the first fucking question you asked, or you just might as well just say, fuck it, I give up.
Wait,
Because
Alex, what-
you're just being so disingenuous right now. It's not even funny.
This is
And you're acting
how
like a
this is how
child.
you
You're
become a
acting
folk
like
bro.
a
You just
child.
yap and let no
Kidding
one
me.
give substance. Logan cannot
Man.
debate me in substance.
You're acting
Yeah,
like a child, Logan.
Alex, what were the 2 questions that you thought I asked?
I even forgot them because you derailed
Okay,
so hard.
wait, no,
Yeah,
no, no, no,
so
no,
like
don't
I
run
can't
away
even
from
hear
this.
them because he's
Oh,
trying
so you
to
don't
answer
know what
them
the
and you
questions
keep
were. So why are
chiming
you
in.
claiming
No,
that I asked
because
two
I
questions?
can't hear you, dipshit. I cannot
We
hear you.
honestly
First of all,
okay,
you're
so
the
cannot
one
you
hear
oh,
you.
so you made a claim that you
We
wait,
we
so you don't
just
even
no,
cannot
because
hear you yap,
we
dude. We
can't
cannot
hear.
hear you.
So if Scooter's trying to answer
you just
something
heard
and then
him say
suddenly
that.
I hear you chiming in, I can't hear what's going on. Nobody
Yeah,
understands
we
the entire
honestly can't
conversation.
hear. Like, you ask a question, I go in good faith to answer it, you're on to the next question, and then you bitch about no question being answered.
Okay, so we
go
had
ahead.
one person claim that I asked two questions, didn't know what the questions were. So now I'll ask the person that
Both of us
originally
claimed
said it.
you
Because
asked
no
They're
one
multiple
buying
can
it off of
questions.
fucking hear
now,
it. Do
Vinny.
you
Now, Vinny,
understand?
what were the two questions?
Hang on.
I
Hang on.
already
What were the
told
two
you.
questions
I
that
already
you thought
told
I
you. I
asked?
forgot
Fucking
because you
What were the two
derailed. I
questions that you thought I
forgot.
asked?
I forgot.
I asked one
Because you're
question
talking
about
over
the
him,
thing that you
Logan.
said.
I
You're
and you
talking
answered
honestly
over
the
him.
first
forgot.
question.
Like,
Because you're talking
I
over
guess
Yeah,
him.
the
the
rhetoric's
reason you
winning.
forgot is because I didn't ask two questions. I asked one
Yeah,
about the thing that
you
answered
you asked a question in the middle. You asked another question.
No, wait. Then what were the two questions?
It doesn't matter. You still asked two. It's recorded.
He doesn't
I'm
know. Why are
recording.
making
You
back
asked
to
two
explain
questions.
that?
Oh
I
my
don't care.
What?
god.
This guy
Logan,
is just a fucking dumbass.
Logan,
how
you're
is
the
he
worst
supposed to
debater I've
answer your
ever seen in my
questions when
entire
you
life.
won't shut
Spam
the
muting me.
fuck
There's
up?
no
Are
way
you
he
gonna
got a
keep spam
debate in
muting me? I've been muted
philosophy.
800 times in this
Oh my
Are you
god.
gonna see?
Imagine that. I can only
You're
imagine why.
you're
I'm gonna
literally the
leave.
worst
I
debater
literally.
I've ever seen on this entire app. Yes, you seem
Oh my god,
intelligent,
don't.
but you're horrible at debating.
He's
You
the
have to
prime
let the
key
other
of just
person answer.
yapping rather than engage in substance. I'm
Yeah.
here in
I gotta
good
say this
faith.
out. I keep getting.
If you want a question answered, go ahead and propose a question. I'll answer it, but you're just yapping.
Yeah. So what do you
Like,
think?
no
it
one's
means?
understanding you.
What do you think a proposition is?
Yeah, so a proposition is just going to be a truth or a false statement.
Okay, so a proposition has the capability of being true or false. Okay, so when you said that it negates it being truth-apt, what do you think you mean there?
No, I never said it negated itself.
We literally all heard you say that.
No.
We
Okay,
all
you
heard that
interrupted.
phrase.
Can
Wait,
I
Divinity,
can I
did you say that?
clarify?
Divinity, did you
Can
say
I-
that?
No.
Yes.
I did not say
Divinity
that.
saying yes, you did say that, and
No.
we all heard you say that.
No, I
Anyone that's following the
said
conversation,
hello,
Okay,
hello,
Logan,
hello.
you left.
I
He
understand
just
that. Now,
he
Oh
just
my
made
god,
an
this is fucking
assertion.
miserable.
No,
kidding
no,
me,
no.
dipshit.
He made an
Okay.
assertion.
No,
Stop
say dipshit one
interrupting.
more time, you're
Dipshit,
getting
Stop
dropped,
interrupting.
Logan.
Dipshit,
Yeah,
you're
he's
a
just
dipshit. Stop
Okay,
muting me.
goodbye.
No,
Stop
so
muting me.
what I
Yeah, run
what
away.
yeah, so Logan,
Bye.
what I said is when it comes to being skeptical of a subjectivist view, they're gonna try to pinpoint a perception or an intuition that is not going to align within reality. So they're going to be skeptical that someone's belief or truth axiom or foundation within their claim is actually aligning with that of the world around them or what they perceive. Okay, error theory can hold this within a subjectivist view and also an objectivist view, and it's not mutually exclusive only to an objectivist view.
Okay. So Scooter, I'm confused with the context of the debate. Were you just saying that you're an error about subjectivism?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said I wasn't here for the entire debate. I just, I came in like 5 minutes ago. Are you just, is the claim you're trying to defend is that like you're an error theorist about subjectivism?
No, I'm not an error theorist.
Oh, okay. Well, but you would agree that error theory is like, what he was saying, where, there's stance independent, like morality is talk about objective morality, and that, there are no, objective reasons, and so, they're all systematically wrong.
Well, he made that assertion, I didn't. However, he was struggling with the fact of like what the error theorist is going to hold. So
Yeah.
that was the problem. He brought up error theory, I didn't, and he's the one that asserted, because I guess this conversation extended last night, but he said that there's not going to be any truth claim with so he's the error theorist.
Right.
So
right.
he said there's not going to be any truth claim within morality. So
Yeah,
I'm
like-
not the error theorist, he is. Yeah.
Like objectively speaking.
Yeah, I would also say this wouldn't just be objectively speaking. This could also apply to a subjectivist.
Well, not if you're an error theorist, right?
It can also be skeptical of moral claims given a subjectivist view.
Yeah, but moral error theory isn't just being skeptical. Moral error theory is like a specific academically defined view.
Correct, yeah. And then also people can be skeptical of subjectivist claims.
Yeah,
And
it's-
also, well, I'm not saying it's okay. So if it's just going to be a semantical, like I'll agree that it can only apply to objective. However, you can be an error theorist and also critique the semantics of the subjectivist view. And you can also show errors within the systematic approach of how a subjectivist derives moral claims. It would still, you could categorize it as a like error theorist view. Many people have, like Michael Huemer.
Michael Huemer characterizes what view as error theory?
Yeah, so one, he just applies it given the logic or the semantics behind error theory, given the objective moral claim that someone who would be skeptical of intuitions or a counter argument to ethical intuitionalism, given his view, would be something an error theorist could hold.
Yeah, but
Because obviously,
powers.
obviously the reason that's going to be the case is because he has proof, given argumentation, that ontologically speaking, he can prove an objectivist view. So
Okay.
yes, this would be 100% true.
Well, okay. The first thing is that Michael Huemer is part of the camp which Mackey originally critiques with error theory. So like when we're talking about subjectivism and whether or not error theory extends to subjectivism, bringing up Michael Huemer's view, it doesn't actually prove that, because Michael Huemer believes that morality is objective.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Okay.
I said he has an ontological proof for moral realism. Yeah.
I'd also like the proof is not like I wouldn't accept the proof, right? Unless you're
Well, I don't care if you accept that. That just doesn't negate what I said.
Yeah, well, it does in the sense that when you say error theory extends to like you can be an error theorist when talking about subjectivism, that like what you just said didn't prove that.
It does. Because when you apply Mackey's error theory, and I can pull it up on the screen again, it claims that people are systematically in error when they make moral judgments. So that's what it says verbatim, and this is by a PhD, Christopher Coles. He very clearly, when it comes to Mackey's view, the argument of being skeptical about morality is just saying that someone is in systematic error when they make moral judgments. So this could also apply to a subjectivist.
But no, like you're context dropping. Like Mackey's talking about objective moral judgments.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Yes, you are, because Mackey's a subjectivist. He doesn't think he's in error when he's talking about subjectivism, okay?
No. Someone can hold and counter argument, give error theory just by being skeptical, because my definition might be different than yours. How I define error theory is just going to be skeptical when people make moral judgments. So you can, one, attack perceptions, what those perceptions lead to, or what those intuition outcomes are going to be. There's many ways you can interpret the definition of error theory and then equate that there is error within a subjectivist view, given intuitions or that of perceptions.
But
so
Scooter,
we could just coin that as error theory.
But no, we can't, because error theory is an academically defined term. So when you invent your...
Wait, so you're just appealing to authority?
Sorry, I'm assuming you're...
Wait, it's an academic?
Well, hold on.
That's why?
You keep interrupting me, and I let you speak a lot, and you just kind of made this whole point about not interrupting. Okay, so the first thing is your whole like approach to defining error theory is like, I'm going to use this PhD. I'm going to appeal to the PhD. And now that we're getting into the the academic philosophy world and how they use the term, and I'm kind of showing how you kind of falsely quoted that PhD and dropped a lot of context. Now you're saying, well, are we just appealing to authority here?
Wait, no, I didn't cite that per se. No, I didn't make the claim because PhD, therefore true. I never made that claim.
What was the relevance of pointing out it was a PhD?
Well, it was just citation granted if you wanted to look up the source yourself.
Why would you care about the citation if not to appeal?
Wait, I just cited you who it was by. I didn't appeal to their authority.
Okay.
It would have been, if the claim would have been from the CDC, I would have said, yeah, this was also proposed by the CDC. You can look up the name, and then you could look at the source I'm looking at, and then give a critique. But I didn't say because PhD and authority, therefore true.
Instead of appealing to authority, what if we just say that, error theory was this theory invented by this person who told us what it was. And so when you say something is error theory, and somebody's already coined the term and established the term, and you're actually making use of their ideas, like why would you misrepresent their view in that way by saying it's actually
because I'm actually not.
You are. I told you how you're not.
No, because you could look, and once again, anyone, I could pull it back on the screen. The error theory is just going to suggest that when we make moral judgments, we fall systematically into error. And this could be by a subjectivist as well.
Subjective moral judgments.
Hold on. Do you think when it comes to a subjectivist view that people have counter critiques to the subjectivist view, that their intuition or perceptions could be systematically within error? Is this possible or impossible?
Sorry, are there views that say that subjectivist views are systematic?
I'm sorry. Why are you asking what the question with the question?
I'm clarifying the question because depending on how you interpret it, the answer is different. So are you saying?
Yeah, given my dude, all I'm telling you, Divinity, is given my view when it comes to error theory, it's just going to be skeptical about moral judgments. Okay,
that's not what error theory is.
Well, that's my perception of it. Do you think definitions are subjective, or are you just going to appeal to academia?
I'm saying your interpretation's wrong.
Well, wait, how would it be wrong?
Because you came up here and you started talking about substance, but every time I point out how you're actually using terms wrong in the way that academic literature uses the terms, you're like, are we just appealing to authority now? But like every time we get into a substance debate,
mine follows the original literature of the person that founded error theory. It literally error theory. I pulled it up on the screen just as when we make moral judgments, when the error theory by definition, and you're just like applying it in one context and not the other, says when we make moral judgments, we systematically fall into error.
I'm not. You're quoting.
No. That's the only argument.
Fall into error because they refer to sense-independent reasons, and those don't exist.
The reason why Mackey believes that they're systematically in error is because he takes morality here to be talking about like objective claims.
Yeah, I've already stated this. Yeah.
Right. So whenever you quote that philosopher, and then you act as if that covers subjective.
Well, no. I'm saying given my no, that's not what I said.
So when you use error theory in a different way than Mackey uses it, right? You're actually talking about the literature, and you're not talking about error theory. You're talking about something you made up.
Wait, that's not true.
What's not true about that?
Yeah, so one already explained to him because he wouldn't answer any question that when it came to error theory, he didn't know who founded it. I gave him the literature, and I also brought up Mackey, so let's be clear. Yeah, error theory is going to apply objectively. I already said this. Now, given my interpretation, you can apply, a normative framework or statements within your moral claim to just correlate that perceptions or intuitions can have or fall into error. And if you want to coin this objectively as error theory like I do, that doesn't mean it has to align with Mackey's view.
The first thing is that you're not actually looking at a semantic thesis.
Wait, hold on, Divinity. Do you think people given an evictionist view can take other principles, or if we go into NLT and then kind of coin it a different way, and then also follow the logical standard?
There wasn't even a question at the end of that.
Yeah, there was. There literally was. Yeah. I said, do you think... Yeah, I said, yeah, Logan, I know you're a simp because you couldn't handle the 1v1. It's okay. You couldn't handle the 1v1.
I was removed. What do you mean?
Yeah, you couldn't handle the 1v1.
I was removed.
But no. Divinity.
Yeah, you were gladly removed.
Yeah, you couldn't handle the 1v1. You just steamrolled. So, Divinity.
Save you.
If someone holds an evictionist view, could that differ from that of the original founder? If it differs a little bit, would that contradict the view?
Not in principle, no.
Well, if the principle is gentlest means, could the gentlest means be different subjectively, person by person?
Like the application?
Yeah, the application.
The application of the principle can be different.
Yeah, and if I hold a different view of error theory in application, that's not going to contradict the original.
Holding a difference in principle.
What would be the principle here?
You're not accepting the semantic thesis.
Wait, so so would you say the semantical thesis of an evictionist would be that of gentlest means?
Yes.
Yeah, so if someone on gentlest means, how they apply it is different from that of the original, you said it wouldn't contradict the original. So all I'm saying is when I take into error theory into account, that's just going to be skeptical of moral judgments. That can apply to subjectivists as well. Do you want to make an impossibility claim that it can't?
Error theory. Yeah, error theory doesn't...
It can apply to a subjectivist. Do you want to make an impossibility claim?
Yeah, it's impossible given the definition of error theory.
Okay. Given that it's impossible, given the definition of error theory, what's going to be the contradiction?
That you're not accepting the semantic thesis.
Wait, that wouldn't necessarily be the contradiction.
Semantic thesis is an essential component of error theory.
Wait, that would be within any argumentation. Wait, so hold on. Yeah, so if I give you a logical argument given error theory and absent of a contradiction that would apply to a subjectivist, would it be impossible?
Sorry, what? So look,
yeah, we'll try it again. No, I understand. I understand that the Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
No,
can you answer the question?
Hold on, Scooter. You actually really are confused on this point.
No, I'm not confused. Hold on. Well,
Error
that's
theory.
just going to be an ad hom because I'm not confused. I already granted.
You're genuinely confused. I want to clarify.
I'm not confused. I get that there's going to be a certain amount. No, I'm going to explain it to you.
No, you can't explain it.
Well,
You're
you're
not.
going to say I'm confused, but you're not going to allow me to respond. No, I already granted you. I already granted him the semantical theses of Mackey's view given the error theory.
Wait,
okay?
why do you think
I'm just
Mackey
saying that it
thinks we're
doesn't
wrong?
always have to apply
Why
to
do
an
you think Mackey
objectivist.
thinks that we're wrong?
Yeah,
I was in the middle of responding.
I'm not even getting into that, like, why if you don't accept the semantic thesis, like the type of systematic argument doesn't even work. But like, I'm not even getting that. The point is this: error theory, right, was invented and defined by Mackey, and an essential component of error theory is that moral statements. The semantic thesis is that they refer to objective moral judgments, right? And so when you say, I interpret error theory and it extends to subjectivism, right? That's not error theory, okay? Maybe you have similarities to error theory in the sense that you're saying something's not true, but you're not an error theorist if you're doing that.
No. Well, okay. So I already granted this to him. That's why you came a little bit late. Also, when I take into consideration an error theorist, and by definition, it just says that when it comes to being skeptical of moral judgments, I think that can apply to a subjectivist as well. You're not really negating what I'm saying at all.
Vinny.
Yeah. Well, you're not negating what I'm saying at all. That's the problem.
Wait.
Hold on, because you're appealing to this definition when I'm giving you my definition. Hold on, but you're not contending with my definition. You're just saying that this other definition is correct. But hold on, Divinity, what's your qualifier standard for that of understanding if a definition's correct or not?
Well, in context to debating ideas that are popular in academic literature, I use terms the way that they're used in the academic literature. And specifically, I understand the views of the academic literature by the people who put forth those ideas. So, because Mackey invented error theory, I use the definition.
This isn't a counter argument. Hold on, are definitions subjective?
What? What do you mean by subjective?
Are definitions subjective?
What do you mean by subjective?
Wow. You're a subjectivist, yes?
No. What do you mean by subjective?
It doesn't answer his question.
Wait, because okay, so yeah, when it comes to a definition or interpretation or given the context, that if I ascribe to you what I mean by error theory and how it doesn't only equate to that of an objectivist view, you haven't pointed out any logical contradiction. You're just saying the definition's incorrect, which is just a semantical dispute. And I was also charitable to him and gave Mackey's view, but I'm giving you my view of an error theory. And given Mackey's view as well, he clearly defines it that any moral propositions are true.
You
so
know
that
it's
can also
not
apply
enough
to
for
a
you to
subjectivist.
just say words, right? You can't just say words and hope that we can give a response.
Wait, Logan, can you still man back what I just said?
Wait, calm down. So
Logan, can you still man back what I just said?
No, you're gibbering. You're gibbering. Calm down.
Can you still man back
we all
what
know
I
you're
just
gibbering.
said?
Calm down.
Still man back what I just said.
Wait, I asked you a question earlier.
Still man back what I just said. You fucking PhD bot.
I asked you a question.
Still man back what I said.
Are you gonna answer my question?
You can't even listen and
Are you gonna answer my question?
Still man.
I'll answer
what
every
I said.
single one of your questions if you answer mine.
You haven't answered one question since you've been
I'll
in
answer
here.
every single one of your questions if you answer one of
Has
mine.
anyone heard this man actually answer a question from the
one of my
beginning?
questions?
No, he hasn't answered one question.
Are you gonna answer my question?
Well, I'm waiting for you to answer one.
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
Waiting for one question to be answered.
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Why do you think Mackey thinks that we're wrong about moral statements?
Systematically.
I don't know what you mean by wrongness within a definition. I already granted their subjective. Wait, I answered, and he has no rebuttal.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed.
What's your rebuttal?
Well,
Hold
Scooter,
on, what's the rebuttal?
I can tell you the
Divinity,
problem.
I'm responding to him. What's the rebuttal?
Hold on, Scooter. The problem is this: is that you misinterpreted his question. That's why he's laughing at you.
Wait, no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. So you interpreted
No, I didn't.
wrongness in terms of the semantic thesis, but Mackey makes the claim that given the semantic thesis, all of the
Wait,
claims.
that's not interpretation of. No, I asked a question and follow up for clarification.
I
Do
know.
you remember
and
that
the
question?
problem is that your question, right? It was motivated by a false assumption of what he said.
Wait, what was the false assumption?
The false assumption is that the thing that's false is the semantics, when actually the thing that's false is the statements.
So
Given-
definitions are objective, given they're false. If you don't make truth propositions
no,
within moral claims,
Still didn't interpret it correctly.
that's 100% true.
It's given the semantic thesis.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, Divinity, did you hear his thesis when coming into the debate?
I know the thesis of error theory, and I heard the three.
No. Given his argument, do you know what he said?
Yes, he said that cognitivism is true, the semantic thesis is true, and that given the semantic thesis and cognitivism, all of those statements are false. He laid out the three.
Yeah, and Divinity, true in accordance to who?
Given the semantic thesis.
No. True in accordance to who?
Index 6.
Hey guys, it's this glaucoma here. I actually have a question for Scooter.
Oh, look at Eric. They're gonna try to steamroll. I thought I came to a 1v1.
Calm down, Scooter. Why are you posturing before the conversation even starts?
I'm gonna get steamrolled more.
Hold on.
Wait, why is Scooter posturing? I just had a question.
They do this all the time. Eric's a pseudo. Eric's a pseudo.
Yeah, wait, why is Scooter posturing?
First of all, you have an echo. Second of all,
Yeah.
this was supposed to be a 1v1 between Scooter and Logan.
This is what happens even in Discord. This is why Logan is an L. This is why these Phil bros
Wait, Scooter,
are an L.
why are you
Every
already
time
running
it's a
away from the
1v1,
conversation? Is
they
it because
get
you're
into
so
a 3v
terrified
range.
that before even
Logan's literally muted. You guys are pseudo intellectuals.
We're gonna drop and come back.
Do
glaucoma.
you
You
see
have an
me
echo.
begging for anyone else to talk over me? I can dog walk any of you in a debate. And that's
Scooter,
okay.
why are you saying I'm a pseudo intellectual? I'm engaging you pretty good stuff.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. What have I done that's bad?
What was my original semantical thesis that I gave Logan?
Give us semantic thesis.
No, yeah, oh, I did. Do you remember, or were you not here?
My semantic thesis.
Oh, I didn't define the words and give a counterposition to his.
You didn't give a different semantic thesis.
Wait, what's a thesis?
Are you fucking trolling? I'm bad faith, but you're asking the definition.
Wait, I've asked like 3 questions and none of them has been answered. Not one of them has answered one of my questions.
How can you like seriously?
Not one of them has answered any question, and Divinity's dodging.
I'm not the computer. How can
Yeah,
you,
Divinity, what is a thesis?
Why are you talking over?
What is a thesis?
Definity, you need to
Like,
answer.
fuck.
You're
Why
not
am I
answering the
getting used right
question because you're not answering the questions. You're not
I
answering
haven't
the questions.
heard, dude. I'm keeping a notepad. I've asked 32 questions
thesis
and
is
not
a list
one's
of-
been answered.
He's asked 2 questions.
Okay, at least a thesis is a list of propositions that someone's affirming is true. That's it.
Okay, yeah. And what was mine in the beginning?
Of this conversation, I'm unsure. Of the conversation that we're having,
So what are you debating then?
in the conversation that we're having, the thesis that you have.
No, Divinity. What are you debating then?
I'm telling you, just interrupted me.
No, before we
Like,
brought up
you-
Mackie, what proposition are you attacking of mine?
I'm telling you a proposition we're talking about.
No, given the propositions I laid out, which one are you
The
critiquing?
ones you laid out with me,
No, with him, before you joined and then gave your response to.
you're debating me right now.
Well, I was debating him also.
We're
Didn't give us
debating.
Yeah,
semantic
and
thesis.
every time, even in Discord, it goes from a 1v1 to a 1v11, and you all don't even address or answer.
Wait, I don't
any
know why you
questions.
didn't pipe up when I was getting muted and everyone was.
Scooter, we've had
I'm not muting you. I don't care to mute you.
Scooter, look, I'm telling you, me and you, in the context of our conversation, that's why when I first started talking and you kicked him, I clarifying questions. The thing that you said is you think that you can be an error theorist and say all these things about subjectivism, right? And I'm telling you that's not true, given what error theory is. Now, I'm willing to grant that you call it error theory, right? I can call communism the belief in free markets. I can call it that. It's not like wrong to call it that. It's not like false, right? But I'm just clarifying that given the actual view of error theory as proposed in academic literature and the person who invented it, you're not an error theorist.
Well, I never said I was an error theorist. This
I'm
is
not an error theorist.
dude. Everyone here heard Divinity.
Right.
I am not an error theorist. He is.
Right, and so you don't think, just to clarify,
Yes.
given that you think that, you do not believe that you can interpret error theory and apply it to subjectivism.
Yeah, that's not impossible. You made a claim on impossibility.
Right,
I asked for the
better,
modality, and you couldn't prove it.
You didn't ask me for the modality.
Yeah, I did. Yes. I asked literally, how would it be impossible given the
You didn't ask me for
modality of
modality, you asked me why would it be impossible.
Divinity. When it comes to modality,
You asked me
okay,
for the
when you
context,
propose
not the modality. That's not true.
that would
Ask me
be
why it's impossible,
Divinity.
not the modality.
Divinity, I'm recording this. When it comes to modality, you have to prove a logical contradiction.
I know if it's
No, there's
logical
physical
modality.
modalities. You don't have to
So
show. Wait, just because
Divinity,
something's impossible, you don't have to show logical contradiction.
yeah,
There's
that would be
physical
one,
impossibilities, dumb
Eric.
fuck. Do you
Yeah,
not know
Eric,
anything
that
about
would be
modality?
one
Yeah,
of them.
Yeah,
That would
we're not
be
going to
one
do
of
that.
them. But
Don't
I
do
addressed
that.
the modality claim, and you
You're the
didn't even
first-
address the point.
It's logically impossible given Logan semantics. Do you remember the 3 propositions he said error theorists were committed to, or did you forget?
Well, no, it wouldn't be logically
Okay.
impossible.
Well, what are the 3 propositions
It
Logan
would
said?
actually be.
Wait, Scooter.
He's asking a question from 25 minutes ago.
Wait, can I ask my question or am I gonna get muted? Okay, so I'm just gonna ask Scooter a basic question. We're gonna see if he remembers this
Yeah,
important part of the
hey,
conversation.
I thought this was between me and Logan.
Why'd
Is
you guys
Logan
boot
not
him?
like
Why'd
intellectually
you guys
capable?
boot him?
He got Scooter. You know he got kicked, right? So like that's why I'm talking to you because he got kicked.
Well, hold on, Divinity. Are you scared? Like Logan has a PhD in philosophy, so can he not debate me one-on-one?
Well,
Like, that's why I joined. Wait, hold on. Logan made it clear that he dog walked me in a debate, but that looks counterintuitive when he has to have. Hold on, Divinity. When he has to obfuscate from the 1v1 and then have all of you speak for him. Hold on, Divinity. If I talk shit about you yesterday, saying I dog walked you in a debate, Divinity, stop. Act good faith, Divinity.
You just asked me a question and now you're talking.
Divinity, yeah, stop. Ready?
You not want an answer?
Divinity, I'm still talking, dude.
You want an answer to your question?
Divinity. If I talk shit about you yesterday, and then you come into a panel and try to debate me because I said I demolished you, and then you hop in for a 1v1, and then I have Alex talk to you over me, is that called fucking running? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so Logan, you're a fucking L. Now, anyways, let's continue, Divinity.
Since you did ask me a question,
Thank you for conceding that. Thank you.
Yeah. So given the parameters of your question, I do think that's running. But the difference is that the reason why I'm talking is not to like save Logan from debating you. I think
that's what it seems like. I can't
shut the fuck up. Divinity, hold on. Divinity, hold on a second.
I cannot seem to get an answer.
Just hold on a second. Well, this is my live, so you can hold on a second.
I'm aware. I just thought this was good faith.
Yeah. Okay, but that's not the point. Is that I brought Logan up here because last night in my live when Scooter wasn't even present, he come up here talking all kinds of shit. I asked him if he knew who Scooter was, and I had someone who could debate him. He said, yes, I know who Scooter is. He competes or something like that. He said, I have dog walked him or I've cooked him multiple times or demolished.
Doesn't seem that way. Okay. He can't even fucking debate me. I sent
Scooter the recording. I asked Scooter to debate him tonight. I brought Logan up. I brought Scooter up. And then Logan's got to bring up all his little fanboys to run to his defense. He could not debate Scooter. He couldn't shut the fuck up long enough for Scooter to even answer his questions. So if you want to talk about good faith, how is coming up here, yelling over the host, having to be muted over and over and over again because you won't stop talking over someone, he asks him a question and continuously talks over him. How is that good faith?
Okay, can I correct what you're saying?
You weren't here, so no, you can't correct what I'm saying.
Okay, so I just had to listen to that, but I'm not allowed to talk about it.
You can talk about what you want to, but you weren't here, so...
Yeah, cool, I can talk about it, cool. So the first thing is that, yeah, I'm sure Logan talked lots of shit. I wasn't there, okay? The second thing is that I didn't join this live because, Logan is getting dogged. I actually did not think that. I thought Logan looked a lot better in the conversation. But
wait, how did he look a lot better?
Why am I getting interrupted, bro? I swear this is about good faith, right?
Divinity, Divinity, the person you're defending,
right now.
The person you're defending interrupted me for 20 minutes straight, dude.
I swear I cannot continue with the thought. Thank you.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
Yeah, hey, has Divinity ever answered any questions so far?
I'm getting muted. Yes,
hold on, stop for 5 seconds, and this ain't even about this conversation. Cook, stop muting Scooter. I don't know why you're doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my dog out for 10 minutes. If they're still here, we can finish it. But I'll be right back in like 10 minutes.
Wait, Scooter, can you get on Discord?
Wait, so you and your buddies can circle jerk and
Wait, I want to do a 1v1 without me
Why don't we handle it here in a 1v1?
Yeah, wait, I just said I want to do it on Discord.
I'll make a Discord and invite you, and then I'll be the host of it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Alright, cool. But I'll be back in 10 minutes.
You gotta send me one, Scooter.
Anyway, to correct that.
Yeah, Scooter, make sure you record it and you send me the clip.
I didn't join because I thought Logan was losing it. I joined because Scooter said something false.
What did he say that was false?
That error theory extends to subjectivism. That's not true.
I wouldn't know either way, so good for you for knowing.
Yes, it is good for me for knowing, but the bigger point is not, you guys phrase it as if somehow, Logan is like a ringleader for people who understand philosophy, and he called us up to help him out. That's not true.
Obviously, I realize that because Logan only has 43 followers. But the point is is none of y'all have ever been in my live before, and as soon as Logan gets brought up to debate Scooter, here all his little fangirls come. Like, I don't understand.
His fangirl. Am I a fangirl?
Hi guys.
Well, you
Nice
seem to
meet
come up here to defend him when he was supposed to be 1v1ing with Scooter.
Well, I came up here because, from the context of my perspective, okay, I open TikTok, I see the debate live, I'm like, oh, let me look at it, and then I see Scooter say something that's, like, obviously not true, and so then I'm just like, oh, we're debating, let me join.
Okay, but are you familiar with what a 1v1 is?
You
This isn't a 1v1,
didn't
this is a
advertise
debate
any of this as a
panel.
1v1.
Everyone in here in the comments on the panel knew that I brought Logan and Scooter up to debate each other.
I didn't know that.
As a viewer, I join and I see someone debating on a
That's
debate
fine.
panel with 8 people, and I'm
Yeah, that's
assuming it's a debate.
But yeah,
well, that's fine.
I'm
I'm
pretty sure I
corrected
heard
now.
Scooter say multiple times, isn't this supposed to be a 1v1?
Was it a
Also, I
1v1
wanna
when you guys
throw-
spam muted me? Was
I
that a
wanna
1v1?
throw
Because
out
Logan, the problem is whenever you're debating someone, regardless
I said, is it a
on
1v1
whether
when you spam muted me?
okay, that's the
Talk
point.
over
The
me?
point is the point is this is my life. I'm the
Was
host.
it a
I will do
1v1
whatever
when
I
you
want.
interjected numerous times and so did Dylan?
Logan, no one interjected. We told you to stop over talking him. You're not going to ask someone a question.
Was it also a 1v1 when I got spam
Overtalk
muted without
them.
getting a sentence
Yeah,
out?
that's why. That's why you
Yeah,
got spam
okay.
muted, because Scooter was answering your question.
So let me ask you
and
this,
you kept
Butterfly. Are you
overtalking
going to let us
him.
debate
Do you
without muting
hear
me?
her speaking, Logan? Like,
Yeah,
are
I
you
do,
deaf?
and she's saying the same thing 4 times in a row. That's why.
Okay,
because she
won't
can't
shut the
get it
fuck
out.
up.
Because she can't get it out.
Now the question.
Because she can't get it out. Because
Okay,
you
so
keep
now the
over
question that I
talking.
asked.
Because you have zero self fucking control.
Are you
That's
gonna?
what it is.
Divinity, if you can hear me up here, hey. Yeah, so what's happening right now is exactly how Scooter and Logan's debate was going.
Yeah.
No, I saw. I actually saw it, but I saw that. But
Yeah.
like, that's that. I mean, I can talk about that. But
Can I answer the question that Butterfly has there? I thought this was a debate panel. I joined because I just wanted to answer the question.
Right, but
Yeah, that was the whole point of that's. Yeah, that's the point. Like, that's my point, Definity, is that they were debating because Logan said last night that he had demolished Scooter. But if you come up into this panel, the topic is we're talking about why women should have the right to abortion. So to come up here to interject yourself in the middle of a 1v1, I think is bad faith.
Well, number one, you weren't having a debate over the topic that you laid out, right?
Yeah, I called Scooter up here so he could call Logan out.
Well, how can you say it's bad faith because I'm not following the topic?
But then it was 1v1. It was a 1v1, and everyone made it clear. And Scooter said to you multiple times, I thought this was a 1v1. I thought I was supposed to be debating Logan. That's what he said multiple times.
And that's why, when he said that out loud, I was like, oh, okay, and I muted. And then Logan got removed, right? And
Logan got removed because he won't stop interrupting, and he don't know how to shut up.
I'm not debating you on the justification for him being removed, okay? I'm telling you that after he was removed, then I talked to Scooter because no one was debating him. There's no longer a 1v1 I'm, conflicting with because he's gone. And so that's not bad faith. Anything that I did there, none of that's bad faith.
Okay, if that is the truth, then yeah, okay, that's not bad faith because I'm not aware of that. I was in the middle of
Butterfly.
work.
He wasn't interjecting.
he didn't interject.
When Logan left.
But all I heard was when I left the phone to take the quiz that I had to take for school, I know Scooter was supposed to be 1v1ing with Logan. And then when I come back, there's 2 other dudes up here besides Logan talking to Scooter.
Yeah, Logan got dropped down again, and that's when Divinity and Scooter kind of started going back and forth because he can actually have a cordial debate.
Yeah.
Right. Sure. Okay. So, are we talking about abortion or what?
Yeah. I guess. I don't even fucking know anymore.
Look, I'm pro-choice. So is that what?
Of course you are.
Of course you're pro-choice.
I'm also pro-choice Divinity. Hi, how are you doing?
Do you come, Divinity, do you come at your pro-choice stance from like a philosophy standpoint?
Yeah, it's a philosophical issue.
Yeah, I'm going to say yeah, it does.
Mine's philosophical and also just kind of like a moral standpoint of pro-choice. And if I can just answer this question real quick, I think Divinity might actually piggyback on this. So yeah, I think women should have the right to abortion. I mean, technically we all know by medical scientists that a fetus cannot survive on its own until after 24 weeks. Until then, right, it is just a clump of cells like any other living organism that, could potentially be unalived through different variable reasons. But if we can't solve, world hunger, poverty, starvation, or unaliving through the Second Amendment of of children, which you can also classify as late-term abortion, right? Because it's a child that was unalived through unnecessary acts like gun violence or through starvation or
You
poverty.
cannot say, "Oh my God, oh my God."
No,
I don't know why
can.
people don't know the TikTok standards. You cannot say the G word up here. You have to say pew pew or something else.
Pew pew, right? If all of those factors cannot be solved, right, through a more ethical standard to keep life sanctioned, you are not pro-life. You are pro-choice because you're choosing to be pro-choice of that baby before
No,
Do
sir.
you not know
Thank you.
definitions
You're
or
spreading misinformation. Pro-life only means anti-abortion and anti-euthanasia. It does not
so
mean
after that, the life doesn't matter.
all life. It's only
after that,
anti-abortion and
you're pro-life
anti-euthanasia.
until the life is living. That means that life after it's alive, you're no longer pro-life. That life can die or be subjected to any type of harm.
What does
That's
okay?
the
First of all, you can't say the D word either. You have to say unalive. And
Unalive.
what
Okay,
is?
so
Can you tell me what I just said? What is the definition of pro-life?
Okay, but you're not listening. So if that's the definition of pro-life, that means anything that's after your definition means if it's still living, if that's your definition, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. What's the definition of pro-choice? What's the definition of pro-choice?
Pro-choice is being pro-choice is you're pro-choice whether the mom has the right to have an abortion, right? In the context of the law, in that medical practice, right? If it's a medical abortion or in the context of the law, if it's illegal, it is a right that they can choose. If you're saying you're pro-life because, oh, hey, look, I'm pro-life of euthanasia or of abortion, but you do not care what happens to that life after it is alive, you are not pro-life. You are pro-birth.
You're coming up here with the assumption that pro-lifers don't care about these children after they're born. Do you know that pro-lifers adopt more than pro-choicers? Pregnancy resource centers outnumber. Shut up and let me finish. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me or you will be dropped. I'm so sick and tired of y'all interrupting each other.
Don't get
Grow
sassy.
up.
I'll let you. I'm not the one that's yelling.
Because you're not going to sit here and interrupt me. Shut up.
Okay, now you're just being aggressive.
No, I'm not being aggressive. You don't stop talking. Like, what is wrong with you guys?
Well, because I wasn't finished with what I was saying. I will let you know when I'm
You've been
finished.
talking for 15 minutes. Let's
I have not been
move
talking
on.
for
Address your
15 minutes.
points
You should
one
really
at
correct
a
your timing on
time.
that. It's been less
One
than
at a
less
time,
than 30 seconds.
sir. You will be addressed 1 point at a time, sir. You will be addressed
All right,
1
we're
point at a
back.
time.
We're back.
Okay. Number one, you cannot come up here and make an assumption that pro-lifers do not care about these children when pregnancy resource centers outnumber abortion clinics 4-1.
Does
A lot of
that
pro-lifers
also mean they
don't.
don't go through abuse? What about abuse and poverty and starvation? What happens about those kids who are still living in the situations, even with the benefits at hand? Do you still care about those kids now, even though they are subjected to abuse? You don't know what those kids are going through, right? It's all through probability and
Yeah.
chance.
Do you have a crystal ball? Can you tell me if a child is going to be abused or not? Do you have a crystal ball?
Can you? So how do you know that all
No, but I
pro-lifers
don't think prevention of suffering justifies the unaliving of a human being. To say, oh, well, you're going to suffer, so let me unalive you before you go through this, is not a justification.
So you want prolonged suffering of a child versus the medical legal term of an abortion, right? If it's lawfully in the means of the law, you say that's wrong, but it's okay to let a kid suffer. Which also there's laws against DPS and laws against of kids being suffered through abuse and through
Your
neglect.
justification is abuse. Okay, so why don't we go unalive all the children who are being abused right now?
No, you can't do that. That's against the law.
Why? Why is it against the law?
Legality right now.
So potential suffering, you're saying that potential suffering is more important than current suffering.
I mean, if you can prevent life from being harmed and prevent life from suffering, prevent it from happening through legal means of an abortion that's allowed and is allowed in the eye of the law of medical practice, then yes, you are within the law.
But we're not talking about what is. We're talking about what ought to be. Ought we be allowed to unalive a child who is currently being abused?
You can't because it's against the law. But if they
we're not
wanted
talking.
to,
Yeah, you're just pleading to legality. We're not talking about what is. We're talking about what ought to be.
What you're talking about is murder, right? Because we have.
Okay, you can't say the M word either, dude.
Okay, so there's a lot of like really PG words that are being subjected to this. But anyways, what you're trying to justify is saying, okay,
standards.
All right, here's the thing. You want to argue this fallacy that, okay, if kids can be saved from abuse or harm, okay, we'll just unalive them then right now if that's the case. No, that's a fallacy.
Can we just kick this dude? What the fuck is he
you're like actually like making your point horribly, and I can answer this question if you want.
Okay, cool, you guys can kick me.
I think that when you're sitting up here, like, you're arguing potential suffering over talking about current suffering. Like, that's insane. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Scooter, do you want to debate him on pro-life and pro-choice?
Well, yeah, we can do that. I just kind of want to clear something up for Divinity. So, one, I'm not equating my definition of error theory to apply specifically to Mackey's view, given the objective moral claim. There's people who are in general, when it comes to philosophy, that are skeptic of philosophy and logical concepts. All I'm doing is saying that I'm applying definition and then not solely ascribing it to the objectivist, because by the definition, it's just being skeptical of moral judgments, which moral judgments also apply to a subjectivist. And this is by Mackey's view. I can send you literature on this definition.
Yeah, the definition of error theory includes the semantic thesis. So that's not true. But
not on objective morals. And I'm giving you my definition, and I'm not equating the two.
well, yeah. So I just want to clarify when you talk about error theory, that's like something you made up and you chose the same word, and you have similarities to Mackey. It's not. That's
Wait,
not,
hold on. Are all definitions made up by humans?
Okay. Do you understand the context?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are all definitions made up by humans?
Made up in the context that there's no academic,
Yeah, I'm giving you an academic argument that you're just applying to, an authority. Yeah.
It's not academic because what I've already told you is that the way that you cite that author is context dropping.
Wait, I already said that my view is not going to be aligning with the author's view, so that's not even a valid critique.
Your view is not error theory. I would agree. Your view is not error theory.
Wait, hold on. If we just define error theory to be skeptical of moral
define the word
judgments,
differently. Yeah.
no, that's how the author defines it. There's later context. Anyone, I pulled it up on the screen, can look at the definition of error theory, and it just says being skeptical of moral judgments. That's all it says.
That's not okay. I've already told you. Like, the academic literature doesn't define it that way.
Wait, so when it comes to definitions, are they all made up, even in academia?
They're made up, right? But however,
sure. So that's not a critique to my position only.
Context, I'm sorry. I thought we're engaging in good faith right now, Scooter. So whenever
you're just contradicting yourself.
There's no contradiction here, and it's only a contradiction.
Yeah, I can give you the P, not P.
Look, it's actually pretty funny. You drop the context even in the conversation we're having. It's not just the argument you make that you context drop. The context dropping that you keep saying wait, like you're not adding anything right now. Let me explain.
Well, Divinity, you're not adding. You already said the problem. Divinity, your problem is a contradiction. Can I explain it to you?
No, you can't. Look, I'm trying to explain my point, and you keep interrupting.
Okay, when you're done, you don't have any critique.
I'll let you know when I'm done. I'll let you know when I'm done.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Look, Scooter, error theory is a view that was created by Mackey, and it exists in the academic literature. Okay, so error theory is committed to a semantic thesis. It's in the definition of error theory. Okay, and so what you did is you looked at an article that was written. Sure, they have a PhD. That's fine. You looked at an article that was written that summarized error theory in a very basic way, and you took this very basic, aspect of this summary and then dropped the rest of it and then interpreted that as error theory, and you just used the word error theory to talk about something different. Okay, so I'm not telling you that you can't do that. I'm just saying that's not error theory. That because when we say error theory and we're talking about philosophy, we're talking about the academic literature. Yes, you're not an error theorist, and what you told me just now is not error theory. That's something made up outside of the academic context.
Yeah, divinity. I've addressed all this. I'm not equating my definition to that of the creator of error theory. You're not saying anything new. Will you actually hear what I have to say? I already said I'm not equating my definition of error theory to be that of the author. So you saying that as a rebuttal doesn't respond to anything I said. I already acknowledged that to you if you actually listen.
That wasn't the
subject. Can you actually listen? Okay, now one, I'm the one that brought up Mackey's view when it comes to the error theory given the objective moral claim. Now, that is just further explanatory power given the definition of Mackey's view. Now, when it comes to Mackey's view, all they're saying is they hold, I'll grant Logan this premise, that there's no objective or there's no truth evaluable claim within an objectivist view because they're always going to be false, okay? Now, when we apply to always false within a moral claim, this would also fit the error theory view, correct?
Specifically talking about objective morality.
Yeah, hold on. So, what is going to be the logical contradiction given the error theory view, okay, that when they claim that all moral statements are false, how this would not also apply to a subjectivist?
The reason why is because in the context of the statement, all moral claims are false, The semantic theory of error theory is talking about objectivism. You understand?
Okay, so therefore that claims a contradiction because it's not all moral claims.
Objective moral claims.
Hold on. No. Divinity. Can a subjectivist make a moral judgment?
Yeah, subjective moral.
Can a subjectivist make a moral claim?
Yeah, subjective one.
Okay, so therefore when it says all moral claims are false,
Given what
then hold on, then this wouldn't apply to the subjectivist.
Scooter, given what semantic.
Wait, this guy's actually so confused. It's insane. What do you think the
Wait,
semantics
no.
are for wrong on
No,
error theory?
no. Hold on. Yeah, hold on, Eric. Do you
Wait,
hold
are you gonna
that when
cry
it
or are you gonna answer the question right now?
Eric, do you hold the universal claims within
Wait,
morality?
do you hold that you're gonna have a mental breakdown instead of
Do you hold objective moral claims within reality?
I asked my question first. Why are you dodging?
Hey, no, glaucoma, no. Scooter and
This guy's just a pseudo.
Wait, I'm just confused because.
Hold on a minute.
Because Divinity's actively contradicting that of error theory, and it's wrong.
Okay.
Wait, am I allowed to speak or do I just
No,
get muted?
glaucoma, hold on, no, because Definity and Scooter are going to finish up this conversation so we can get back to talking about abortion.
Yeah, look,
Yeah, I mean,
Scooter.
I'm skeptical of the conversation finishing because this guy's a dumb fucking kid.
Yeah, but then
basic point.
Definity needs
Aw, Cope,
to do
you little
himself.
bitch.
Like, he doesn't
Cope.
need you to come be
Wait,
his
bitch. Yeah,
So look,
Eric
Scooter.
Cope.
So look, Scooter, when error theorists say that all moral claims are false, that's assuming that moral claim there is talking about objective moral claims.
Yeah,
okay?
and I told you I'm not an error theorist, so I deny that assumption. So I apply it to the subjectivist as well.
You're not exactly right. That's not.
Yeah,
error.
Divinity, what's the contradiction?
What's the contradiction between what, Scooter?
No, the statement I laid out. I don't accept the assumption given the error theory view, and I'm also skeptical of subjectivist perceptions and intuitions. What would
There's
be
no
the contradiction?
Right. I've never said, and I do not believe, there's a contradiction between believing that being skeptical of subjectivism and not being an error theorist. I'm telling you.
Perfect.
The problem is that what you're talking about when you're like, oh, error theory extends to these other things, I interpret it differently. That's not error theory.
No. If I adopted a view saying that how I define error theory to be would be skeptical of all moral judgments, and I apply all to encompass that of also a subjectivist view, you said there's no contradiction in doing so. So one, Divinity, can you actually address my argument? I already laid it out, that I'm not equating my definition from the original intent of that of the founder or Mackey's view of what they would lay out to be the error theorist. I already gave you my argument, but you're telling me my argument has no contradiction, and you're not responding to my argument at all.
Your argument is not consistent with what Mackey said.
I never said, for the fifth time, I do not equate my definition of moral error theory to that of Mackey's. I gave you an argument. Can you contend?
Well, that's what you just asked me, Scooter. You asked how is it
No,
inconsistent.
that's not what I asked.
Yes, it is.
I said, although I don't equate error theory to be that of Mackey's view, I don't grant the assumption that it only applies to objective truth claims. Hold on. Given my view, all I mean by error theory is just being skeptical of moral judgments as a whole.
okay.
Hold on, and I also apply this to a subjectivist. What's the contradiction?
Yeah. Mackey didn't invent skepticism, I agree.
Yeah, I understand that. There's many
One more layer.
philosophers besides Mackey who were skeptics.
That's right. Scooter,
Yeah,
you're just
Aristotle and Plato.
The question you just asked me was, is it a contradiction to be skeptical and not be an error theorist? No, there's not a contradiction there.
Okay, so can you contend with my
It's not error,
definition?
so it's not error theory.
Can you contend with my
Wait,
definition of
wait,
error theory?
Okay, so Scooter, do you agree that as a necessary condition for it to be error theory?
Oh, he
given
literally
Mackey-
don't fucking put it like that.
No,
He's not gonna.
they
He's gonna dodge.
they have
Wait,
to
wait,
address.
wait,
No,
sorry.
Logan,
So
they have to
stop,
address
stop.
my
Jesus, I was gonna
dude.
listen.
No, Logan, it's called being.
Given Mackey's view,
I'm not
it's a
taking.
ne-
For the sixth time, I am not equating my.
wait, I
No,
was talking.
Logan, I'm not gonna
cutting me
wait.
off.
Yeah, for the sixth time, I
You're
am not correlating
interrupting.
my definition of error theory to be that of Mackey's
make the
view.
point, I'll make the point, I'll
You
make the
guys
point.
are not contending with any argument I'm
Scooter.
proposing.
Scooter, error theory does not extend to subjectivism. True or false?
Does not extend. Given my view, it does.
Okay, I just want to clarify. We agree that your view isn't error theory, right?
Well, it depends what you
Yes or
mean by
no?
error theory.
Yes or no?
What do you mean by error theory?
Given the academic definition of the word.
The academic, okay, so the academic justification of
Yes
just
or
being
no?
skeptical and stuff for error theory.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you an error theorist?
Once again, if we're using the
The
academic
academic usage
definition,
of the word. Yes or no? Are you an error theorist?
yeah, I understand.
I believe in the error. Can we just take a poll on who believes in the error? Okay. Motion passed. Air's good. Next, move on. We're gonna vote on water now.
Yeah. So I already said, given my definition of error theory, you
Given
already
the
proposed
academic
there's.
usage of the word, true or false, are you an error theorist?
If we're gonna use academia within a definition of
I
describing
believe
what
in
error
air when
theory
it's coming
is,
out my
it's
I don't
not
know what this gap is.
impossible.
sound like.
Yeah,
I don't know what this
divinity.
gap is. It's
Yeah,
like, yes
error
or no, are you an
theory.
error theorist given the definition
Yeah,
of the word?
error theory does not only apply to objectivists by
Given
definition.
the academic usage of given the academic thesis of error theory, are you an error theorist? Yes or no?
The academic thesis, according to who? The thesis is going to be
Academia,
subjective.
dumb fuck. What do you mean? Like,
Yeah,
what?
and the definition's going to be subjective.
Given the inventor of the theory, right? The academic proposal.
For
the
the
one
seventh
defending-
time, I don't hold the view
Oh
of the
God.
person that created
I'm
it.
trying to be cordial with you, but you're just saying you're obviously pivoting around something so very obvious to literally everyone watching.
And people in the comments that are dumb, I said
I'm
error
not talking
theory.
about the comments. I'm talking about everyone on this panel. I've listened to you actively evade this question.
I
Are you an
answered
error
your question many times.
you're
Divinity, I have no freaking clue
Dude,
what you
Mark.
stand for, what
Are
you're
you
talking
an
about.
error theorist
I have
given
no
the
idea.
academic usage of the term? Yes or no?
Yeah, I already said how I define
academic
error
usage,
theory.
yes or no? The
Yeah,
academic-
I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
I need a yes
okay?
or no. That's all I want.
Well, no, because
Yes
it's not
or no.
a yes or no. It's
It is a
false
yes or no. It's
dichotomy.
either true or
No,
false.
it's not.
It's
not.
either true or false.
Yeah, so I'm
You are
gonna
an
go
error
ahead and
theorist according to
define.
academia, true or false?
I'm gonna go ahead and define what I mean by error theory.
This is fucking insane.
Yeah,
you are
because
an
you're
error
just
theorist
steamrolling.
according to academia.
No,
you literally asked me
divinity.
to press me for a one. Oh my
Divinity.
God.
Hello. Hello.
No, Scooter.
Hello?
You're trying to do this thing where you act clueless and like you've been victimized in the conversation. You haven't.
I'm not even acting victimized.
Yes,
You're just
you are.
steamrolling.
I'm giving you. I'm not. I'm giving you
Yeah.
a very, very clear question. You're not
Yeah,
answering.
so how I define
Oh
error
my
theory
God!
to
Stop
be.
pivoting from this fucking question.
I'm
Scooter.
not
Holy
pivoting.
shit.
You're just
yes, you are.
steamrolling.
I
No,
want
I'm
a
not.
yes or no.
You're just
I want a yes or
coping.
no
You're
answer.
coping. I gave you
It's
my
not a cope,
definition
it's
of
a-
error
it's a-
theory.
Oh my God. The
You are
proposition is either
coping.
true or
You're
false.
Can we
coping
put a
and you're
time limit
losing
on
your fucking
this?
mind.
Please give me a fucking answer to my
You're
question.
coping
Butterfly.
and
You're
losing
not-
your mind.
Scooter, I need to answer my
Yeah,
question.
you already said
Guys.
divinity. Divinity. You already said
Can we
I
put
don't
a
have
time limit on this?
Ahmad's
Yeah.
not seen this guy not answer my
Yeah,
question.
divinity. I have,
Is
and
this
you
a
already
fucking joke?
conceded. And
Everybody
you
here has
conceded.
answered my has seen
You
you not answer my
conceded.
question.
You conceded.
There's
So
no-
one, divinity. I gave you what I mean by error theory, and you said
gonna
I
fucking
don't
give it for-
have. You said I don't have a contradiction within my definition.
Oh my God.
I've
Right.
answered this question 5 times. I gave you what I mean by error theory, and you can't contend.
Given the
I
academic
told-
usage of the word, are you
hold
an error
on.
theorist? Yes or no?
Hold
It
on.
depends what you mean by academia.
Okay.
Guys, the
Hold on a
host is
second.
talking. Let
Okay,
us
so
go.
there's a time limit. You guys have 5 minutes to finish this up, and then we're going to go back to talking
Scooter, how do you
about.
define Scooter? How do you
I'm
Thank
define?
sorry to
you.
interrupt y'all's conversation, but half the people here don't even know what y'all are talking
Sure,
about.
sure, sure. We have 5 minutes, whatever. Scooter, what do you think the definition of academia is?
Wait, that's a deflection.
No, it's not, because you said given the usage of the word academia, dumb fuck. You're asking for many interpretations of the word. So what do you think the word means?
Well, that's just a deflection from what
Holy
we were
fuck,
talking
now you're not
about.
answering this another question. Jesus Christ. Scooter, you said depending on the word academia. If you fucking
You're not
introduced
even
the concept of
allowing.
multiple
No, you're
different
not even
definitions.
contending with anything.
Give me a definition of the word academia.
One, can you contend with how I defined error theory?
Holy fuck. Are you gonna answer my question, bro? Like you're
Divinity,
obviously
you already conceded I don't have a
everybody here has seen you
contradiction.
fucking deflect my question, Scooter.
I
It's not
haven't
even funny.
deflected.
Yes, you have.
You're the
You've
one.
deflected-
Divinity,
you've deflected
divinity,
two fucking questions now.
divinity,
You've deflected
divinity.
two fucking questions.
Yeah, I get you can
Stop
gaslight.
pulling me in
hold
your
on,
argument,
hold
dude.
on, hold on.
Look, I need to answer my
Yeah,
question.
divinity,
Stop trying to- yeah,
divinity.
no.
Shut up. Who's the one appealing to academia? Me or him?
Bro, holy shit, this is insane.
Who is the one appealing to academia? Me or him?
Scooter, this strategy is so
Who is the one appealing to academia?
Divinity.
Me or
Divinity.
him?
That's a bad strategy. What?
He's the one appealing to it, not
What?
me. I
I
don't
thought
give a
I had
shit.
5 minutes.
Has
I thought
nothing
I
to
had
do with
5
my
minutes. Do I not have 5
argument.
minutes? Do I not have 5 minutes? Okay,
No,
I
you
do.
just
both
coping.
have 5 minutes
Yeah,
together,
they won't shut the
conjoined,
fuck up.
combined.
Yeah, we do.
Divinity
So
can't shut the
I'd like
fuck up because he's
answer my
scared to
question.
debate me.
What do you mean? You've actively dodged my question.
I
twice
haven't
now.
dodged your question.
Yes, you have.
You're gaslighting it. Divinity.
There's no
or-
gaslighting.
Yeah, Divinity. You have not answered one single question since you've been here.
That's not even true.
You have not.
I answered your hypothetical question about whether or not Goons was being bad faith or running from you.
No, wait, no, you didn't
Oh,
even
no,
answer
wait, I
that.
did answer that
No,
fucking question.
no,
Shit,
you
yeah, now you're
didn't.
remembering a fucking question that I
No,
answered.
I
Yes.
have asked. No, I've asked over 35 questions, and you haven't
I've
actually
answered,
engaged
yes,
with
I've
one.
answered some of your questions. I've answered some of your questions.
No,
and you've
no,
actually
you haven't.
Yes, I have. That's not
You
true.
haven't.
But look, Scooter.
You haven't.
This is such an easy answer for you, okay? There's a proposition on the table. I asked for an answer, and you've yet to fucking give it, okay?
Dude, he's the one appealing to it, not me. It doesn't
Look,
matter to me.
Given, oh my god, you can
It
just say
doesn't matter to
no.
me.
You can just say no. You can just say no, and it's fine. Look, given the academic usage of the
I'm not appealing to it.
I don't fucking care if you're appealing. I'm asking for
So
an
why
answer.
would I need to define it if it's not my argument?
I'm trying to clarify your view in context to the academic literature.
Yeah, and I already asked you for the necessary. What does it mean? Okay.
You didn't
so,
ask me for necessary
dude,
conditions.
divinity. You're the one appealing to it, you dipshit.
Asked me, Scooter.
It's not my argument. It has nothing to do with my argument.
I'm clarifying your argument as opposed to the people.
It has nothing to do with my argument.
I'm clarifying your view.
How I define academia has nothing to do with my argument.
Yes, it does. It actually does.
No, you're the one appealing to it. That's what you've been doing the whole time.
It actually does.
No, it doesn't. No, you're the one appealing to it, not me.
I'll tell you why if you stop talking.
No, you're the one appealing to it
tell you
now.
why if you stop
Now,
talking.
yeah, I know,
Wait,
because you're just
why?
steamrolling. That's it. That's
Why
all you
can't we
can do.
just-
Yeah, Foxy, you have the lowest IQ in here.
steamrolling
Shut
because
up.
you won't answer my
Either
question.
one of you'll stop talking.
Yeah, he can't shut up.
Scooter,
Like, Liam can't chill because he's scared to debate me on substance.
Answer. What's the big deal?
Foxy, he has not answered one question. Shut
I
up.
just want to ask a question. When we did the poll, everyone
Foxy
who
is
voted
stupid.
for
Why is he
Divinity,
up
do
here?
y'all even know what the fuck they're even talking about?
No, yeah, so
No, they don't know.
academia has nothing to do with my position. I haven't
Right,
been
but
claiming.
when you
cite
Yeah,
it,
so Divinity, I'm actively responding to you, and you're not tracking. You're not good at debating. Okay, so
You're not-
one, I'm not the one
asked you a
appealing to
yes or no
academia. Yeah, you can wait for me to actually. I have not been able to finish one sentence since these dumbasses joined. That's their tactic.
That's not true.
Yeah, so I have an appeal to academia, you have. Now, typically, when it comes to that of an academic within philosophy, it's just going to be someone that's relating to education or knowledge, or that of a scholar that's going to correlate to some authority that you're appealing to. Now, that's how we define academia to be. Now, I already gave you a definition without you just steamrolling of what I mean by error theory. I asked very blatantly to you, is there a contradiction in the logic that I'm using when it comes to error theory? And you said no, there is no logical contradiction.
That's not what you asked me.
Given that, yeah, I literally said, what's the logical contradiction? And you said there isn't one.
That's not
So
the question.
you're the one, Divinity,
That's not the
appealing to academia. I am not.
Are you done? Okay. So look, Scooter.
He wasn't even listening. Stillman back what I just said.
You're trying to tell me that you asked me a question about whether or not you're being logically inconsistent. I told you answer
No,
was
that's not what I said.
that is verbatim
Pause.
what you just fucking
I'm gonna
said.
start-
That is
I'm
verbatim
gonna
what you just fucking
This
said.
guy, this guy is just a pseudo.
This
That's what I
guy.
said.
I'm gonna start a 2-minute poll, and I think that
the
Marty didn't light him.
timer is up. Time is up. Okay, if Divinity and Scooter want to like debate about pro-life and pro-choice, I'm all open for that. I would love to hear your logic on being pro-choice, Divinity.
Yeah, yeah.
No
Yeah.
one understands. Like a lot of people don't even understand what y'all were talking about.
I am very concerned that this guy can't have an intellectual conversation.
Facts. I agree.
I think he needs to take a break. When you get to the point that you're screaming and cussing
Yeah.
and name calling, you probably need to cool
I
off.
have not name called them
Yeah.
once. I have
Yeah,
not
take a
finished
lap,
one
you guys.
sentence.
I'm pretty
These
sure
guys are
you've
pseudos
consecutively.
intellectuals.
I'm pretty sure you've called me a pseudo intellectual numerous times, and you've said I'm a bad debater multiple
That's
times.
different from
A
screaming.
pseudo debater.
Divinity, that's different from
Pseudo
screaming.
debater is not saying dumb fuck or any of that.
Guys, we're not about to waste 20 minutes arguing about this either.
Yeah, we can talk about abortion. We can
Hold
talk
on, yeah,
about abortion,
why are you
but, like,
pro-choice? Divinity, why are you pro-choice?
sorry, that's what. Who am I debating? Am I debating you? Am I debating Scooter? Who am
Oh
I debating?
God, he's still got the floor. How does he still have the floor?
Wait, he can't even answer the host fucking questions.
Clarifying who I'm debating.
Okay, you're gonna say why you're pro-choice, and then whoever wants to take it can take it.
Is it going to be a 1v1? Like, I just want to understand the format here. Cause,
Well, no, it's like when we're talking about abortion, people can like, you know, come
Hold on,
in.
host.
So it's gonna
Host,
be like
Divinity,
Oh my
Divinity.
God, I cannot hear both of y'all at the same
Yeah,
time.
hold on, Divinity. Can you send me the rhetoric on how not to answer questions?
One of them.
Yeah, Divinity, can you send me the rhetoric you like read where you just don't answer questions?
You ate me
Can
up,
you send me
Scooter.
that rhetoric?
Yeah, you ate me up, bro. Look,
No. Can you send me the rhetoric? That
Who
was
am I
the
debating?
question. And you see how he dodged that question?
Yeah, you
Damn,
have-
you send me the rhetoric.
You'll see it Thursday in the debate.
Send me the rhetoric to where
Who
you
am I
can just
debating?
dodge every question. Send me the rhetoric.
Can you
Send me
just
the rhetoric.
Am I going to debate the panel collectively? Like, what's going to happen?
Oh wait,
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, you're Kofi.
Yeah, why
What-
not?
Wait, hold on.
Clarify
So,
what's going to happen. Like, I will. I just want to understand what's going to
Yeah,
happen.
that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have an open panel. Why are you pro-choice?
Great.
Because
Yeah, what
everyone's
do you
waiting an
like,
hour
babies?
to talk.
My body, my choice. You feel me?
Hold on, someone.
The worship of Baal.
Wonderful. Okay. I'm pro-choice because I don't think anything morally wrong or politically unacceptable is happening when a woman gets an abortion. And given that, there's no reason to illegalize it.
Let me rephrase his words. He's pro-choice because he's gay. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No.
You can't say
Can't
that
use that
word.
word.
You're gonna take a lap.
Anyway, so
Divinity.
that's
you can't
that's
say that.
that's my view. Does anybody have a response?
Yeah, do you have a cutoff at all?
A cutoff for when abortions like allowed?
Yeah.
I know. I'm sure some cutoff exists. I don't know a specific medical time. No.
We're not asking you that. We're asking
I'm asking you. Like,
Are you asking like a philosophical question or like a legal question?
We're asking you when you think that abortion should no longer be allowed during pregnancy.
That's a scientific question. I don't really know the answer. I can give you the philosophical answer if you
It's a
want.
moral question. Like why?
Yeah, go ahead and give me
applied
your
ethics.
philosophical.
Well, it's an applied ethics question, which requires scientific answers, right? Because it's applied ethics. It's not just strictly.
Well, what about
not answer a question.
what
Bro, he
contention
can't
would you
answer
have?
questions.
Yeah,
He
like
can't.
what contention would you have with like I don't
And it's not
understand.
even a scientific question, Divinity. It's not even a scientific question.
This guy can debate
Yeah.
the toe.
Hey
So,
guys,
like,
hold
let's
up,
just
hold up.
say that
I can beat
Wait, hold on.
Okay, can everybody quit talking? Everybody else has been talking and been
Can
quiet
I
this whole entire
please?
time.
Can I have my one question answered? Can I get the rhetoric on how to dodge every question proposed to me? Divinity.
That was a really
where do I
relevant
go?
question. for asking
Where do
us.
I go, Divinity?
Look, you can. It's something you kind of learn through experience, Scooter.
Oh
Whenever
yeah,
you're
from bad experience. Gotcha.
once
Thank
you
you for
become
answering
a-
that question.
Once
Thank
you
you.
become a master debater like myself, you can get better.
Master debater on
Are
obviously
you a
being
master
every
debater
question.
and you can't even answer the question?
I answered your question. You didn't like the answer.
All right, hey guys, I can simply beat Divinity with one statement.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Divinity.
Okay,
Have you ever
so-
considered that you're just wrong?
Right. You're right. I've also considered I'm right, so I don't.
I didn't hear an answer.
Yeah, but
there.
you're wrong.
But I'm right.
But you're wrong.
Right.
Nah, but you're wrong.
Right.
I intuit you to be wrong.
Well, it's a good thing those things don't matter. But look, sorry, somebody said I didn't answer the question. I answered your question. You just didn't like the answer.
No,
No,
you didn't
that's
really
not true.
answer the question. I asked you
I
if
did
you
answer
had
the
a
question.
cutoff.
And I said depends on what you're asking for.
Okay, I want your answer. Either one. Whatever you want to give me, give me.
Or yeah, so if you're speaking philosophically, I think that once there's a person inside of the mother, I'm willing to grant that it's wrong. But before that, if you're asking when personhood begins, I don't have an answer to you.
So can you define person?
Yeah, I can give you necessary conditions. A necessary
I thought she asked for the definition.
Yeah, I asked you for the definition of person.
Master debater, Divinity.
Is that not the necessary and sufficient conditions?
Not by definition, no.
I want the definition of person.
Yeah, that's what a necessary and sufficient condition is. Thanks.
You can define things without necessary and sufficient.
No, you can't. No, you fucking can't.
Yes, you can.
Can someone give me an example of a definition that's not
Okay,
a necessary?
I'm gonna Google right now. I'm gonna define person. Hold on.
A person
It
is
should be a
just
sufficient
a
condition. I just want to let you know you're going to give me a sufficient condition.
like by definition, a person is just going to be a unique individual. There's not going to be like
Oh, that's the definition.
yeah, that's the definition,
definition,
of person.
right.
Yes.
It says a human being regarded as an individual. Where is the necessary? What part of that definition is a necessary condition?
Human being and individual are both necessary.
Okay, so is the fetus a human being?
Depends on how you define human being.
What is a human? Oh my
A human is I can't give you a definition here, but it's a type. It's a Homo sapien, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so is the fetus a Homo sapien?
Yes, it is a Homo sapien.
Okay, is it an individual? Does it have unique DNA that's never existed and will never exist again?
I don't think that's what an individual is, but if under that definition, sure.
Okay, so then therefore it's a person.
Under your definition, you're right.
Yeah, he's going to use like a philosophical term for.
I'm willing to
person.
grant that you use the word person like that. Okay, I'm confused at the moral relevancy of that definition.
Because you said that abortion is no longer okay. First of all, let's.
I don't use the word person.
Hold on, because you said that when there's a person inside of the mother, you did not say when the fetus has reached personhood. You said, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, that he said that it's when a person is inside the mother. Okay, so I asked you to define person. We define person.
No, you define person.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
you
couldn't
granted
give
her
me
that.
definition.
I didn't grant the definition. I said I grant you use it like that.
Okay, so then you said that that's not what individual means. Individual
Yeah,
means
I don't use the word like that.
okay.
He's okay. So let me. What he
So, like
is saying
what happened is that you defined a word, and
he-
I agreed that you define it like that.
Yeah,
Okay,
what
Divinity.
he
You
is
do
saying
realize
is
if you
that
choose not
he's
to
going
decide, you still have
to.
made a choice. You do
Is
realize
my
that,
mic
right?
working? Like, can you guys
Yeah,
hear
Yeah,
it is.
me?
your
But
mic's working. They're just
he even
Okay, every
obfuscate.
time I've spoken
Yeah,
in the
he
last
even
like 20 minutes,
obfuscated
people
when.
keep interrupting me. Like,
Yeah,
if
he
you
even
hear me
obfuscated the
speaking,
host.
stop
Yeah,
speaking.
the host asked him what is the definition of personhood. He couldn't respond. She gives his definition.
No, I did.
Then he just says something else.
I responded.
Waiting for the definition.
I
Hold
said I
on,
can give necessary conditions, but nobody, then we started talking about the definition of a human according to the host.
Okay, so what is the necessary conditions that are not?
A necessary condition is having a conscious experience. That's a necessary condition.
Oh, really? Can you tell me where consciousness begins definitively?
Scientifically, no.
No, definitively. And consciousness is not scientific; it's philosophical.
Okay, number one, that's begging the question. That's the first thing. And
You
the
said
second,
you said scientifically no. Consciousness is not a
I
scientific
can't tell
thing.
you. Sorry, I am unaware of the scientific literature of when exactly it begins definitively, according to your question, which is why I said I can't answer your question the way you put it. Right now, obviously, consciousness can be studied scientifically. Obviously, right? We know that the brain is a necessary condition for being conscious. That's true. That's scientifically demonstrable. There's inductive arguments for it.
Okay.
Obviously,
So if you're going to give your cutoff at consciousness and you don't even know definitively when that begins, then that's an arbitrary cutoff
arbitrary by what standard?
because you don't know when consciousness begins.
We know
If
when
you're
consciousness
saying,
doesn't begin. We know when consciousness is not.
when is conscious not? Like
First
definitively.
trimester.
That's not true because the what is it? The neural oh my god, hold on a second.
Neural.
Yeah, the neural tube closes during the first trimester. They can feel pain during the first trimester.
Neural tubes.
Well, whatever. They can feel pain during the first trimester.
I need to understand.
Stop
let's talk about
interrupting
the
me
science.
definitively. Whatever. You're really pissing me off. You keep interrupting people. I was not finished answering you. Okay. They can feel pain during the first trimester. That is a conscious experience. And that's at 7 to 8 weeks. So to say that consciousness does not exist during the first trimester is wrong. You may now respond.
Thanks for letting me have the floor in this open discussion. So, sorry, what exactly is the argument for the existence of pain at the 7th and the 8th week?
Because you said that consciousness does not exist during the first trimester. And
That's what I asked.
I'm giving you the argument, dude.
Okay, give me the argument.
You literally said, just made a, can you provide a positive, or actually no.
Well, you just made a claim and I asked for the argument.
No, because I can back my claim up. Can you provide
That's what I asked you for. I'm asking for you to back it up.
Can you stop talking while I'm talking?
No, because I asked you a question.
You asked me a question and I'm answering you.
Goddamn, no, you're not going to do that. You're not going to say no.
I'm not actively asking you a question.
Everyone relax. He is not going to refuse you.
I did not be kicked.
When you say something, anybody on this panel is not going to argue with you. Stop interrupting me while I'm talking. And he says no, fuck that guy.
Well,
okay.
He played.
He needs to take a breather. He needs to take a breather.
Well,
I want him to provide
yeah, but
more triggered than I am, bro.
Yeah, but
Stop.
Can we stop dropping him?
guys, stop kicking.
Want
him.
him to provide a source for the claim he just made.
Yeah, stop. Whoever's mod, don't kick him.
It's me.
Relax.
But he does have a contradiction here, host. He said he can't definitively prove consciousness, so how could he definitively prove the negation?
Because you can give necessary conditions, not sufficient conditions, Scooter. That's why.
No. That would be a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction. What's P and not?
Hold on. If you can't definitively
What's P and not
prove
P?
when.
What's P and not P?
Yeah, the P is that the proposition that you put forth was that you cannot definitively prove when consciousness begins. However, the not P is you can definitively prove at a certain point it doesn't begin.
That's not the same fucking statement, Scooter.
That would be the same statement.
No, you literally added the word not.
Yeah, hold on. Definitively, prove it by science. Go ahead. Where's your source, divinity?
That's not a contradiction.
No, prove it by the
Scooter,
science.
that is not a
Definitively,
contradiction.
it doesn't begin
You said it was
in
a
the first
contradiction.
trimester.
You said it was
That
a
would be.
contradiction. You said you could.
If you can't prove when it definitively begins, you can't prove when it definitively doesn't.
Scooter. Okay.
Prove
You
it.
said-
Yes, you can.
Okay, Scooter.
Prove it.
You said
Prove it.
okay. Stop talking. I'll explain it to you. Okay. So the first thing is that you said you could give me the contradiction, and I asked for P.
I did.
And you didn't actually give me a contradiction. You gave me P and Q. You didn't give me P and not P.
No, I gave you P and also not P.
And not Q. That wasn't not
Wait,
P.
hold on. So can you definitively prove when it begins?
No, I don't. I mean,
can
maybe
you definitively prove? Hold on. Can you definitively prove when it doesn't?
Okay, 1 second, guys. There's way too many people in here for us to be sitting at 7.7K likes. We need to get to 10K likes within the next 5 minutes, or the comments are going to stall.
Fire.
What are we talking about?
Wait, let's get relevant here. So look, Butterfly, you made a claim about the conscious experiences of the fetus at 7 and 8 weeks. I'm asking for the argument for that.
Okay, I want you first to provide a source saying consciousness does not exist within the first trimester. Can you provide a source?
I'm trying to clarify. This is a good faith conversation, right?
Yeah, I want to, but I want a source to back up your
given that, given that it's good faith, you did actually claim something, right? And in response to that, I asked for the argument, and then after I asked you for the argument, you start switching up and asking me questions.
I will give you the argument. Hold on, I will give you the argument when you make the positive, because that was in response to the positive claim that you made first. So you need to provide a source.
Your rejoinder.
That consciousness does not exist within the first trimester.
And your rejoinder, right? Your rejoinder was to give me a positive argument, which is why the burden of proof is now on you. You understand that?
No, you made the positive. Oh wait, hold on.
So I would have granted that if you had just been skeptical, I would have given your argument. But we're actually now in the point of the conversation where
I don't want an argument from you. I don't want your opinion. I don't want your argument. I want a source. A source. No, I don't. I can give you my argument, but you have to show a source backing up the positive. No, you made a claim first.
You made a claim in response.
No, that was in response to the positive claim that you had already made. You need to show a source, because I can show a source proving. Oh my God! If you do not stop over talking me.
Butterfly. Divinity, you did make the claim first.
I actually agree, right? But in response, instead of demanding a burden of proof, you rejoined her with a positive claim, which is why you now have the burden of proof.
Both come up with sources.
Right, I actually do have a source, but dialectic.
Infinity, you can go look at the NIH. There's a source that visiting pain within the first trimester. That's the source. Go. You can go read that study.
I didn't hear what you said. What was the answer?
Yeah, if you would be quiet, you'd hear her.
The source is the NIH.
Right.
The study is revisiting fetal pain in the first trimester.
What's the argument the study makes?
That the fetus can feel pain at 7 to 8.
What's the argument in favor of that? Like, what's the methodology of the study, and what way is the research conducted? That's what I'm asking.
Go read it.
I'm sorry, this is your argument, but you don't even know what it is.
The source. I'm giving you the source. Go read it.
Do you know the source? Because it doesn't seem like you do.
Just told you the source.
No, do you know the actual argument the source makes? I know you know the title of this article that agrees with
the argument the source makes is it is debunking the past study that was saying that they can't feel pain until 25 weeks.
That's the conclusion of the study. I'm asking for the argument. What's the methodology? What's the approach? That's what I'm asking for. You're not giving me any reasons that the study actually gives. You're just telling me there's a study that exists that has this conclusion. You're not giving me the reasons.
What do you mean the reasons? The reasons are to show that it does not need a certain brain. Okay, if you don't shut up and stop talking, I cannot finish a sentence. Like, you don't have to speak while I'm speaking.
This is wild.
I thought we were all adults here.
We are. You're not acting like one. Give me the argument.
Oh, you're not acting like one because my children know how to stop speaking when someone else is speaking.
Right.
Divinity, would you like me to pull up the methodology, like in a screenshot or something of this study?
I just need the argument. I don't want to verbally cite it. I literally just want the argument. Like, I can talk about the argument conceptually speaking, but like,
right, I get what you're saying.
You can put up if it's relevant. Yeah, if you can summarize it and give the argument.
The argument is that there are certain parts of the brain are not needed to feel pain, and in the past studies, they said that these parts were needed. So the study is to debunk the past study that was saying that they needed these parts, which they don't develop until later in the pregnancy.
Okay. What's the argument that the study makes saying that you don't need those other parts of the brain?
The fact that they reacted to stimuli. Like, they reacted to... Like, it showed that they were reacting to this. What do you mean?
They were hurting the fetuses?
So they, shocked them or something? Like, what do they do?
I don't know.
Do you want us to read the whole article for you?
I just want you to tell me, the general idea of the method. Like, I don't... I'm not even
The
demanding.
general idea is that they're reacting to an outside force. They're reacting to the pain. That's the general idea.
Is pain
If you want more explained to you, go read the article.
So okay, what's the I guess argument for the presupposition that reaction is only explained through pain? What's the argument for that?
Go read the article.
All right,
When you ask them
She's
for a
not going to read you
source,
the
they don't
entire
accept
article.
This is your source. This is
No, no. We didn't take a college course tonight. Okay, she gave you her source. That's where we move on.
Like when you're in a debate and someone asks you
everybody hold on a
for
second.
a source,
Okay, the
they don't
cortex.
explain the whole entire article to you. And
You
exactly
obviously
how
haven't
it
read
went
the
down.
article if you
I'm
can't
about
answer.
to read it to you if you would stop.
Go for it.
Okay. It says the cortex is not necessary for the pain to be experienced. Consciousness is mediated by the subcortical structures such as the thymus and the brainstem, which develop during the first trimester. The neurochemicals in utero do not cause fetal unconsciousness, and the use of fetal.
I know. This is the abstract of the paper. I'm asking for the argument. And I'm actually specifically asking for an answer to my question, which is, presupposition that the methodology of the study uses.
Oh my
I'm trying to figure that out. Hold on a minute.
That's fine. You can figure it out. That's fine. Maybe Mark knows. Maybe Mark, Mark, you've been saying a lot of things. Are you informed on this topic? Are you educated to debate this? Absolutely, right? Mark
started.
Mark, do you have the
started reading you the article and you interrupted her? Butterfly, all he's going to do is cause discourse. All he's going to do is interrupt and ask questions. He's never going to do anything in debate with
I don't
faith.
think he's being
Good
unfair.
faith.
I don't know what I'm saying.
I don't care what you think. I've been here the whole time.
Uh-huh.
And all he's done is interrupt, argue.
That's not true.
But he's supposed to be arguing.
We can take turns talking. He
just
won't
gave
let
her a
people
turn.
get in a word. See, he won't even let me get in a word.
That's because you're interjecting
He
and nothing
specifically addressed me, and he won't let me
did.
talk.
I asked you for an
See how he
argument,
does?
and now you're just
No, you think you're smart. Professing themselves wise, they became fools. Okay? Professing themselves wise, they became fools. Get behind me, Satan. You're a moron.
Thanks for your parable, old timer. I want an argument though.
Oh, we're gonna do that? Okay.
Yes, I need an argument.
That sounds unethical if they were shocking these fetuses and seeing if they were getting injured
But
or
like
something.
the bigger point is that God, I'm okay with you guys bringing up studies and stuff. I think that's important. I'm all in favor of that. The problem is that I actually asked like one critical question and everybody in the panel got defensive, and I think the reason why is because you guys haven't read the study. Maybe you have, but you can't articulate it in an argument. So I'm aware the literature exists, but I asked critical questions about it, and you guys can't defend it. And if you can't defend the assumptions of the article, then you can't argue the article as a reliable piece of evidence.
Can someone send me the link to this study? I know I've heard of the study, right? Like I've read, the abstract of it or whatever. I've never went into it, but I can't find a link directly from the NIH for the methodology or anything other than the abstract of it.
Right.
Because, it's fair. I understand you want to, I get it.
Okay, but the study, however, is like several pages long.
I don't want you to read the whole study. I just want you to make an argument for something that it makes in the study. You don't have to represent.
No, you do too.
Pages. Pardon?
You do too.
I don't want you to read the whole study.
You're saying like the methodology in which
I do want you to read all of it. But I don't want you to read it right now.
Are you saying the methodology in which they prove that they can feel pain?
I'm asking for what the methodology is, right?
Yeah, like what was the experiment?
But why does this matter?
Well, the reason it matters.
It's talking about transmissions of impulses through the sensory nervous system from peripheral free nerves ending to the spinal cord, to the brainstem, thymus via the stimulus tract, into the cortex structures. And then they talk about that this develops around 7.5 weeks gestation, between 7.5 weeks gestation and 10 weeks.
So if there's any type of neuron activity, that's evidence of consciousness.
It's not arguing consciousness; it's arguing pain. But I would say that the feeling of pain is a conscious experience.
So it's arguing that consciousness. That's exactly what I said. Okay. Consciousness is, pain is a type of consciousness. So if the article is arguing that pain exists, it's arguing consciousness exists. So I just want to clarify. The argument is that any type of neuron activity is evidence of consciousness.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's what it says.
Okay. Does the article provide an argument for that? Because you can be brain dead and you can actually still have neural activity, right?
Okay, obviously you didn't hear everything I just said because it's talking about transmissions of the brain or transmission of impulse through the central nervous system. Right. From the core, the brainstem to the thymus villia, it's talking about like the transmissions of the brain and the brainstem, and the brainstem develops in the first trimester.
That's like, I'm just saying that physical activity.
I don't understand though how you came up here talking about you didn't know anything scientific. This is a scientific article talking about feeling pain.
See how he smiles when he knows he's got us running in circles?
I'll tell you why I'm smiling. I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. So
yeah, I know why you're smiling. I just said it.
I've actually never. No, I'll tell you. Well, you're wrong. Actually, the reason why I'm smiling is because I've never read the study once in my life. I've never pulled it up. I actually probably will never read this study. But why I'm smiling is because I'm just asking critical questions based off what you're telling me, and there's already something that you're presupposing that you can't argue for.
What is that?
Smiling the whole time, dude. The whole time anybody
you guys
talks.
continuously make arguments.
No, because you stir the pot.
Because you guys are not very good at answering questions I ask.
I think it's fair that he asked for the methodology of in which they used, right, for this. I can't find it is the problem. I read this study, right, the abstract. I can't find the methodology of this.
Okay, hold on. Let me
someone to send me the link of what to read.
If this is like the Hail Mary throw of your argument.
Okay, one second. All right, hold on. 1 second. Enhance effects. Let's turn this off. Okay, so this entire study is what you would have to read to find this. Like this is.
But then why are you using the study?
Pages long.
So this is the problem, though, right? Because what's happening is that you'll look at the article, the name of like a study, and you won't reliability check it, you won't fact check it.
Okay, that's what I'm doing right now. If you would hold on, but you keep asking me questions, and I'm trying to read it.
I know, but the point is this: like, why would you enter the article into evidence, into a debate, if you haven't even critically analyzed the article yourself?
Okay, right here. Hold on, right here in the conclusion, it's telling the methodology.
What's the methodology?
Okay, if you would give me a second to let me read it.
Go for it.
Okay, Butterfly, I'm going to block this person because they're mocking you in the comments.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to say though, with 2.4K people in here, there should be way more likes. If you guys don't get the likes up, I'm turning the comments off.
I'm assuming it's like a glitch, dude.
How you been, Liam? It jumps seriously
Hey,
from
what's up, Tony? How you doing?
Yeah, I don't know man. It went from 60 people to 2,000. It's
Yeah, but if you click on the amount of people, like, and go like scroll down, like there's, I don't know, I don't really care how many people's in here.
There's a couple.
Any four. Continue what you were saying, Butterfly.
Yeah, can you just read the methodology out real quick?
Oh my God.
Hey, Tony.
Hold on a second.
What's up, silly goose?
Oh, just having a fucking migraine at this
Proud of
point.
yourself, bud.
My head hurts.
Pan around so we can see the entire basement.
Talking to me?
I mean, honestly, Divinity, I gotta give it to you. You can fucking keep just going and going. I don't know how you can do it.
Yeah, patience is a virtue, and I actually exercise lots of virtues. So
Well,
I just built my moral muscle
props
by
to you, because I gave up like an hour ago.
No worries, man.
Not that I can even track it, what's being talked about.
I get it.
It's,
And Liam, I'm curious how you cash out virtue.
I think about virtue.
Does anybody know what noxious stimuli is? Because apparently that's the method that they're using.
It's like painful, unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel right now.
Yeah.
I
So it
define
says that
virtue
they're
as
using
policy
methods to
that
induce noxious stimuli to inadvertently cause a reaction.
okay, well that's
No
the
way they did
methodology.
that.
That'd be a conclusion. That's not a methodology. But hold on, real quick.
Oh my god, dude. I'm not going to answer any more questions because every time I'm telling you something,
Wait.
how is you're asking for the method if they're sitting here doing something to them to see if they react to the pain? How is that not the method in which they're just like they're concluding that
Butterfly, there's no way
thing is
they
that the
tortured these
first thing is
fetuses.
that
Come on.
they're making the gap that the chain of events, right, is because of pain. But the thing they have to establish is that the pain is the
Oh my
cause,
god, the
not
viewers.
just neural activity. You understand? So if the methodology just presupposes pain, that doesn't work. Anyway, but Tony, I define virtue as acts or a kind of policy that leads you towards flourishing, leads you towards happiness. That's how I define it.
And flourishment meaning like you continue to move forward in some kind of optimal
like
manner, or what?
rationally living, yeah.
But if we
living
get into what rationality is, that's just going to go back into like some sort of structured thinking or way of being, correct?
Yeah, it's like it's Aristotelian in nature. Yeah. It's talking about, human well-being, and those facts are just facts about, me as a human.
Right, but then I guess I would ask like what you consider well-being is.
Well, well-being generally is just, the assuming the goal of life is just achieve that. It's that goal. It's the goal of living things. If you're asking for like a list of things that constitute well-being, I can give you those. Like, having self-esteem, being reasonable, having lots of purpose, stuff like that.
And I'm assuming this would just be something that someone would choose for themselves, right? Like choosing a purpose.
Yeah, they should. They should. Yeah.
Interesting. So you're still an Aristotelian?
Always an Aristotelian. I
Oh,
love Aristotle.
I thought you changed. I remember when we first started, like you were talking about Aristotelian, but I didn't know you stayed one.
No, I've had the same philosophy for like 3 years.
Interesting. So then, would you say that a lot more of your ethics line up with some blend of Aristotelian and maybe like virtue ethics then, or something like, or what?
So the school of philosophy I belong to is called objectivism. It's developed by Ayn Rand. But yeah, it's an Aristotelian school of thought. It's virtue ethics.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't find anything interesting about anything that's happened in the last hour.
Yeah. So going back to the abortion debate though. So
Divinity, I don't know if this will help you, right? I'm not the one that made this claim, so I don't really feel a need to. Well, I do feel a need if I'm doing it, but this is just from the abstract. Like I said, I can't find anything on this particular study about revisiting fetal pain in the first trimester, but it states here this is just in the abstract. Like I said, this gives evidence for this conclusion based on 5 different points they made. You probably don't want to read this. It says something about neural pathways for pain perception. They found evidence that this is present as early as 12 weeks gestation. Talks about the thalamus as early as 7 to 8 weeks gestation. Then it also points that the cortex is not necessary, like she said, for pain to be experienced. It says, third point is consciousness is mediated by subcortical structures such as the thalamus and brainstem, which begin to develop during the first trimester. Fourth point, the neurochemicals in utero do not cause fetal unconsciousness. And fifth point, the use of fetal angelgia, I don't know what that word is, suppresses the hormonal, physiological, and behavioral responses to pain, avoiding the potential for both short and long-term, whatever the fuck that word is. I don't know if this helps at all.
Okay, wait. So I just want to clarify. Like, I'm looking. I'll actually dabble and look at this. Oh, wait. Sorry. There's something on the thing. Evidence for this conclusion. Oh, is that the thing you put up right there?
Yeah, that's what I just fucking read.
I was just listening to what you were saying. Sorry, I didn't.
You're good.
That's a first.
Like I said, this isn't the methodology. This just shows where they got this evidence. I'm sorry?
Where was this in the study?
This is literally just the abstract.
Oh, the abstract?
Yeah.
Okay. Evidence for the conclusion is that Okay, so yeah, I understand the first piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence, it's just kind of it's like implied in the first. Okay. Point three is also just a repetition of the first. The neurochemicals in utero do not cause fetus unconscious. Okay, that's not really a reason for it, but okay.
Right. And so in this study, I do want to, like I said, I've read the conclusion before, right? I haven't read any of this bullcrap, but I do want to say that in this study, they don't necessarily prove that pain starts or the ability to feel pain starts within the first trimester. It's pretty much just debunking that it starts in the third or close to the third, closer to viability second trimester. It's not necessarily saying definitively that this is when this starts. It's just saying the possibility is early.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mama J, if you go down towards like the middle of the study, there are images of like brain scans that they performed.
Yeah, I saw
and
those.
things of that nature. Like
The study called Revisiting Pain, or what?
Yep,
No,
revisiting
this-
pain in the first trimester, I think.
Or is it called Recon?
the one that I'm reading from is fetal pain in the first trimester. What's the name of the study?
Bridget Trill 2022. That one.
No, this one was published.
I found the one that she just put up on the board.
Okay.
Controversy, blah 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 blah. Where's my methodology? Yeah, complicated. Okay. Background.
It's like in the middle.
Oh, fire. Okay.
Yeah, the one I'm reading is from 2022, and it is just fetal pain in the first trimester, I believe. There is one from the NIH that says revisiting fetal pain in the first trimester. I can't find it. Like I said,
I see the abstract for that, but I don't see the actual article.
Yeah, me either. I told you I can't find the shit. I don't know.
Hold on. I think I actually have the link for that one in Discord, but hold on one second.
Okay, so
Is somebody in the road? Sounds like it.
It's Butterfly. It's
Oh.
her air conditioner. It always sounds like she's standing in the middle of the highway.
Oh. Oh.
So wait, why was this study so relevant?
well, it's relevant
because he made the positive
supports an
claim.
argument. It supports an argument that you made.
No,
I didn't
he
make shit.
made the
Oh,
positive
sorry. Yeah, you
claim.
made that part.
Okay, do we hear me fucking speaking? This happens to me every fucking time. It's so goddamn annoying. He made the claim that there is no consciousness in the first trimester. And he said he had a source. So let's see your source now, bud, and let's break down your source.
Please.
We've been waiting for like 45 minutes. Divinity
Yeah, show us
for
your
this
source that
word.
says there's no consciousness
Wait,
in the
I've
first
been
trimester.
searching for this shit for fucking 30 minutes and you haven't even brought up a source yet, babe.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Well, the first thing is that, whenever you rejoinder an argument with a positive claim, the burden of proof is incurred on the person who makes the positive claim. Okay.
You made
so
a
whenever-
positive claim that there
and
is
it was
no
rejoindered
consciousness.
and then it was rejoined with the positive claim, which is what I just said. So
Okay,
when
so
you rejoined,
Okay, so we gave ours, now you give
Join-
yours. Give yours.
when you joined her with a positive claim, you have to back up the positive claim as an argument.
We
of
have it
rejoinder.
right here.
And we did, so now
I'm-
where's
I'm-
yours?
Just because you present a source doesn't mean that the source is reliable. You understand that? Yeah.
Are you saying the
some
NIH is unreliable?
I would like to think the NIH is
You understand that? Okay. You understand that the
Okay,
NIH publishes.
you're deflecting.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
you're deflecting.
Actually not. It's actually not.
Okay, so what Liam is trying to say, so he's trying to look into the methodology to see if it's sound of the soundness of the source is coherent. And so
Yeah,
when he's
I
talking
think that's
about
fair.
the reason he's questioning it, just because the NIH is kind of like a publication for
Publish
professionals
everything, bro.
in the scientific and medical field. Some of them, it could include opinion pieces. And so this is why he wants to look at the methodology to see if it's sound.
I agree with this, which is why I
also
searched for the methodology.
No, sure. But I'm also saying it includes like articles that disagree with this article. You understand? So like just because it's from a credible source doesn't mean it's true, right?
Right. The NIH is a publication for professionals that are all types of ologists and doctors and scientific people. So it is a publication exclusive to them, but it still can be opinionated. And that's why you need to evaluate, I guess, the soundness of each piece, is what
But
it's getting at.
the first point seems sound, that the pathways for sensing pain are there, so it's plausible to think that they could perceive pain. What's wrong with that?
Right. Divinity, are you having any luck finding anything about the methodology, about the study?
Yeah, I'm reading the study. It's an argument from elimination.
Wait, what did you say, Katz? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I was looking at something on my
Yeah,
computer.
I said even though the source you brought up, it didn't have like a scientific study, it did bring up that the pathways for sensing pain are developing or beginning to develop. So it seems plausible to reason that there could be some possibility for feeling pain. I don't see how that's implausible, or like why you could say that it's bad reasoning.
Yeah, right, and that's what the whole study was about. It just talked about the possibility.
Yeah, so I'm actually willing to grant that it's like possible. But don't get me wrong. I'm reading a study. I'm actually willing to grant it's possible.
Okay, so then now you need to show your source that proves it's impossible for
No,
consciousness.
I'm saying I'm willing. That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to grant that it's possible.
Okay.
But what's your source?
No, he just said he's willing to grant it. Like,
Listening to what I just said.
the point was, like, the reason why I said that is because he made a claim that it was impossible for them to experience consciousness in the first trimester. And then I said, would you consider pain to be like a conscious experience? He said yes, and then I brought up the source. So now he's granting it's possible. So he's kind of like, going, I don't know. I'm so confused.
So if we grant that it's possible, like, this is just again debate on the applied ethical issue. The actual essential philosophical issue is, the relevance of consciousness. It seems like you're agreeing, right? You're agreeing that consciousness is like a necessary condition for.
I wouldn't use consciousness in my argument to say that abortion is impermissible. I would more so. I only said that in response to like what you said about not having consciousness in the first trimester. I believe that this child is human and alive, so they deserve the right to life, and you have a parental obligation to not infringe on this child's right to life.
Wonderful. Okay, so what is the reasoning as to why it's being Homo sapien alone is, justifying your rights?
Because the necessary conditions to have human rights are to be human and alive.
That's just what you told me. I'm asking for the argument for that.
I would say that historically speaking, any other time that we've added other qualifiers for human life, or human rights, things like slavery and the Schmolocausts have happened, when we've said, no, you have to be a certain this, you have to be a certain that in order to have human rights. So I would say it's bad for society for us to add other qualifiers other than being human and alive.
Right. So here's like the fatal problem with this argument. Okay, the theory of rights, saying that you get rights if and only if you're a person and a person alone, is not the only theory which can account for that history. Right. So my theory of rights, saying that a conscious experience is required to have rights. If you looked at history, I could just as easily say, well, every time we look at history and we don't, draw the line at having conscious experiences as a human being, we see all these bad things. So, your argument isn't the only kind of theory which can explain the historical events. Mine can as well. So that doesn't help.
Okay. What about those historical events that I laid out had anything to do with consciousness?
The fact that my theory of rights also explains why all those things were wrong.
No, she said human and alive, and you went to personhood. She never once said personhood. She said human and alive.
I don't know if you listen to what I said.
Got to stay focused on two words.
Yeah,
two
Mark,
words.
I don't know if you listen to what I said. Right, the broader argument she made, it applies to my view too as well. Okay?
No. You went into personhood.
Right,
I heard you.
I did, Mark. don't know if you listened to what I said. I actually did say that. That's
Yeah,
what you're
but
saying right now does not matter.
you said though that like when you talk about like these historical events, like not using consciousness, bad things happen. Can you like elaborate on that? Because I don't understand.
Yeah, so your argument that you're making is like, well, every time in history we don't draw the line at being a human, all these bad things happen. And I'm telling you, I can just as easily explain that by saying, every time we draw the line at anything besides being conscious and human, bad things happen. Same argument.
Right, but what bad thing has happened from saying like you have to be conscious, or saying that you, in order to have human rights, like drawing the line or not including consciousness? What bad thing has happened from not including consciousness in human rights?
That's not okay. Well, firstly, abortion, but the second thing is that you're not. That doesn't respond to the argument. So your view is that we should believe that being human is alone to have rights, and you said, well, only my theory can explain why all these historical events were wrong. And I'm saying that's not true. My view can do that too.
Yeah, but what about when you add an abortion to the conversation? That's when this is being affected and affecting human rights without consciousness.
That presupposes that they have human rights.
Yeah, why shouldn't they?
You're presupposing that they should.
Yeah, but why should they not have human rights?
Right. So you gave me a theory of rights, and you told me you should have rights because you're human alone. And I asked you for the argument. And from this line of dialogue, we've now arrived at you asking me for my argument, despite the fact you have not given me.
Yeah, because we asked you for your argument first. I think I very much remember, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that when you first come up here, we asked you why, or not when you first come up here, but whenever you and Scooter finished y'all's hour-long.
Nothing wrong has happened.
Okay, we asked you why you were pro-choice. We were going down your argument. We got into the pain thing. What?
I said abortion should be a right because nothing legally unacceptable or morally wrong is happening.
Okay, and what is your argument for that?
It's a negative claim. It's a claim that exists out of rejoinder. You understand? So if I told you
we have to give an argument. Hold on. We have to give an argument for every point we make to you. But I ask you what your argument is for that assertion that you just made, that abortion isn't wrong, and you don't have to give an argument for that.
Period, because you're asserting the positive, right? And I'm asserting the negation. You understand? So if
because you asserted the positive first, because that was the first thing that was said at the beginning of this argument. You said abortion isn't wrong, or so therefore it's not like. So what is your argument that abortion isn't wrong?
Right. Okay.
You have to give an argument. Make everyone else give an argument for every point they make, and you don't have to give any arguments.
You want me to? Are you done? Okay. So if I told you that there exists an invisible leprechaun in front of me, okay, I would have to give you an argument for that. But if I asked you, do you believe there's an invisible leprechaun behind you? And you said no, I'm actually not justified in asking you for an argument because you didn't assert a positive, right? You just accepted the negation out of evidence for the positive. So
what is the statement you just made? What is the statement that you made when I asked you why you were pro-choice?
The reason I'm pro-choice is out of the negation for the immorality of abortion.
That is not what you just said.
That's not what you said.
Didn't you give a personhood claim?
But that's not what he said. And he's like backtracking on what he said. No, it's not.
Initially, what he just said was that he doesn't believe that anything is taking place. Right. So there can't be an argument if I say that nothing is happening. There is no event. Nothing in my mind has actually transpired. There is no argument for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't have to provide an argument for the non-immorality of something, right? You have to give me the argument in favor of the immorality of it.
But is it immoral to kill a person, Divinity?
Hold on.
You have to say unalive.
What he's asking.
Sorry.
Okay.
Is it immoral to unalive a person?
Yes, it is.
And it's just the fact that you don't believe that fetuses of a certain age are persons.
Well, it depends on it. Yeah. Well, obviously, I think everyone accepts that here.
I don't agree. I don't think everyone accepts that here.
What did you say?
If not everyone accepts that, then we can talk about the arguments in favor of certain personhood views, which is what we were doing, but now we're reversing back.
Yeah, but hold on, no, we were not, because we gave you the definitions when Scooter was up here of what a person was, and it says a person is someone who is a human and an individual.
Remember what I said?
Okay, we went through this. Okay, so to say that everyone agrees that the fetus isn't a person, that's not true.
Right. Okay. So we now agree that we disagree. Oh, that's great. Okay. What is the argument in favor of your view?
Right. So
What's
I'll
the argument
simplify.
in favor of your view?
Right. So I'll simplify
Well,
what
I tried giving you one.
let me try simplifying Liam for them. He basically he's saying that you in some form or fashion have asserted either by your words or your statements that abortion is immoral, right? And he's taking the negative position, meaning he's not saying that he doesn't see anything proving that it is immoral, and because of that he's allowing abortion to occur because again he's assuming the negation because there hasn't been sufficient proof to prove that it is immoral. He therefore must not accept that it is immoral. So that's what he's asking. He's basically saying that he needs an account of why you think it is immoral.
That was beautifully put. Yeah, that's true.
So we can ask why you think it's not immoral.
Oh, you can ask me. I'll give you the same answer I've given you.
We need to get to 20K likes within the next 5 minutes.
You want my answer to why I think it's not immoral?
Yeah, I think you're just kind of going in circles.
It's going in circles because you guys aren't tracking the argument.
Oh, I'm tracking. It just doesn't.
Well, if you were tracking, you would understand it like Tony did, that you guys actually have the burden of proof.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
little
need
miss.
Tony to
Hold
like
on.
explain it to me. I understand what's happening here. I'm not like.
I know you guys have the burden of proof, so please prove the point.
Little Miss, they are separate from their mother. They have a separate DNA strand. They're a separate, unique individual that has never existed and will never exist again.
Everything that's ever existed is separate and unique, right? Everything that's ever been. So if we're talking about something being unique, that can't be a protocol as to why it cannot be created or destroyed, right? Uniqueness can't be the protocol. Everything
That is
is unique.
not what I'm doing. I was not even talking to Definity. I was talking to someone in the comments.
Okay, sure.
He
You
tried
were
to say
talking
that
to someone in
you-
the comments. How about we talk about the argument we were having? So what is...
Okay, first of all, you're not going to come up here and tell me what to do. This is my life, and I'll talk to whoever the hell I want to. Whoever the hell I want to. But I want to talk to everyone whose comments pops up. That's my prerogative because this is my life.
No, sure you can.
And that's about the fourth or fifth time we've corrected him on telling you what to do and ordering you around.
Oh, Mark's upset.
I mean, you might have.
No, you have no manners, sir.
Hey, Mark, let's calm down.
Hey, why don't you take the trip up those
Mark,
stairs
let's be civil.
and ask
Hey, let's be
mommy
civil.
about the
Hey,
manners lesson you
Let's be
missed?
civil. Hey, let's be civil, Mark. Let's calm down, all right? Look.
I
Butterfly,
fire at you, and all of a sudden I'm uncivil. No, I can talk as much as I want
Okay.
to. You interrupt everybody.
Hold on. Hold on, Definity. No, he's not going to take a lap. He's a mod.
Well, he might need to. I don't know. He's really mad.
Okay, he's not mad. I've seen him
Yeah,
mad.
he obviously is,
He's just
but-
talking to you. He's just talking to you. But okay, hold on a second. All right. Someone else is going to have to debate with him because I have like 30 minutes to turn an assignment in and I've got to complete it before the 30 minutes is up. So,
Hey,
someone
Divinity,
else-
do you care about future
desire.
consciousnesses?
I'm here with him, Butterfly.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm taking the pro-choice stance with him today.
I care about future consciousness if and only if there's a past or existing consciousness. So.
Okay, someone else could take this.
Yeah, this guy was trying to fuck on my meat right now. No.
Hey Tony, how you doing, my friend? Damn good to
Keith,
see
man,
you,
it's
brother.
been a while. Where you been, man?
It has, brother. We always put on a pretty good show. It's just how we do things. The intellects in the room are rising, and that's all right with me.
Semper Fi there, devil dog.
Rah, born in battle armed with blood.
I don't follow Tony on this account? Okay, I'll follow Tony. I didn't know I didn't follow you on this account.
Oh yeah, man, Liam, I got multiple accounts now, man, because of all the love and acceptance that I've received over the years. You know, one account is not enough to handle all the love and acceptance I've received from pro-choicers and leftists. You know,
I fucking hate leftists so much, but yeah.
I'm not a fan.
Not a fan of leftists. Look, I actually am gonna call my girlfriend. You know what I mean? I want to prevent a valuable future like ours. So, you guys take care. All right.
All right, Liam. All right, Liam. Have a good one, man.
I kind of like him, man. I kind of like him.
Okay, Caitlin, how old are you?
Hi, I am 26.
All right, can I go back to bed now? Y'all pulled me out of bed for
Tony,
20
stay,
minutes.
stay, stay. I'm gonna need you to stay, Tony.
I put
Listen.
on
If it's
pants for
gonna be
this.
me and you, Tony, if it'll be me and you, all right.
Dude, I
And
got
we'll
work in
go
the
at it.
morning.
We'll go a couple. But then you're gonna have to be late, motherfucker.
Oh wait, Keith, do you want to debate Tony?
we do. No, we do so often. I just messing with him. But I'll debate the rest of you guys. Me and Tony go around and around, and
Yeah,
it's
we'll just keep going back and forth for a while. It's good. That's why I don't want to start, Keith. Because if we start, it's gonna be like
we'll be
3
up at 9
hours.
o'clock in the morning.
3 hours later, and then I'm like, crap. I'm gonna have to drink 17 Red Bulls to stay awake at work.
I know what you do. Go ahead, man. I see you soon, brother.
All right, y'all have a good night. God bless.
You as well, my friend.
So Caitlin, are you pro life or pro choice?
I'm pro choice.
Would you like to tell us why?
I'm pro choice in the regards that I believe that abortion is healthcare. I believe that if a woman has been SA'd, she should have the choice. If regardless, she should have the choice to her own body. I also believe that if the mother cannot carry the fetus till any gestation of the pregnancy, then she should be able to have an abortion for the health and safety of not just for herself, but for her body as well.
Did you say that you said you believe that abortion's healthcare, right?
Abortion is healthcare, yes. It is a medical.
Are you familiar with eating Legos? I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you was here before her. So are you familiar with the Hippocratic Oath?
I should also point out that I'm Canadian.
You're what?
I'm Canadian.
Oh.
Well, the Hippocratic Oath extends beyond borders. It's from ancient Greece, from Hippocrates, 376 BC, right out of our side of Athens. He's a Theban. So that I don't know that the Hippocratic Oath would be determined whether or not you're in Canada or not. I think it's worldwide.
What does that have to do with abortion?
Because the Hippocratic Oath is an oath that the doctors take to do no harm. So if a doctor is taking an oath to do no harm, when a woman is pregnant and comes into, like, let's say she comes into the emergency room, the doctor is considered to have two patients. And if that doctor harms one of his patients, he has violated his Hippocratic Oath. So I would say that it's not healthcare.
So if may I ask, do you believe that if a woman was SA'd and got pregnant from that she is forced now to give birth to that, or
You can't force a biological process. If I took Mary and tied her up into a closet and only fed her bologna sandwiches all day, there's nothing that I can do to force her body to gestate that pregnancy. It's just going to do it all on its own.
Okay, now we can work with that argument. And I normally don't take this stance. I normally don't touch this because it's such a small percentage. But the fact is, if somebody, when you're talking about human rights, if the way that you're describing them would have to be for all persons at all times in all situations. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So that means that when a person is, no matter what that location is, the same person will be extended the same rights, and I have the right to not have a person inside of me, regardless of whether they know it, whether they're doing me bodily harm, or whether I like them, whether I don't like them, or the familiar relationship. None of that matters if we're talking about equal human rights across the board. So if I want them out, regardless of familiar relationship,
No, sir. No, sir. That does not. That does not go across the board. This is not a stranger. This is your child. I would say that I can't just look at my toddler who's sleeping on my couch right now. Hold on, let me finish. I can't just look at my toddler right now who's sleeping on my couch, and let's say that there's a blizzard outside. I can't be like, oh, I no longer want you inside my property, and throw him outside. It doesn't work like that.
Emotional appeals are not
That's
that's not a thing, right? So we're
It's not
talking
an
about the
emotional
reality.
appeal. This is
It is an
reality.
emotional
If
appeal.
I was
We're
to take
talking
my
about
son, hold on. If I was to take my toddler and throw him outside into a snowstorm because I don't want him inside my property, I'm going to be charged for throwing him outside of my property.
I said inside your body, right? Your body.
That's on a different
Yeah,
set of
but when you're
circumstances
talking
as well.
about
Like you're
human
talking about throwing
rights,
someone
I believe
outside.
that.
I
There's
just
other
Hold
people
on. Why is
speaking.
everybody talking at once? Okay, I would say that human rights. Oh, sorry, Mary.
No, I was just saying, like, does everybody not hear, like, you speaking already? It's fucking wild how many people keep doing that.
Right, exactly. Maybe it's the helicopter in the background. So I would say that human rights are life, liberty, and property. So if my child is in my property and I no longer want them in my property, I can't just throw them outside into a snowstorm and be like, okay, bye, fend for yourself, just to uphold my human rights because I have a parental obligation to my child. This isn't a stranger in this mother's uterus. This is their child.
And definitely not a plea to emotion like you were trying to claim it was. That's wild.
okay. So what you just told me was that human rights don't extend to all persons in all places for all things, right? They are not. There's
No,
a
I think
familiar
that human
relationship that
rights.
extends beyond.
No, I'm because you're strong. Like that's not what I said or what I meant. Okay, human rights. The only thing that, oh my god, the only thing that allows for in my view, the only thing that allows for an infringement of a human right is obligations. If you're obligated to this child, then the infringement is allowed. So because this is your child, like my child is allowed inside my property because I have an obligation to my child.
So familiar relationship is a defeater for human rights, and they are now altered or
No, I wouldn't say a
gated.
familiar relationship because I wouldn't say that I have the same obligation to my parents or to my siblings or to my uncles or aunts or anything like that. No, it's only my children.
So this singular familiar relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure we were consistent with that. And that's not consistent with human rights. That's not
You
consistent
say
with the
that's
view that you
consistent
displayed
with
earlier. It's
no,
you
that's
saying
not.
that I
No,
special
it's
pledged for
not.
this. Okay.
It's
So as
that's
long
not
as
what
you
I'm
recognize
saying.
it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're not letting me finish. I'm saying that when I say that this child has the right to life, and I believe that that right to life should not be infringed upon, I think that parents have an obligation not to infringe on their child's right to life.
You're confusing me, Butterfly.
Can I ask a question?
So
I don't even know who's speaking. Hold on, the app's glitching. I'm gonna have to go out and go back in. I'll be right back.
Mary, what did I miss?
I don't know. I was cleaning my kitchen. I just got back like maybe 1 minute ago.
Yeah, I just stepped away to use the facilities, and I come back. And,
Last I knew, what's his face was still up here. What was his name? Davini?
did they?
so I'm kind of curious for those that are pro-lifers. If you guys, so if a woman were essayed and she got pregnant from that, you think that she has to give birth to that child?
Yes.
I think it's going to depend on the pro-lifer because I'm pro-life and I say no.
Okay. What does everyone else say to that?
I say yes.
You say yes. You say that if I was sexually assaulted and if I
You
got
cannot say that up here.
You gotta say
if I was essayed and I got pregnant, you're saying that I have to go through with it?
I say that you have a parental obligation to your child not to infringe upon their life.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Hold on. I want to finish addressing what she said. Just because this child's way of conception, that does not negate the fact that they're also your child. I would say that just
I don't
because
want it.
of a father, okay, wantedness does not negate human rights either. I could say I don't want my child right now. That doesn't mean that I don't have an obligation to uphold their human rights. Just because I don't want wantedness changes, right?
That
When I was a
makes
child,
no sense whatsoever, Butterfly.
it does
Okay,
make
why
sense
did you
because
interrupt me,
wantedness changes on a daily basis. There are many children in this world whose parents love and adore them one day, and the next day they're like, "I don't want you. I wish you were never born," kind of thing. So wantedness changes. just because you don't want something does not negate the fact that they have, human rights.
Okay. Okay, so I have a question for you.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to hold on a minute because I'm trying to find something. So yeah, go ahead. But if it takes me a minute to respond, it's because I'm looking for my lighter.
That's fine. Okay, so what gives a child in utero prior to 16 weeks human rights?
Because they're human and alive.
Okay, so just because something is human and alive, that gives it human rights?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So do you give gametes human rights?
Okay. Are you talking about like sperm and egg cells?
Yeah. Do you give those
Okay.
human rights?
Can you tell me the difference between a haploid and a diploid cell?
Yeah.
What are the difference between the two?
A haploid cell is a somatic cell. It's a body cell, and then a diploid cell is this is very simple biology. A diploid cell is a gamete cell, which is a sex cell.
No, it's not. No, it's not. A haploid cell would be a sperm or an egg, which only carries one portion of the chromosomes to create DNA, and or a diploid cell. I'm sorry, a diploid cell only carries one portion of the. Oh my God.
That's what I said.
No, it's the
Sorry,
opposite.
no. A haploid
That's
cell.
what I told you. A diploid cell
Hold
is a
on.
sex cell.
Okay. I got confused. I was looking for my lighter. I just told you that. Okay, a haploid cell only carries one portion of the DNA. Okay, that's going to be a sperm or an egg.
Yeah,
It only
they
carries
carry
one
23
portion.
chromosomes.
Okay. A diploid
I know.
cell. A diploid cell is going when those two conjoin and they create DNA, and that is when human life begins.
That
So a
happens in the
haploid
second
cell-
stage of meiosis.
a
That happens in the second
haploid
stage of meiosis.
A haploid cell is not human and alive. It's not a human. It's not a unique individual human.
So why is
It's
uniqueness?
still part of the human species.
No,
why
it's
why
not.
is uniqueness something that we keep saying? Why is uniqueness?
It's still considered human.
Why do I care if
Yeah,
something's unique?
it's considered a human. It's considered It's considered a human cell. Hold on. It is considered a human cell. From so my eggs carry my DNA. Okay, I already have human rights. Okay, so my child is gonna have a separate, unique. That's why I keep saying unique DNA from mine. Their DNA is going to be different from mine. So that's why that diploid cell now gets human rights, because that's a separate individual.
What about twins?
What about what?
Twins have the same DNA.
No, they actually do not.
Yeah, they do. They have the same exact DNA.
It depends on if they're
Split from the-
identical or not.
Yeah, I would say that.
They have the same DNA.
Yeah, identical twins have the same DNA. Okay, yeah. But I would still say that they get human rights. Their DNA is still separate from the mother's.
But they
still
don't
both
have
would
DNA
receive
by
human
themselves.
rights. Okay,
so-
you obviously did not hear what I said. Y'all, it's like you're taking what I'm saying and you're like twisting it around. Okay, obviously I said that when we're talking about like my egg cells are my DNA. Okay, or a part of my DNA. So therefore, my egg cells would already have human rights under the fact that I have human rights. When you're talking about twins, that unique DNA strand is going to have human rights because it is a unique DNA strand. Both of them have human rights.
But they're not unique from each other.
So can
They
you
don't
abort
have to
one
be
of the
unique from
twins?
each other, but they're unique from the mother. It's a separate individual from the mother.
So what matters is uniqueness from the mother. Not uniqueness in general, but uniqueness from the mother. Because that feels very arbitrary. That it's
What
not
do you mean? How
uniqueness.
does that? Okay, can you show me a child that has the same exact DNA as their mother?
That is so not relevant to the conversation.
No, okay, so that is the point of what is being said. And yes, it is relevant.
How is it relevant?
Because a lot of pro-choicers, whenever you're talking about the child, it's my body, it's my choice, it's not your body. This is a separate.
Well, don't generalize me because I didn't come at you with that argument.
Yeah, but you were asking me about haploid or about gamete cells. That's not a human being.
It's still part of the human species. So I'm asking you, if it's living and it's human, does that give it human rights innately?
It is not a human. What don't you
It's not
understand
a
about that?
human.
It's still part of the human species. You consider
But
it
it's not
human
a
because
human.
it's not a lizard. It's not a lizard cell.
Yeah, it's not a human. It's not a unique human DNA strand.
Like
She's
your
saying it's not
gynecologist
human because
genetics
the
on this, and it's
DNA is
wild.
directly similar to the mother's. That's what she's saying.
I don't think that, and I'm trying to figure out whether like I just don't know why uniqueness is a protocol to where something can be created or destroyed. I thought that the only way something is violated is if even if it doesn't understand the concept of being violated, right? It can still be outside of its thriving, right? You could do something that's adverse to it, but something that doesn't have a mind, right? Because it recognizes that what you've done is adverse, right? It's got a brain and recognizes it. It doesn't know what it is. It doesn't understand the concept, but it knows that something bad is happening to it that it doesn't want. I don't know that anything that can't recognize or doesn't have the ability to recognize that something's bad happened to it can be created or destroyed, but can be violated. And I'm not sure why we're talking about violating human rights.
So, do you think just because someone isn't aware that something is happening to them that it can't cause them harm?
Well, the thing about so say we have a body, right, and the person has expired, but the body, all 37 trillion cells are still alive, right? All the other 37 trillion cells, but the brain is not there, right? The brain is off. I don't care if the rest of those 37 trillion cells are alive. It cannot be violated. You can take it and put it in an incinerator, put it in the ground, do whatever you're gonna do to it. Nothing matters. None of that matters. The mind
Okay,
is gone.
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, okay? Because I think that this is going to be the defeater of what you just said. So let's say that I'm walking through the park, right? And I fall and I like I fall and I hit a rock and I have a brain injury or a head injury or whatever, and I'm unconscious and I don't know what's going on around me. I don't know what's happening to me, none of that. And a man comes along and he essays me, and I never know that this essay happened. Does that mean that that essay was not an infringement or a violation of my human rights?
Well, you're
Because
still
I
inside
wasn't
your head.
aware. Yeah, but I wasn't aware that it was going on. I didn't
That
know
that
that it
wasn't.
was going
I
on.
didn't say not aware of the event. I said the brain is not there, right? So the brain is not there. There's no mind, right? You are still you, even if you're unconscious, even if you have a brain injury, even if it's not working at full capacity. None of that matters, right? If you're working, if only 12% of your brain is operating, none of that matters. You're still you. You don't want these things to happen to your body. Thus, because the person is still in there, I don't want anyone else in there. It's still a violation. It's absolutely a
So are
violation.
you saying like if you don't have a brain then it's okay?
If you don't have a brain, so what we do with people whose brain has expired, even if all the rest of their cells are alive, we put them in a box and we bury them in the ground, or we put them in an incinerator and put them on the mantelpiece. So
No, we
clearly,
don't put them in
it
a
doesn't
box
have
if
a.
all their other cells are alive. We let the body unalive as well. That's a wild
No, we
thing.
don't. What are you talking about? When a person's brain is gone, you turn everything off if that's your
Yeah,
choice.
that's
Because
letting
the
the
next of
body
kin,
unalive.
okay, okay,
It's
so the
still
person,
dead. You're just not
it's gone.
sustaining it.
We don't take brain dead patients and shove them in a box.
Ma'am, if all 37 trillion cells are still alive outside of the brain, and even if they remained alive, and you would still put this person would still be gone, they'd still be expired, you'd still put them in a box or take them down to the morgue.
Yeah,
With
once the
all
body
37 trillion
unalives.
cells. Man, we're not.
It's already look, if you're brain dead, you are dead. They just have to sustain you. They sustain you through
Yeah,
what? A
I'm
ventilator
aware. I'm
or
very
ECMO
aware of how
something.
this works
I'm
actually.
aware of that.
So
That's that's
we
just your
don't
family.
take people that are hooked up to machines and put them in a box. We unhook them from the machines and allow the body to unalive.
It's already unalived. You're just not sustaining it
No,
anymore.
the
It's
body
already
is not unalive. The brain is unalived. There's a difference.
Oh, so the body is not under life, but the brain is.
Wait,
So like,
wait,
Wait, is
wait.
this a
How old are
child?
you?
Yes, their child. I disconnected them.
That's my point, and we can't correlate a brain unalived patient to a fetus. They have a brain.
Okay, so what about before
fetuses
there's a
have
brain?
brains.
Yeah, what
I
about before the
can't hear
brain
you
is
when you're
developed?
both
Before there's one
speaking.
in. I'm sorry.
Speak, Mary.
I said I can't hear you when you're both speaking. One at a time, please. either one of you gonna say anything, or
We
I'm
did it.
waiting for Keith not to unmute. You can go. Keith Knock, you can unmute.
Oh, I was just waiting. I'd already asked the question. I asked the question. I already asked the question already. Right? It doesn't like. I'm trying to figure out if I, again, this premise is solid. This premise is exact. Right? What you're describing is the events of people and their emotional attachment to the person that used to be there. Right? None of that matters to me, and it doesn't matter to anyone else.
what are you talking about? The person that used to be there. I'm not speaking on this. You are.
You're correct. So what? And again, I gave the premise. The premise is the brain is gone. The body has 37 trillion cells that are still alive. Now, that doesn't have to do with the heart pumping, right? The heart cells, and all the rest of the cells in the body are still alive. The brain has shut down, right? It doesn't matter if the heart's pumping or it's not pumping, or whether machines are hooked up. None of that matters. Those cells are still alive, all 37 trillion. And when we're done with it, right, when we know that brain has expired, we take that person down to the morgue with all 37 trillion cells still functional and alive, and we put them in a box. We absolutely do this.
Okay, what's your point? How is this analogous to the discussion we're having?
Okay, so we have, so when somebody is, before a brain is formed in utero, there is no one to violate. No violation is occurring.
Okay, so do you know when the brain forms in utero?
Doesn't matter. It's not at the moment of conception. And I start from the beginning and work my way back.
Okay, so when's your cutoff for abortion?
Again, we're starting to substantiate one. If you're conceding to the moment of conception, then that's fine. And if you concede to that, then I'll work my way back and I'll get beat later on. But
What do
are
you
you
mean
conceding?
concede to conception?
Concede. There's no brain. There's no violation at the moment of conception.
Well,
Well, I
he's
don't agree
saying.
to that,
I
but I
would
can agree that
disagree.
you believe that.
I would disagree because I think you're robbing this human of their future experiences, and I value future consciousness and future sentience and all that other bullcrap.
This is a claim.
So you're speaking to potentiality then.
Yeah, this is a claim you guys are making, not me. I don't care about consciousness or a brain. I care about a human being and being alive. That's it. Those are my qualifiers.
Do you give human rights to a zygote?
Yeah, they're human and alive.
Do you give human rights to amputated parts?
Oh my god, I'm not having that conversation again. I already
Oh,
had that
why
last
not?
week. Were you the one I had that conversation with?
I think so, and I don't remember how you answered. Did you say that
Yes.
we're obliged to hook an amputated part up to life support?
No.
And now you're going to presuppose our answer?
No, but
we had a
because I've had this
conversation about
conversation, I just forgot what you said the last time.
I don't want to get too off topic. We can come back to that if you want to again, but I don't want to get too off topic.
Well, it's not off topic because it's applying your exact criteria for human rights. You said
Yeah,
human
okay,
alive.
so a leg or whatever, blah blah blah, is not a human being. I'm in the
And
middle of
why
a conversation
why
with
is it not if
Tina.
it's human and alive?
Yeah, I said a human being and alive. That's what I said.
Why is one side of the cut a human being and the other side is not? Is it because one side has a brain
Oh my
and the other
god,
one
we already
doesn't?
had this conversation. I'm in the middle of a debate. Can you not derail, please?
Mary, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you know what being means as it pertains to human being?
What being means.
Yeah.
Yeah, just it's gonna be a human.
No,
with,
but
like, a body.
human being, what does being mean in that essence?
Existing.
Simple existence.
That's what I would say. A living
Yeah.
being. So a living being would be like a human being.
Right.
In existence is how I would describe it without referring to a dictionary.
Well, I just looked it up on Google and it says a person's essence or soul, a person.
That would
So
be
I'm just
right.
asking, what's your definition of human being?
Yeah, just like a person, like a individual person.
A person. What does person mean?
That's circular.
How is that circular?
That's the big eight.
Hold on, just answer my question because I'm the one that's talking to you. What does person mean?
Like, do you want the actual definition of person?
What is a person?
An
What makes
individual.
What makes an individual a person?
What do you mean?
Okay,
Being an
look.
individual.
Opposed to a person versus an animal versus a fish versus
Yeah.
a plant.
I think she's made it pretty plain.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking human
Human
person.
strands of DNA. I mean, you've been
I
here.
So
don't
if
know
you
what
want to
else.
drill down to it, you check
You've wait.
the DNA of a living being, and it would
Yeah, like, I
determine
don't know
whether
what else
it's
you want me
a
to say. I've said
person,
all of
a
this like 5
fish,
I
a
don't
dog,
want you
a
to
mouse.
explain a word by using one specific word, individual. I want you to give me,
Yeah,
because
so
you know what? And other animals can be individuals too.
Wait, she's already explained
I
this.
said human with the unique DNA. Human with unique DNA makes you a person in the species that we're speaking on. I'm not speaking on fish or frogs or dolphins. I'm speaking on humans. I thought that was pretty
Okay.
clear.
And the
And why
question
do
was,
they
what
have
is a being?
why does that give it innate value?
Because we value our species.
So this is all
Who's
about
we?
Hannah. Okay, so like I was rudely interrupted again. This keeps happening to me tonight.
It's your turn.
I don't know how do I pronounce your name? Is it Keith?
yes.
Okay. So are you saying that once someone has a brain, that's when we should give them moral consideration?
I do. I absolutely do.
Okay, so are you aware on when we develop a brain? Does it have to be like a full brain? Does it just have to be like the brain starting to develop?
I would think capable of thought, capable of a singular individual thought.
So it has to be capable of thoughts.
I think you should once a fetus can observe personhood or observe some sentience, then it gives it value. It gives it consideration and rights.
Okay, what would you consider like a sentient experience?
Consciousness, self-awareness, use of language, etc. These are things that people have already like philosophically brought up for us and given us these characteristics that we can
Yeah,
then.
but young children do not have self-awareness.
Yeah, like a newborn's not gonna have this.
Well, a newborn would communicate when they're hungry,
But they don't have
when they're
self-awareness.
uncomfortable.
They're still sentient.
They've done something called a mirror test to figure out when self-awareness begins, and it does not begin until around 18 months old.
They were
Oh, no. Babies can see in a mirror long before
It's not
18. They
about
even
them
have
being able to
toys.
see in a
It's
mirror.
not
It's
about
about them being
seeing
able
it in
to
a
follow
mirror. It's
their
about
reflection.
recognizing
I mean,
themselves
they
as
even
themselves.
speak before 18 months sometimes.
They
Okay,
weren't
well,
saying that
even
they
so,
need to be self-aware. They were
Yeah,
just
you
giving that
said
as one of the
self-aware.
possible examples.
They are not self-aware until around 18 months. So like if I
you
place my
don't.
baby
Okay, so
in
even
front of a
so,
mirror at like
I don't want you to
10
hinge on that.
months. Wait, do we hear me talking? If I place myself or my child in front of a mirror at 10 months old, they're going to see themselves, yes. Are they going to be self-aware that this is them they're staring at? No. They're
I
going
don't
to
want you to
think they're
hinge on
staring
that
at a
though.
baby.
I brought that up because that's
Stop
just
interrupting.
one of like what the 7 characteristics of personhood. And there are things that fetuses at or past 16 weeks can observe. And it's not just self-awareness, it's not just consciousness or use of language. They can observe.
So,
Oop. She must have got a call.
yeah. Yeah, we're going to stop this interrupting you. Butterfly, I'm about to go off your rules for a minute in this muting thing because they have interrupted Mary all night long. Now the new lady, is it Jen? Can we call you
Yes,
Jen?
Hi.
Is it Jen? Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
She's been very respectful. Appreciate that.
Well, I just joined, so I don't want to interrupt, but
You did. Hadn't
I'm
stopped
waiting for
anyone.
my in.
Hadn't
Hey,
stopped anyone else. Okay, squiggle lines. Can you just hold on just a second? Okay,
Squiggle
Miss
lines.
Jen. Well, I don't know what her name is.
You can just call me Kitty. I don't expect you to
Kitty.
be able to read this.
Giddy. Okay. All right. Miss Jen, do you want to talk to Mary?
Well, I wasn't sure what the actual question was. Is it when does I jumped in late, so I didn't want to
Well, are you
what was the
pro-life or
question?
pro-choice?
Sorry,
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice.
Okay.
If I
Why?
may, real quick,
Why
I'm gonna
am I
go ahead and
pro-choice?
drop. If there's ever another live that I see, I'm gonna come back up. But it's just getting late, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop. See
Okay.
y'all.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night, my friend.
Hi. So the question was, why am I pro-choice, Mary?
Yeah, why are you pro-choice?
Because I believe that that's one of the God-given gifts that we have given is the ability to of free will. Right?
Okay,
That's one
so
of the gifts
you're
that God has given us as human beings. We were given the ability of free will. And when I say pro-choice, that doesn't mean I'm pro-abortion. I'm
it
just
does, but a
believe
lot of
that.
pro-choicers think that.
I'm sorry?
It does mean you're pro-abortion, but a lot of pro-choicers have a hard time admitting
No,
that for some
that's like
reason.
I could believe for myself one thing and not and if somebody else believes something else, I won't judge them for it because I believe they have the right to choose for themselves.
Right. So there's a difference. She's not advising people to go get abortions, but she won't force them to not get them.
Yeah,
There's a
and that is
difference.
being for abortion.
I'm sorry?
No, that is simply allowing people to exercise their rights.
So, Mary, I'm getting that you're pro-life and that you believe as soon as but I'm jumping in late, so if correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're
So it's
fine.
your belief that once you know at the moment of conception, then that's life, right? That's it
Yeah,
for you? Is that how you believe?
yeah, that's not my belief. That's scientific fact.
Okay, so based on that, I have a question for you. People who are going for artificial insemination or that sort of procedure because they're having trouble conceiving,
Mm-hmm.
normally they fertilize multiple eggs in a petri dish.
Right.
And they'll implant maybe 3 or 4
Mm-hmm.
fertilized eggs in hopes that one will take, right?
Right.
Now, sometimes more than 3 or 4 are fertilized in a dish, and they say there's 6 eggs fertilized in a dish, and they implant 3. What do they do with the rest of the 3? Are they alive? What should they do with that? If that's your belief, because right now, I don't know if I don't think they go in the garbage, but they're not brought to full term.
Well, a lot of times, I think that they're frozen in case the parents decide they want to do this again, right? And then I would say, like, if they are like discarded, yeah, I would say that this is like morally wrong.
Why? What gives fertilized eggs that are in a tiny petri dish value?
The fact that they're human life.
That's
They are humans.
That's genuinely, honestly, that's just not enough. Because
When that's your opinion.
human life can go past conception. Human life is anything under the human species that is biotic, that is not dead.
Right.
So what gives it
But
value?
these are unique individual humans. They're not just, of the human species, or like these are and would turn into humans that walk, talk, breathe, have a life. That's the difference.
I wouldn't consider a zygote an individual.
Well, I would, and by definition it is.
Okay, so if somebody is, say, for example, pregnant, Should the moment start of child support? Can we ensure a like a woman who's 8 weeks pregnant, can she now get life insurance for that unborn child? And if say she miscarries before the child is born, get that life insurance money?
Hold on a second, because you can't even get life insurance on a newborn.
Well, I'm just saying, for argument's sake, people can. Wait a minute. You can't get insurance for a newborn? Yes, you
You
can.
can't get, no, you cannot.
I've gotten,
No,
well, I don't
life
know. In
insurance does
Canada, where
not
I live,
insure a
as soon as
child.
my child
Life
was born,
insurance,
I was approached in
no,
the
yeah, but the
hospital
life insurance, if you
for
read the fine print of the life insurance policy, it will not take effect until the child is over 21 days old, because of the likelihood that they will
21
have.
days. Okay.
Yeah, because if they have, because of
Okay.
postnatal demise, they will not insure a child under the age of 21 days old.
Yeah, but that rule can change, no?
So can the rule about whether you can get life insurance while you're pregnant.
Right. Okay. So you
So
feel
what's your
that
point?
if at the moment of conception, if it was possible to insure this life, it should be allowed.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that it would be like appropriate, because like if you're a couple weeks pregnant and you miscarry, why would you need life insurance? Like, you're not going to have a funeral held for this child.
Some people do. Maybe not at
No,
that
I
young, but
don't.
I've been
Yeah,
to a funeral
show me
where
an instance where someone held a whole
the fetus
funeral.
was what, 20 weeks old.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, I would be totally okay with a mother having some kind of coverage to be. I actually just went through this in my personal life. I just watched my cousin 2 days ago give birth to a 25-week-old baby that had passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And yes,
So
I absolutely think she should have the resources available to her to not have to pay for that. And this, I would absolutely be okay with coverage for mothers in this situation. You wouldn't be? Because that's pretty screwed up.
well, where's the money coming from?
You pay into a policy. That's what life insurance is.
Right. So if you pay into a policy for, say, a few months,
Yeah.
which might be
If
what,
I
maybe
go and get a life
$500,
insurance,
$100 a month, let's say, for an example, and the policy is worth 100,000, and the
yeah.
child dies and miscarries, then
Okay, you have to
I
stop
don't
saying the
understand
D
that
word.
reasoning.
Okay,
But
hold on. You have to stop saying the D word. You have to say unalive, for TikTok reasons.
Yeah, I would be, I mean, I don't know why we're arguing about life insurance policies right now, but yeah,
I'm
obviously
not
I would
arguing.
be
I'm
like,
just using it as an example as when should life start.
yeah, I would be definitely okay with any mother that's gestating a pregnancy that loses this pregnancy to have the option to have a policy to bury her child if something were to go wrong. Yes, I'm completely, totally, 100% okay with that.
And a
Can
pregnant
we?
woman should be able to receive child support as well from the father before the child.
Yeah, I think
Can I?
fathers should definitely have to help with expenses, medical care, things that are needed during pregnancy. Absolutely. I'm totally okay with that too.
Then
I
we.
don't agree.
That
I
one.
don't. Okay, I want to kind of say something on that though. I don't agree with child support during pregnancy for one reason and one reason only, because prenatal DNA tests are very invasive, and you put the child at risk for doing most doctors are going to advise you to wait until the child is born, and if you can't prove, I believe all child support cases, and a lot of people heard me talk about this last night, all child support cases that go to the court, there should be a paternity test completed, all of them, even if the parties are married, there should be a paternity test. Because let's say this man gives this woman all this money while she's pregnant, this child is born, and it's obvious that it's not his kid, then what? She's gonna have to pay
No,
him
hold
back
on.
all this money?
So in this hypothetical, there is a de facto being set, and that de facto is the legitimacy of this child will just in general just not be questioned in this hypothetical.
Right, I understand that, but she asked about agreeing if child support should happen at the moment of conception, and I was answering what she asked. I would say no, because prenatal DNA or paternity tests are very invasive and put the child at risk, and it's better to wait until the child is born. And this man without proof that this child is his, because the woman doesn't need proof the child belongs to her. Without proof that this child belongs to him, I don't see an obligation.
Like, I understand where you're coming from, but yeah, that they are invasive. That doesn't I also want to add that doesn't necessarily mean that they're like unsafe. Because
Most
they are.
They are
whenever
unsafe.
yeah, they are unsafe. There's a lot of risk.
What, like an amniocentesis?
Yeah.
They're not unsafe.
They are unsafe. There's a higher risk of miscarriage if you get an amniocentesis done.
When are you doing them?
I mean,
at the
it would
moment of
depend.
conception, like how are you going to prove at the moment of conception that this is his child without doing a procedure that's unsafe?
Well, obviously, the fetus, the zygote, isn't even developed enough to do something like that.
But why can't you
at
just wait until the
conception.
child's born?
Because she's
Right.
asking about child support during
Oh no, I
pregnancy.
believe that maybe you could have you have an argument for like once the child's born and a DNA test is performed, maybe he should have to pay back child support. I would get behind that. But as far as child support being established during pregnancy, I don't think that is plausible. I think he could pay back child support, but I don't agree with like.
But there's a
Okay,
problem with
Gen
that.
V, I had a question for you
What about
earlier.
if he prepays?
Or like, I guess
Let me
something that I
get
wanted
in
to
here,
tell you.
y'all. Hold on. But there's a problem with that, Butterfly, and somebody in the comments made a comment to it too. There's a problem with that, and that is the first day the child is born, the father, through no fault of his own, is already behind in child support, and there are huge impacts to and lots of fines and penalties and jail and lose your fishing license and your driver's license and you get a whole bunch of stuff that can happen when a father or mother even, but it's mostly fathers, is behind on child support. So
Yeah, I would say though, Mark, that like if they're like, I would say like you would call it something like prenatal child support. If his rears are from prenatal child support, they could just set the child support plan up the way they do. If you file child support and it takes years for paternity or to get the father in court, and now when this father actually gets to court, they're years behind in child support because they go from the moment you file. That they set up a plan. They like add like so much a month onto the child support to like pay these rears a little at a time. I wouldn't say that he's obligated to this all at once. I would say that that would be kind of unreasonable.
So I have a question. Miss Jen, and I've Keith, please bear with me, my friend. I only have a couple more minutes, and I've got to drop. I get to finish a gravel driveway tomorrow, and I'm so broke I can't pay attention, and I got to go shovel the gravel myself, dude. I can't even hire somebody. So I'm literally, I feel like I'm in 30s Germany marching off to battle with a shovel over my shoulder. Anyway, different topic, different day. So Miss Jen, I swear this is not a got you. It's just a question, okay? Please don't feel like I'm coming at you. But you came up here, and I really appreciated the way you did so. We're this choice.
Your audio's cutting out.
You said God-given rights. So if we're following those God-given principles, best of circumstances, the father would be right there, and they would be supporting all along during the pregnancy. I can tell you, I never missed a ultrasound, a doctor's visit. My wife had 5 children. He had, and so I mean, I mean, in the world that you kind of described a little bit there, just a little bit, it's like they should be there with you. There should be no missing child support because he's making money. You're maybe making money, maybe not, depending on what you want to do, and he should be supporting already. Would you agree?
Gen V, are you still there?
I am. I'm listening.
Okay, that was
Is
it.
there a question for me?
Yeah, would you agree that in the best of worlds he would be there with you already, and that would negate a need for child support?
Sorry? I
I
just couldn't
think
hear
he's
you. There was noise
saying,
in the background.
yeah, I think he's saying that child support wouldn't be in question if the father was already there pre and at conception or and past that.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
I had a question
yeah,
for you.
of course. Like when a child is conceived out of love or is a planned pregnancy, God's father will be there from day one. But the argument is, when does I thought that the discussion was, when does life start? Well, if life starts as conception, then everything should be, so the child should be treated as if it was alive,
Yeah, I
living,
have something to speak
right?
to that, and I want
So,
Mary to chime in too after I share my thought. Um, so if we already know that like life begins at and before, even before conception, because it's still biotic, it's still living. So
well,
what exactly, what
my
kind of
opinion
life
on
are you
that
guys
is
talking?
that if something cannot survive on its own, I don't believe it's alive.
That's the argument of viability, and so that's why I want to talk to the pro-life people in the panel. What exactly is life then? Because we already know it's like biotic, it's living even before conception. Like the gamete cells, they're living, and then at conception, it's still living, it's still a life. So, like, what exactly does a life entail?
You just explained it, actually. I mean, I'm not going to
Well, I
speak for
mean,
Mary, but that is what pro-lifers think.
well, okay. So if you guys say it begins at conception, then before conception, is it biotic or no?
I mean,
Before
yes.
conception,
What
it's
do you mean, like a
nothing.
sperm?
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
sperm is a living cell, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
Yeah,
not
still
it's a
living,
alive.
it's still
But
living
it's
biotic.
not a
cell.
new, unique
It's
human
not a
organism.
unique human individual with its very own genetic makeup. We're genetically complete at conception. We have our own unique DNA at conception. Your eye color is determined, your hair color is determined. You are a unique human individual at conception.
At what point though? At what point at like where?
At
Where exactly?
conception.
At fertilization for pro-lifers.
When the two
Yeah.
halves of
Once,
DNA come
So
together.
yeah.
So, in that argument, an egg and a sperm, put together in a petri dish, should
Yep.
be alive.
Yep.
That would
That's a
logically
human
follow.
life.
Okay, and so we leave those two in a petri dish and don't do anything else with it. Then what?
And then it dies.
Then that's a human being that
Because
is
it was
unalive.
never really alive.
No,
No,
that's
how can something
murder.
No, it was
die?
alive, and then
How
it
can
died.
something die if it wasn't alive?
Well, that's the
Said
argument,
that.
right? So if
Did he
a
say that?
sperm and an egg fertilize, there's 10 of them in a petri dish, and you just leave it, then
Then it dies.
Unalive.
well, how
I
does
don't
it
know
die?
what the
How does it
question
die?
is.
It just keeps.
Because it was alive. And so then it died because it wasn't able to like carry on the growth. Like obviously once
Well,
you
when
fertilize
something is
them,
alive,
they either
they
need
need
Oh,
to.
I'm in the middle of responding.
They need to
So
breathe.
obviously once they are fertilized, you either need to freeze them or use them. And using them is putting them into a uterus so it can keep growing. And hopefully it attaches, but like that doesn't negate the fact that it wasn't alive. That's why it's able to die.
No, well,
Yeah.
it was never able to eat. It was never able to breathe. So
Eat?
it never got to that point where
They don't eat.
that's
I
right.
think the zygote, it has some energy built in,
Something's
doesn't it?
happening.
It doesn't need to eat
They do.
to
It's
start
inside the
dividing.
cell wall.
I
Yeah,
have
there's
another
a
question.
wall, and inside the cell wall, there's this a membrane, and you have fluid that is contained. It's not necessarily the process of eating, but it is consumption, right? So it is doing
So
something
then
as
you
far as
just leave it,
consuming.
right? It should be alive. It should, if it's alive at that point, then We
It
could just
is.
leave it and it would become a human being, no? If that's the argument.
Everything that's alive doesn't complete homeostasis, right? There are lots of things that are alive that we recognize that are alive that aren't completing the process of homeostasis. I'm sorry, that's not correct, and that even as a pro-choicer,
Yeah.
I can stand behind
Okay,
that.
so what do you do with the 10 fertilized eggs in that petri dish? You freeze it, and then if the mother and father don't want 10 kids,
Yeah,
they
this
only
is going to be
wanted two,
morally
it just stays
bankrupt.
frozen forever?
Yeah, that's what this is.
They're
Like,
incinerated.
the IVF is immoral to pro-lifers because you are creating a human life and plan on doing nothing with it.
But that
This
sounds
is
kind of odd because
Okay,
you're
so wait, hold on.
pro-life and two people cannot conceive for whatever reason, then it's immoral to try and
no, it's not
have a
immoral
baby?
for them to use IVF. The way that IVF is done, I have no problem with IVF. But if we're going to fertilize 20 eggs and you're only going to use 4 of them, that's immoral to me. I think you
Might
should
have to
only
use.
use
Hold on, I have a
4
question for
eggs.
Mary. Okay, so I just searched it up, and they don't do any kind of genetic testing on zygotes or whatever embryos, and unless it's IVF. That's the only
Yeah.
exception, IVF.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that completely negate your point about like the genetic uniqueness or whatever, because you can't even tell it's genes or DNA at that point.
No. I'm saying
There's stages of development. It doesn't go from point A to point B by teleporting. It has to develop these genes. It has to develop this
No,
DNA.
it doesn't develop DNA and develop genes. You have that once the two things meet.
The fertilization, yeah.
Yes. It doesn't matter if you test them and find out something's wrong with them or not. They're still there. They still have the chromosomes. They still have the genes. They still have the DNA. Like, I don't know what you mean by, like, they don't
Okay,
test it.
and
Yeah, obviously they don't test it.
I have another question.
They test it at 15 weeks pregnant.
For IVF, the earliest they do
No, they
is
test it when you're pregnant. You get genetic testing done when you're between 15 and 18 weeks pregnant, and you find out if you're. That's how women find
well,
out if
I'm
they're
speaking
pregnant
to
with
the IVF for like embryos and stuff like that. Like,
yeah, they do genetic testing on embryos in IVF. This
okay,
is
so my next
literally,
question.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh my god. Okay, so my next question was, since you're against IVF, since it's creating a human being and it's completely depriving it of its future, right? So does that
Well,
mean the only value you can give to a human being is its potentiality for etc.?
what do you mean its potentiality for etc.? You're gonna have to elaborate a little more on that.
Okay, so earlier, during the topic of IVF, you were talking about some IVF is immoral in this aspect because it creates human life. It fertilizes all these eggs, and it just leaves them there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm asking you, because they are deprived of that future, which is what you said. You said they're depriving them of a future. Because they are deprived of that future, is that the only value you can then tie to them? The potentiality for a future?
No, I don't know how many times I have to. I feel like a broken record at this point. I give them value because they are human beings and they are alive.
Your stance is not consistent then.
My stance is very consistent. All that matters
It's
to
not
me
consistent
is
because
human and
earlier
alive.
during the IVF topic, you specifically said the reason why you are against IVF in a certain aspect is because it deprives them of a future.
I did not say that's the reason I'm against IVF.
You did.
No, I didn't, because I don't believe that. So why would I say that? I've never said that in my life.
You said you're against IVF because it creates several human lives without allowing them to have a future.
What? Who said that?
No, I did not.
Well,
I mean,
Mary,
to be
you said
fair, I
what you said
turned the
was
volume
happening was
down for
that
a
20
sec,
eggs were
but
fertilized and only 4 were being used. So what? This other 16, they don't get to develop, they don't get to flourish because they're frozen, right?
Well, no, if they're frozen, that's fine. like if they have the like I'm not against IVF per se. I'm against that the certain ways that it can be done and the way that they do it, but I'm not against IVF. Like if you want to have
I just
eggs
said like against it in
drawn,
that aspect.
yeah, if you want to have like embryos done, IVF, have as many as you want, freeze them, use them, great,
Okay,
good, you
so
know, great for you.
wouldn't that
But
negate your earlier point on like natural rights that you tie to these human beings?
no, because as long as there is like the willingness to use them, I mean, this would be no different than getting an abortion, right? Like if we have these frozen embryos and they decide like they want them destroyed, this is going to be the same thing as an abortion. But if we have these embryos and they're frozen, put back for later usage, whatever they plan on using them, I have no issue with that.
And what if they don't want them? For example, you know,
yeah, if they don't want them, I'm
it's
going to
not
say
guaranteed
that's
that it's
immoral.
automatic fertilization. They try to fertilize multiple eggs at the same time, hoping that at least, you know, a few are fertilized. But
How is it
since a
immoral?
couple only wants, say, 3 kids in their lifetime, but they have
then don't fertilize 30
6
eggs.
fertilized eggs in the
They
lab.
do that. They do that. Hold
But
on.
they
They do
can't
that
predict how
because
many
they
are gonna
cannot
be
guarantee.
fertilized.
They cannot guarantee that at least one will end up being fertilized. They do that just to guarantee at least 30, at least 20, whatever, to guarantee that there will be a positive outcome from the IVF.
Right. And so if
Right. So like
couple
once this is done, you guys are obviously not
multiple
understanding.
fertilized
Okay,
eggs.
Jimmy, I'm
Gen V, let Mary
speaking.
speak.
Be quiet.
Hold on. Yeah, there's too many people talking at once. Let her talk.
I don't know if
Mary,
you guys
go
just
ahead.
don't know how it works or if you're like getting confused, but if they're to the point where they're frozen, they already know that these are good, right? They've done the genetic testing, they freeze these to save them for later dates. Like, I don't know what the disconnect is here. I have no
Okay,
problem.
so and then those human beings that are frozen, isn't that depriving them of their natural right to
No.
I never said natural rights. I said human rights.
Human rights, natural rights, they're like they're
But if they're
analogous.
frozen,
No,
they
if
can
they
still
froze
be
them for
alive
5
one day.
years
Like,
and then
what does
decide
this
to
matter?
use them, great. That's great. But if they leave them there or discard them, that's when I see it as immoral.
So as long
How?
as
Why is it immoral?
frozen,
Because it's the same thing as getting an abortion. It's ending a human life.
It's not, because abortion under law is just removing any single entity from the uterus.
Abortion
She
ends a
said
human
she
life.
views it the same way, though, because you're still discarding a human life that could be your baby.
Yes. It's the same thing.
That could be, as in potentially.
For a frozen embryo, yeah, that is going to be a lot more
once
potential
again, like
than
I'm
one
saying,
that's
is the only
implanted.
value you can attach to an embryo
Oh my
its
God.
potentiality?
No. Oh
but
my
that's not their
I've
stance.
said human and alive like 8 million times. I'm sick of hearing my own self
I'm
say.
speaking to Wildflower right now.
Wildflower's
Oh, you're talking to me now?
pro-choice.
No, she don't know that. What was their question?
Wildflower, are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm pro-choice, but why does that matter?
Yeah, me too.
Because
Apple,
I'm
you
wondering,
made it.
I did, yeah.
I'm wondering
Okay, wait,
if you
what's
guys.
your question though?
I assumed you were pro-life because you were arguing that against the potentiality.
Well, because the things that you're saying, well, okay, just because I don't agree with your stance doesn't mean that I'm the opposite. Like, no, like I understand the pro-life stance. I especially understand Mary. She's my wife, so I mean, but
Yeah.
like, yeah, like if you're gonna say that there's some sort of potential that they're discarding or that they're not discarding when they're not gonna use that, that's just. Like it just, I think it's so obvious. Of course, there's potential. If it's a fertilized egg that is capable of being used as far as placing into the uterus and hoping it attaches, then yeah, that is a potential baby. But I don't know what it is you're not like what you're
Because
trying to argue
she's
against, I
wanting me
guess.
to try to admit that I am valuing potential, and that wouldn't be at conception. When to
Keith,
me,
you have to
this is
swipe
not a
out. You have an
potential
echo.
human. It is a human. It is a genetically complete human. It is not a potential human. It is one already.
Can you repeat what you said about the freezing part? Like, can we throw out if they're once their embryos are frozen, we're not allowed to throw them out. We have to implant them.
I mean, yeah, I would see it as morally bankrupt to throw them out.
Isn't there like a due date? Like after a certain number of years, they spoil, right? You have to like.
An
It's
expiration
like
date.
60 years.
They can be freezing up. I thought it was 30. I was gonna say they could freeze them up to 30 years, but
Yeah, it's like
maybe it's
something
60. I
crazy.
don't
So
Okay, so let's say we're up to the due date. The 30-year mark is right around the corner. It's tomorrow. We gotta take this egg out, and we gotta find some woman to put it in.
no, because I would say that's on the parents, right? Because we have a parental obligation to our children. I would say it's a morally bankrupt for the parents to do this, not
Can
just
I?
anybody off the street.
And Mary, just to clarify, is the thing that you're against is like the fact that they would harvest so many at once?
Yes, that's like I
Okay,
have no
yeah, because
issue
there's
with IVF.
different ways. Yeah, because you guys, there's different ways of doing IVF. Some they call it ethically done, some they call it non-ethically, whatever. Which I get the whole point is to like take as many eggs as you can access out so that you can try to fertilize all of them because likelihood is going to be better for you. However, not a lot of people like have the time, money, and access to do that or have enough eggs.
Yeah,
But at
and
the
that's
same
like
time, too, the ethically done ones, they're only going to harvest a few. They're not going to take 30 if they're able to and just like fertilize them all. Like, that's the one that usually pro lifers are against.
and
Oh,
I
so
think
just a
that's
couple
a
extra are okay? Like if we make just 2 extra fertilized ones and we throw those out, that's fine?
no.
No, we
That's
would
like what
freeze
I think
them.
a lot of
Who's
people
pro-life and who's pro-choice here?
misconstrue too is that like get as many eggs out as you want to. I don't give a shit. Get out 65 eggs if you want to. We don't have to fertilize these eggs. They can do testing on the eggs to see if
Mm-hmm.
they're likely to be fertilized. And
Mary, are
then
you
they can
pro-choice?
also do genetic testing on the embryos once they're, put together, sperm and egg meet, they're fertilized. They can do genetic testing on those as well. I don't have an
Why
issue
is
with
there
how many eggs you
300
get
people in
out.
here? Did you see that a second ago? There's like 500 people in here a second ago. What's happening?
It's been doing that all morning.
Wildflower. I will say,
It's 12:38 a.m.
Mary,
years
are you
thought
pro-life
it
or
was
pro-choice?
hold on.
Wildflower.
It was like a scam or not a scam. It was like a glitch, but I've literally been clicking it and scrolling, and like that's how many people's in here.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So,
Yeah.
Good for
Wildflower,
you.
why are you pro-choice?
Oh, I can tell you in just a second. I really want to hear what Apple has to say, though. They were losing their mind in the chat, not requesting, and now they're here. So, like, why are you pro-choice, Apple?
Well, it's
Oh, dang.
Seriously? What
Bad
the
time for a phone
fuck?
call.
hello.
Damn the build up and then the letdown.
That seemed so intentional. Okay, go ahead.
What?
You
Why are
paused
you
right when
pro-choice?
you went to answer. Oh my god, dude, is this why you want to come up? Are you doing this on purpose now?
Probably.
No, I promise. It was a glitch. I promise. Well, mostly it's because I'm Jewish, and a lot of feminism was pioneered by Jewish people, and that is something that I firmly believe.
Oh,
Alright,
wow.
you're a troll.
Oh my god.
In the fuck is he? Never mind.
Yeah,
I'm
feminism
so
is
disappointed.
trash.
They were trying to come up here for so long.
They can't handle my intellect. No, they can't handle this. You don't want no parts of this brain. Fuck out of here.
You guys should have heard Apple
Right.
out, to be honest. Because religion is a valid point for a lot of people.
Wait, so you guys are talking
But
about pro-life or pro-choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, abortion.
But
Yeah.
Hello Kitty, did you say why am I pro-choice?
Yeah, I asked you why you're pro-choice.
Well, it went to dumb it down and nutshell it because there's a bunch of reasons. I just don't think once somebody finds out they're pregnant that they lose rights.
Yeah, and for me, I don't think I ever said why I'm pro-choice, but for me, it's because at least before 16 weeks, I think it's fine to abort because I don't really give value to the fetus at that point.
Why 16 weeks? What happens at 16 weeks that you grant it moral consideration?
Trump gives 16 weeks too.
Well,
Okay, well,
Wow.
at least to me, because at 16 weeks you can see like the fetus is observing the characteristics of a, like, I guess I would say person,
Yeah, but
a functioning
even
person.
what do you
even
mean
off the
by
full weeks,
characteristics?
I mean, it has you can tell when it has like, what consciousness, a use of language, ability to like move, like utilizing its
Consciousness isn't.
limbs.
Wait,
Use of
consciousness
language.
isn't. Hold on, consciousness isn't observable until like around viability. So around
Well, it's just
20
one
to 24
characteristic
weeks.
of personhood that I think, at least,
okay,
a
Oh yeah, I
fetus
don't think
should.
you obtain personhood till you're born.
okay,
Well,
I
you
but
don't
can
know.
no wait, hold on. You can definitely observe some characteristics of personhood in utero.
you can
Sure,
So yeah,
but I
you
don't
can
think
you
you
can
obtain
observe
it
them.
until you're born. But yeah, go
off
ahead,
the
Keith. Sorry.
okay.
You said me.
Am I the only pro-life person on this panel right now?
No,
No, I
you're
am as
pro-choice,
well.
but Keith's
I'm
trying to talk
butterfly.
too, though.
I'm not pro-choice.
Well, I was
Myself.
pro-life for the longest
Man, we were
time.
hoping Keith would talk, though. He has to
Okay.
unmute and shit. Sorry, Alyssa.
I was
Go ahead.
unmuting, but I didn't want to cut nobody off, man. I ain't trying to cut nobody off, man. It's ladies in here, so y'all got the uteruses, so I'd like to let y'all get y'all shit up before I say
That's
anything.
real.
So
Okay, Alyssa, do you
the
want
only part
to?
about that is when we start talking about personhood,
Oh,
I don't know that there's a circumstance where we can assess that personhood starts here or starts there, right? I think that there's a point in utero, obviously, where this becomes a person, but the human mind is like the autonomic reactions aren't the same as individual thought. And I'm not going to give anything, and I don't think any of us do it, right? As human beings, we don't recognize this, as we would never recognize cellular life as sentient life, and people don't live their life the same way that they make their stance. And since we don't live our lives that way, it doesn't make sense to me that someone would have a stance that controls their thoughts and the process of their thoughts for things that they don't live, which is very odd.
Okay,
Keith, are you
well,
driving? I heard your
No.
voice is very
I
dangerous.
am not. I am not. I'm pulled over. I am sitting in my seat.
okay.
See, I would disagree with you
I
because,
was
like, one of the biggest reasons, and a lot of people say it's a plea to emotion. One of the reasons I don't offer an essay exception is because I actually have a child from essay, and so I do base my stance in things that I have experienced.
well.
Yeah, I base mine in stuff I've experienced too, because even though I am pro-life, I do give exceptions that your average pro-lifer would not give. Like I give essay exception, I give a minor exception, and I give a medical exception not only for the mother but also for the baby. Like if the baby's not going to be compatible with life, I definitely think that this mother should have the option to choose
What do you
whether
mean
she
by
wants to.
compatible with life?
Like if it's diagnosed with something that, like, I'm gonna get into a little bit of an anecdotal, but I've been going through my personal life. My cousin just had her baby 2 days ago. The baby unalived inside of her, but she was diagnosed with high drops, among other things. They knew that the baby wouldn't survive, and I think in a situation like that, if the mother decides that she doesn't want to carry up until the baby unalives, that's going to be justified.
Okay.
I don't
I
think
would have to agree.
yeah, I don't think a mother, and then like my sister also, we didn't know it was going to happen. But like in the scenario, she had my nephew full term. Complications happened during his birth. Her placenta detached, and he lived for 39 hours and then unalived. And what we seen in the room when he was pulled off of life support was so bad that I developed PTSD and a panic disorder. And I don't think, like, if we would have known something like that was going to happen, like if he was diagnosed with something, I don't think a mother should have to sit and witness that and go through that.
Yeah,
If she
send my
didn't want to.
condolences to your cousin, please.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually have to go to the funeral home tomorrow for arrangements.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
yeah.
Nothing in the world
was the loss of a child. I've never known anything that felt that way. I've never felt that feeling since. Nothing has even been close.
Yeah.
Nothing compares. And like when people say something like that, I would take an eternity in hell to have one more second with my child. So I understand every bit of that shit, man. So there's nothing worse than that.
Yeah, I don't think
Well, yeah, I was gonna
any
say that I used to be pro life, like completely pro life. Um, but then I had to start looking at the statistics because for me, I like the actual truth, not anecdotal incidences and not like what people perceive to be the truth, what our
right.
specific sides say, like what pro-lifers say or what pro-choicers say. Because the truth is, a lot of people speaking are not, even pro-choice people are not even educated on a lot of things. So when I went to the statistics and I looked up who is getting an abortion, right? What are the statistics saying? And when I found out that almost 50% of women are actually, they have a partner, right? 10% are unspecified. They don't know if they have a partner or not. But then almost 20% of them are actually married that are getting abortions. And then, like, out of all of that, almost 16 to 20% of people that are getting abortions, it's not because of elective, it's actually because of health reasons. That's what actually opened my eyes that, wait a minute, like, that means that if you're taking away abortion, you could be in a ectopic pregnancy where it gets stuck in your fallopian tubes. And if you don't have access to abortion, then you're gonna just die. You're gonna bleed out, because if you look at the law, the legislation and how it's written in certain states, it doesn't give option for life of the mother.
Yeah,
So
I
that
know
makes
some.
you so that makes
Yeah,
you
I
have
know
to
in some
actually,
states.
well, yeah, some states, but it depends on to what extent, and if there's like, it just depends on so many things. And so I'm not actually willing to risk the lives of women dying just because, yes, of course, there is a larger percent that do it electively, which is, yeah, for sure. But then I like to look into the reasons, though, why
It's
women
still
are
elective.
getting an abortion. And if you look into the reasons why women are getting abortions, I think the way that it's portrayed when I was a pro-lifer is that women are just happily nilly walking into abortion clinics and celebrating. But no, when you look at the stories, no woman wants to get an abortion. So for me, I'm pro-choice, but I
Yeah.
hate abortion, and I think we need to lessen it, and that's through economic means. That's through making men more accountable, because let's just be honest, most women are getting an abortion because they don't have the partner right beside holding their hands. So I think we should look at options to make it less more to make it less an option for women to get an abortion, because I'm strongly against abortion, strongly, especially as a Christian. However, the issue is we do need it in certain circumstances, especially for female health and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can
Hell
speak
yeah.
to that in that, like, there are some states, at least in the US, consider like an abortion just removing any entity from the uterus, and that can include like cyst and stuff. Like, I know if you go to whatever an OBGYN and whatever clinic you go to, if you try to get a cyst removed from your uterus, that's considered an abortion. So it's a little
Not
wild.
really.
Well, that's only in medical terminology.
Well, yeah,
It,
so
It's not the way that the law is written, though.
that is
yeah,
that
and to
is
be
the
fair,
law does
no,
consider it.
no,
No, the law
no,
would not
no.
consider getting a cyst removed an abortion. Nobody's creating a law that says you can't get a cyst removed from your uterus.
I'm not speaking to like what kind of abortions are banned. I'm just saying abortions in general are considered this kind of way.
What state is that?
Yeah, but
Just
well,
as a
wait a minute. Yeah, but cysts being removed, no, that wouldn't be considered an abortion. So I guess, yeah, I guess like what I Love My Cats was trying to say. What state was that, if you know off the top of your head?
I'll search it up for you guys what states they are.
Well, just because like I know, like the states with the most abortion bans, they can't make it completely banned. Like, if, mind you, if you look in every single, like, oh, it's basically banned, basically because they put so many restrictions that it's damn near impossible. But even in their exceptions, they would never say, like, removing something that's not a human organism from your uterus is considered an abortion, as far as I know. So that's
No.
crazy. If you're talking about like a partial molar pregnancy where it's basically a tumor, but it still technically has a heartbeat, so that would be the issue. But if it's straight up just a cyst or just a tumor or something,
Like a fibroid.
yeah, they would just remove it. So as far as I know, that's not a thing. And if it is, that's really fucked up.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah.
the issue is the replication, the ripple effects it has for medical students that are going into this field that choose not to operate because of this, because they're scared of being handcuffed later on. Like
Yeah.
it's been the growing number of the amount of people, especially a lot of abortionists, not technically
And
abortionists, but
Alyssa,
yeah.
just to go along with that point, there's a lot of women with wanted pregnancies or miscarriage issues, and they just can't get the care now because those people that you're talking about are leaving the state because they can't practice in that state ethically or safely or even legally in some cases. So that's really like the biggest problem.
That actually just happened with my cousin. They tried to tell her they could have attempted to save her baby. Where we're at, the cutoff is viability for an abortion, and they tried to tell her that she could not deliver the baby because it would be considered an abortion, that they had to wait for her to unalive before they could induce her. And
Which
that's
is
exactly what
ridiculous.
happened.
That's
and
very
and
sad.
that's ridiculous, and that's exactly why, like, oh my god, I'm sorry if you can hear my neighbor's dog. I keep trying to tell her to shut up. But that's exactly why I say federally I want a 9-month protection for medical situations, and that's exactly why, like, I want life of the baby. But
Wildflower, in this circumstance, like we looked up the law and read the way the law reads, and they were not following the law in the state.
what are you talking about?
The way that they're like
In Ohio
that
with
their
Larry's
law,
situation?
yeah, because
Yeah.
they said that the law refers to the removal. They follow, like they told her, they follow like the medical definition of abortion, that it's the removal of any pregnancy, and that is not how the law like defines it when you look up the law. So like we kind of all looked at the law and like put up the screenshot, and it seems like there was like some sort of like vendetta in this case because it is not in the law the way that they were trying to portray that the law reads.
No, I mean, I remember being in that live when you guys were discussing it, and I said throughout the idea that because the law does state unless the mother's life is in imminent danger, which that there in and of itself would prevent them from removing the baby because her life was not in imminent danger. Plus, they will not give labor inducing drugs until 38 weeks. That's going to be another reason right there, too. I mean, granted, they could do a C-section, but why would they, like, they're still limited on what they can do. If they're able to induce, they still can't because of the law.
Yeah, and
Can't
Honey,
save the baby because her life isn't in imminent danger. The baby's was.
can
Like,
we
I don't
bring
know.
Honey up because she's literally in the comments saying that's a bold-faced lie, and I'm not gonna put up with that when I'm literally going through this right now. This is not a lie. This is what we were told. The baby unalived. We go to the funeral home tomorrow. I mean, do you want to see pictures of her? I can show you.
Well, I think maybe, I don't know if she's what you're reading. I'm trying to go through it, but she's was saying something to me saying that I'm spreading propaganda because there is a federal protection for women. I don't know. As far as I know, there's no federal protection for abortion.
I
But
mean, nothing that I just said was a lie. This is what happened and what we were told. And it's gonna piss me off real bad if she keeps it up.
I don't think she was talking. I don't think she was saying that you were lying, Mary. I think she was
I
saying.
asked if she was talking to me. She said yes.
Oh.
Is there a certain amount to send to that Cash App?
Do what?
Is there a certain amount to send to that Cash App?
What do you mean a certain amount?
Can I send any amount?
Yeah.
how old are you, Carter?
Yeah, that doesn't look like 18
That's
plus.
really nice of you to ask, but you sound like a child.
Yeah, they sounded like a child.
I mean, does
But
that look like a lie? That's her and her unalived baby. That was 2 days ago.
And the fact
And
they
there's
let
a picture of her laboring in order to get the baby out. Thankfully, she was allowed to induce, it sounds like, right? Not.
Yeah, once the baby was
Okay.
unalived.
Oh, okay. So they
She
can't
had,
give labor inducing drugs unless the baby's unalived.
yeah.
Oh
That's
my
so
God.
I
sad.
mean, this literally just happened. I was with her in the room, held her hand while she pushed out this unalived baby. And it's not misinformation about the law. This is what happened.
Didn't she show up for her scheduled procedure and then lawyers from the hospital said, I'm sorry, we can't because the law is not going to allow us to?
Yeah, she thought she was going in to get her induction date. And the whole team, lawyers and everybody came in and told her they were not allowed to do this.
And her
And
induction date was when the baby was alive.
yeah.
For some reason, they were refusing to remove this baby to give it life saving care.
Yes.
And that's the issue that I have. That's why I want a federal 9-month protection for medical situations, especially when it comes to the life of the baby or the mother. That has nothing to do with abortion. Yet pro life legislation is preventing things from like that happening. And here's a picture, photo, evidence of it. I mean, we can call it
Yeah.
anecdotal all you want, but I just call it experience, and we're not going to see this in the news or have a stat on this. This is still
No.
real life shit that keeps happening, and it's fucking, ugh, it's just terrible.
I'm not gonna lie. The truth is, it's what social media is pushing. They're making because I'm not gonna like I said, I was pro life. I was like, no, no, no. It doesn't matter whatever happens. You can't get that abortion. It doesn't matter if you were SA'd. It doesn't matter. That was where I was at. But you know why people have that view? It's because in social media, movies, TV shows, The View, all these talk show hosts, they make it seem like everybody's just going and having abortions for fun and that, oh, you deserve an abortion, you deserve an abortion, you deserve an abortion. And so
Well, to be fair,
the issue is
that's
people are
supposed
not
to, Alyssa, though, to be fair, that's supposed to be making fun of the pro-life view on it, but people are taking it seriously.
no. What I'm saying is though, here's the thing though. That yes, I do agree. Sometimes it is a joke for sure, but sometimes it's not. Like people are just saying, "Oh, yeah, a woman deserves to have an abortion anytime. If I want to have an abortion, I can have it." But here's the issue: people should be approaching it like nobody wants to be having an abortion. No woman wants to be going through this. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
circumstances like
Once
whether
once
it's
you're carrying a child over 7 months, 8 months, no normal woman would want to abort after that.
well, I'm saying
It's
even in the
usually a
beginning,
medical reason.
I
even in the
just want to say
beginning,
though, hold on
you
though,
know.
Alyssa. Hold on, Alyssa. You have an echo, by the way. I just want to say, I think that saying that the only reason why people hold the views they have is because of like social media and things on TV, is really unfair, and I don't think that that's true at all. I think it might be true in some cases, but I don't think it's true for everybody.
That you don't
Maybe.
think it's true that the pro-choice cause is weaponized on social media by pro-lifers?
I mean, by pro-choicers too. When
Yeah.
we start
Well,
making
we're purely
jokes out of
speaking
it,
to like
well, I'm just saying, when we start making jokes out of it and making cakes for their abortion, and when we start saying things like, yeah, I'm going to go just have an abortion even if I get pregnant, well, you can't tell me what to do with my body. Or when we say, oh, it's not even human. Or when we say it's just a parasite. Like, all of these things are going against or calling a fucking abortion, or excuse me, a birth an abortion. Oh, yeah, here's all my aborted kids right here. Like, all of this is not making the pro-choice stance look better. It's just making it look like people should be pro-life. That's all that it means. But like pro-life, pro-choice, ultimately, unfortunately, comes down to I'm sorry, the echo is really distracting. I'm just going to turn it down. But yeah, when we look at it, it's literally a political stance at this point. It shouldn't be, but that's
Yeah.
what pro-life and pro-choice has come down to at this point. So,
Before
yeah,
I
if you
got
want this to
dropped,
be legal, safe, and accessible, then we have to recognize what it is for what it is.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
okay,
done
so
ranting.
before
I'm
I
sorry.
got dropped, I was speaking to like cyst and whatever, and like instead of in the uterus being considered an abortion by whatever states, the laws. And I did some research on it, and it's like not just like cyst in general, it's like any D and C. Any D and C, like in some states, I guess like Texas, for
Well,
example, like it's
wait.
restricted there.
Wait, can you repeat that? What'd you say?
Like Texas, for example, like D and C's are, I guess I would say, restricted. So if you go into a clinic for something that is like you're removing an entity from your uterus, but it's not a human being, like
I
they'll make you
don't think
feel.
so.
What's
No,
DNC?
because they'll do a DNC for miscarriages as well, even in Texas. So the procedure
Yeah, but
itself is not banned.
no, they're restricting it though.
Oh, I'm sure they are, but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
they're
saying.
Yeah,
probably
so
just
that's what I
restricting
was
it when
talking
it
about.
ends the
Is
human
that
life. They're not restricting it in a way of like removing things from the body.
no, I mean like they're restricting the procedure from taking place.
Yeah, for abortions,
Yeah,
not for
when
cysts.
it ends a human
No,
life.
the whole D and C, like D and C's in
Yeah, when it
general.
ends a human life, not for any other reason.
What's a
I'm
DNC?
not.
It's dilation and curation. It's the most common procedure used in first trimester abortions. However, they're also used in missed miscarriages. So the procedure itself is not banned. It's just banned as far as the abortion process goes because abortions are basically banned in Texas.
Oh, thanks.
But yeah, just going back to what Wildflower was saying, yeah, I think like to be honest, if this is a serious issue, because now that I've looked at the statistics and look at the research, and that it could be my sister, it could be my mom, it could be me in the future, right? It's not funny to make cakes. It's not funny to make these jokes. Because the issue is we really need people. It's all about voting at the end of the day, and we're trying to convince people to see our side, and to make a cake is not going to help. To make jokes is not going to
Right?
help. And most people
Yeah.
don't do their research. They just watch social media. They watch YouTube videos. So I think, yeah, as pro-choicers, I mean, I don't like labels at all. I'm just for statistics and facts. But as people who consider themselves pro-choice, it's good to round up and say, and to demand a different projection of your stance and say, no, this is actually like it's not a funny joke. We're not here to make fun of alive
Alyssa.
children. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying,
But again, though,
In
again,
theory,
who
that's
was
nice.
No,
convinced.
yeah,
wait,
but
I
hold
tried
on.
to interject first. I just want to know, Alyssa, do you have a cutoff?
The only issue is if I have a cutoff, like some people say 20 weeks, 16 weeks. What if I'm 4 months pregnant and I need to and my life is at risk? There can't be a
Well,
cutoff.
no,
That's what I'm
no.
saying.
Okay. Well, for this, sorry, can you mute in between? You have a really bad echo. I don't know if you're like on speakers or something, but yeah. Anyway, so fuck. What were we just saying? I got
You were
distracted
She said,
asking
does
just
she
about
by
a
have a
that one little
cutoff.
cutoff?
thing.
What's the
Yeah,
cutoff?
yeah, 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 yeah. So I just mean a cutoff as far as Frank. God damn it, are you a troll? All right, a cutoff as far as elective abortions in the sense of just choosing to end your pregnancy. Do you have a cutoff for that outside of medical?
Here's the thing though, like at the end of the day, the truth is it's
Yes or no
women's
question.
bodies. That's what people have to understand is it's literally a fight of the mind, because the fact is we cannot deny that it's women's bodies. And
How does
even
that
if
answer
we
her
put a cutoff,
question?
like if I was to say, okay, 4 months, you're still gonna have a lot of women that want to have an abortion and they will unalive the child by themselves with a hanger or whatever it'll be. So I actually want the safest way for
She's
people.
talking about your
And
individual
so
opinion.
then I would say there is no cutoff, to be honest. Maybe at 7 months,
Oh.
I would say a
So you
cutoff
don't have
at
a
seven
cutoff
months.
then.
But at the end of the day, I don't know if we can put a cutoff, because I actually do care for the lives
Yeah,
of
so
my
Well,
let
individually
me
for you.
specify further, like a fatal abortion, like where it's going to end the life before they remove it. Only done so in the cases where the woman is requesting this to be done because she wants to end her pregnancy. Do you think legally there should be a point in time where we say no, that we can't perform this procedure in that case?
You're saying if it's the fatal life for the child or for her?
For the child.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there can be a cutoff. It doesn't, and the issue is it all has to be fair. Whether, like, I don't think there can be a cutoff, to be
That's not
honest.
fair, though.
Do you think?
Well, see,
Wait,
this
hold on.
is well. Just to clarify, real quick, Hello Kitty, and then I'll let you go. I'm sorry. I just want to clarify the reason we need to have a cutoff via the law anyway is because these abortion bans can only be put in place the way that they are. They can't be completely banned in every state because we have to make sure that they're constitutionally sound. In the case that these are citizens with rights that we're talking about, and if the pro-life side and the legislation that goes along with it, they're viewing that separate entity, the fetus, whatever you want to call it, as another human life. We need to do the same exact thing in reverse for pro-choice. We need to be able to say, yeah, at some point this is going to be a rights conflict. They are both humans. And I'm going to say it's going to be like bodily integrity up until viability. And if the baby's viable to live outside of her uterus, it's no longer going to be that much of a violation necessarily, especially if you're like willingly carrying through with this pregnancy up until then. So I'm going to see that as a rights conflict at that point. So we cannot say that we're okay with lethally unaliving this child just because we want to. Otherwise, we would have to bow down to all the pro-lifers and say, yeah, we just want the right to kill.
Yeah,
That's all
about
we
that.
want.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like
Alyssa.
I had thought about that before, and for me, the cutoff would be if the child can live outside the womb, and then the mother shouldn't be able to unalive it.
Alyssa.
What about
And
what
if
Alyssa
the
said about the
law
code?
says
Hold
that
on.
the
I need to
child
ask her a
should,
question. I've been trying to ask Alyssa a question.
Hold
Okay,
on a second, because I was gonna say something and then I let Wildflower go. So hold on one second. The thing that you have to realize though when you're talking about this is there are pro-choicers who don't give a shit that this child's alive and who believe in lethal abortion all 9 months for whatever reason the woman sees fit. So there
well,
are
instead of an abortion, wouldn't it be better for maybe the state to take the child, and the mother, if she doesn't want the child, then let
I
the
respond
state
to
take the
Alyssa right
child
now?
back?
right. I don't disagree with you. Can you wait on your turn, squiggly lines? Can you hold on a minute? Yeah, like I would say that's what I would say, but there are a lot of pro-choicers who would disagree with me, who would say it's not alive and it's not human until it's born. But anyway,
Okay, Alyssa. About the cutoff.
Yeah, somebody had a question?
Yeah, Alyssa, about the cutoff, you cannot just say that there isn't one. There has
Yeah,
to be
that's
a de facto standard.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Maybe 6 months, 5 months. But of course, those are really rare. Like the highest well, at least from my research, is like
Elective
4 months.
abortions.
Well, yeah, for elective abortions is like 4 months, and most of them are done by women in their ages of 21 and 22, and it's usually within the first trimester. That's usually what we're talking about. So overall, like I could say 6 months, 5 months, but
Peaches, thank you. Who do you want to drop? You get to drop anybody from the panel that you want to.
Except for me. I'm so sick of that shit.
Yeah, except for Wildflower. Wildflower got dropped last time. she's
Like
she's
1,000 fucking times, and none of them paid for it. It's not fair.
Oh, she said nobody. She just wanted to help. Aw, thanks, Peaches. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Peaches.
okay, yeah. Well, yeah, I was just saying, like, most of the abortions are not happening in the second trimester.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, so to be honest, I think that takes care of itself. That's why, to be honest, I like to look at how can we prevent them. And I think we have to look at economics. We have to look at why people are getting pregnant. We have to look at preventative measures because, yeah, like, and most of the times from the statistics I've looked at, it's usually because of the lack of the presence of a partner. So I think we need to look at a way to make men more accountable within the abortion.
These politicians,
laws.
I just want to say they don't care. These lawmakers, they don't They don't. They're not looking at the
Wait,
statistics.
hold
They
on though.
prescribe to
Hold
their own
on though.
ideologies.
Hold on though. Hold on. Let's all take a pause and step back for a second. So you're sitting here talking about making men more accountable, yet you're taking away a woman having to be accountable by allowing her to get an abortion. So why should a man have to be accountable, but a woman gets to choose whether she unalives her child or not?
I think you're
The
viewing
thing,
the
most of the
accountability in
time,
like a different aspect.
Hold on, I was asking her.
because here's the thing: if we're being completely like just how the way the world works, most people who initiate, because especially when you look at the ages of the women that are actually getting an abortion, they're very young women, 18.
That does not answer my question.
Well, yeah, I'm getting to it. 18 to 21 years old. And most of the time, when I looked at the statistics, it's because their partners were not there or they lacked the partner. And so from my conclusions, I truly believe a lot of women are tricked either into being in a relationship, are tricked into engaging into SMEX or whatever it is. And so
I
I
would
put the
disagree with
accountability
that.
on men because they're the ones seeking SMEX.
Yeah. Okay.
Women
First
aren't
of
the
all,
Okay, hold on.
ones.
Consenting.
Women
I don't
Stop,
completely
agree with that.
stop
consent to a
right there.
pregnancy.
Stop right
It's
there.
the
You are
men
the
are the ones
gatekeeper.
seeking it.
Hold on. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You are the gatekeeper of your body. If you don't want a man inside your body, then you don't have to allow him inside your body. To say that men are seeking women out and they're manipulating them into having sex with them, like you're not going to sit up here on my panel and do that. To say that a man should be more accountable than a woman when you're allowing a woman to get an abortion, I think is very crazy. To sit up here and because a lot of pro-lifers that I've spoke to that are intelligent would say that they would agree that a man should have the same option to opt out of parenthood as the woman does.
Nope.
What'd you say, Wildflower?
I said nope.
Why?
The same option to opt out. No, like she's maintaining her bodily integrity and her rights by having an abortion. It's not opting out of parenthood. That's
Why should she
adoption.
be allowed to unalive this child, but this
You're
man
in
does
a
not get it?
fucking wind tunnel, ma'am. Why is it so loud?
It's my air condition. Okay, so why does this man or why does this woman get this option, but this man does not get the option?
Men,
He does.
Well,
sign
because
away
he
their
doesn't
rights. They
have
just
the
have to
right.
put that on paper.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the right. Hold on, but he doesn't have the right to refuse his resources to this child if he doesn't want to.
Yeah,
give
he
his
does.
resources to this
If
child.
he signs away his rights,
But
he
not all
absolutely
states
does not have
allow
to
a
give
Wait,
them
man.
up.
Hold
butterfly, butterfly. It's not bodily resources that he's giving anyways. What does he need to sign off on?
I would say it is bodily resources. So not every
What?
state allows a man. Hold on, I'll get there.
What?
Not every state allows a man to. He can sign his parental rights away, but not every state allows a man to sign away his financial obligation. He has to use his bodily resources. Hold on.
No, that's not the
Hold
bodily
on,
resources I'm
hold on,
talking about, though.
Hold on. Let me
Fine,
finish talking.
fine. I've already heard this, though.
I'm sorry,
That's not the
Wildflower.
bodily
I've been
resources I'm
interrupted
talking
all
about.
night long, and it's really been getting on my nerves. I'm not really meaning to come at you like that because it's just other people. Like I've literally had idiots on top of idiots up here tonight.
Well, it's also hard to hear you, and my bad.
No, you're good. So if okay, so let's say this man does not want to work at all. He's decided that he wants to live his life without holding a job. Okay, so then this woman gets pregnant and she goes and she takes out child support. He has to use his bodily resources to go to work. I would say that working to make money is physically harder than sustaining a
How do
pregnancy.
we wait?
That doesn't
I got
translate.
a question. I got a question. Wait, hold on. I got a question right there alone. Like, how is he obligated by a judge to pay child support if he has no job? Like, they're gonna base,
even
and
if
this
they
is
don't
kind
have
of
a job.
rhetorical. Wait, it's kind of rhetorical because point being, they aren't gonna set a certain amount unless, like, the amount that they set is based on all the factors, like the type of
Yeah,
job he
but
has,
if a
like the
man-
amount of time he the amount of time he has with the kids, etc. If he's paying for their health insurance, if he's paying for activities, they take all of that into account as well as his personal finances. If he is not reporting all of this, then whatever amount that they set is based on what the woman is going to be providing the court. So if he's set to a certain amount that he can only pay if he gets a job, then he needs to get off his fucking ass and get a job, or go to the court and tell them, no, I can't do this. I have no
That's
fucking
not
job, and
true,
here's why.
Wildflower. That's not true,
I have
Wildflower.
dealt
So,
with this so many
okay,
fucking
hold on,
times.
but you're
That is
talking about
absolutely
that is
true.
not true. Hold on. Because
Okay,
in my
so now I'm
state, in my
lying.
state, my oldest son's father has never had a job. In his entire life, he's never had a job. He's still obligated, and he has signed his parental rights away, but he's still financially obligated to my child.
Did he ever petition the court?
Yes, he was at court. They know he
Did
does
he
not have a job.
petition the court is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Who petitioned the court to begin
there
with?
is a bare minimum in North Carolina for fathers, regardless on whether they have a job or not. They have to pay $50 a month. That is
Oh,
the bare
maybe
minimum, and
he
they're
should
obligated
just
to the
move.
bare minimum a month.
Well, then that's just like
can I chime
an
in?
issue on the state level, and
I don't think so.
at the
I
same
think
time,
that they should
no,
be
that's an issue on a
obligated.
state
Okay, hold on.
level.
I have a question for the butterfly.
Oh man.
Okay, show me. Okay, show me one case of a woman who has told a man, "Sign away your parental rights. I will not involve you in this child's life," who has then taken that man to court.
You don't have to. Actually, in a lot of cases, the mother does not have to take the father to court. If the child gets things such as Medicaid, if the woman receives any sort of government assistance, the state is automatically going to go after the father for child support.
And that
Can I
requires
chime
a
in here?
court. Hold on, that requires a court case though, where he is now. Hold on, he would then be the defendant. Sure, it would be against the state, but it's also they're going to go based on the information that you are providing. Like, I don't know. I know this is different on a state by state basis, but that doesn't mean that what I'm saying is not true, because this is like the literal things that I have gone through.
Literally, and I don't know if this is true in every state, but in the state that I live in, and this is true, like if you go and try to get government assistance, and they done this to cut back on people wrongfully getting government assistance, the court can type in your social security number, and it will show a file of how many jobs you've had, how much money you made at this job, and all that. So obviously they're going to put his social security number in. They've seen he's never held a job, but every man or woman who is not involved in their child's life, in North Carolina at least, is required to pay the bare minimum of $50 a month.
50 fucking bucks? Like,
Yeah,
okay.
Can
That's,
I
I guess
chime in
that's
real
the
quick?
consequence of his actions. But yeah, go
I just
ahead.
want to state for the record that I don't like it when my wives fight.
So, I just want to chime in real
What
quick.
did I
Hey,
do? Wait, you don't like it when your wife's what?
Fight.
Oh, you're married to her too? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
He's married to everybody.
Hold on, wait.
I thought it was just you and Hannah. What the hell?
Jerry, hold on.
I'm
So,
gonna be taking this bitch out by her hair.
Let's go.
hey butterfly. Hope you're having a good night or good morning.
Relax, man. Don't make me
Hey.
drop you off, flower. I have the power.
So,
I was kidding. God,
all right,
don't
so
you dare.
to piggyback on what Butterfly is saying, that is 100,000,000,000% true. I was at work today and I was playing Ton Locke's show, and I found out that the three people that I work with inside the little kiosk room actually, geez, they're pro-lifers 100%. But what I did find out in the state of Georgia, I live in Augusta, Georgia. Even if you do sign your rights away, you are obligated to pay child support. It does not matter. And on top of this, so I think it's a tax thing. I'm still trying to learn more about it because one of the people that I work with is actually on child support. He didn't sign his rights away or whatever, but how do I put it? So the mom didn't take him for the child support, right? The state put him in court for the child support because I think it's a tax thing, right? And he had to come and do all that stuff. So I know sometimes what Butterfly is saying, I don't know exactly what the situation is, but I know that the mom didn't take him for child support. The state
would like to
actually made him
interject.
pay child support.
I just looked up
Yep.
Georgia state law on signing away your parental rights, and the Georgia state law, the state that you're in, says that you are not obligated to pay child support if you sign your parental rights away. So
Yeah, no, I said he didn't,
Well,
but he's made to pay. So I again,
well,
I don't know
and
what state she lives up in. You know what
well,
I'm
and
saying?
to
So
be
if that's the
fair
case, then
though,
fine.
well, and to be fair, like the states that we're talking about, North Carolina, Georgia, like those are the only two that I know that we've mentioned so far. Those are very red states. They don't typically play into the government handout type of thing,
North Carolina's a
socialism.
swing state.
So, okay, whatever. Anyways, if you're going to petition the court for some sort of child's like care, like whether it's food stamps or whatever, yeah, they're gonna automatically say, just like in blue states too, well, who are the two people that are responsible for this child? And then they're gonna look for them. And then in your
100%.
state, though, you're saying that since that they do find them and they're still going to give them a minimal amount, it's because that state is saying we are not obligated to help you raise your child. The people that created this child is, so they're going to at least be given a $50 requirement at this point because they
de
created
facto.
it physically. So, like, this is all hand in hand with pro-life legislation as well. If you want to, like, not allow people access to abortion, somebody is going to be responsible for raising that child, and the state is going to be the last person that they want to be to do that. So, be
No.
Well,
angry
I
at
Don't
would
the
be,
state.
I
misconstrue me.
would.
That's not what I'm saying. I am not saying
I'm not
that.
saying that you're
Yeah.
saying that.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, I think all parents are obligated to their children. I don't think parents should be able to forego their parental rights at
Oh my
all unless it's
God. You don't have to
Yeah.
defend yourself. I'm not
Okay,
talking
hold
about
on,
you.
Wildflower.
I'm
I was
just
not
saying the
finished.
state. I
Okay,
know, but
So
I'm not even
so
but
talking about you.
the argument I was trying to make was because Alyssa was making a statement about like making fathers more accountable or making fathers be there, but you're pro-choice. Like, so why would you not be pro-choice for this father as well?
Here's the thing, though. That's
He's
what I'm saying is
pro-choice.
I'm not
yeah,
any
can
Hold
I?
on,
Can
that
I?
was a
Well,
question to Alyssa
He has the
only.
choice to sign his rights
Well, yeah,
away.
It
that's
was
the
a
thing,
question
though.
to Alyssa only.
That's the thing, though. I refuse to be in any box, right? Like I used to be conservative. I was for Trump. They're all cults. You know what I mean? Like I'm I'm just in the middle, and so what I see is what I'm putting together with
Lord.
statistics and facts and how this world works. And I think at the end of the day, if you look at the interactions between men and women, at the end of the day, the only one seeking smecks most of the time is the man. And that's
Oh
why I'm
my.
saying
Okay, hold on.
we need to hold them more accountable. And then the woman is left with this decision, but then they get angry. A lot of men seem
Hold
to be
on.
pro-life, but they refuse to take accountability that they're the ones inserting and getting women pregnant and then leaving them. So that's why I'm saying
Butterfly.
I'm
Alyssa,
pro-choice,
you just
but I
went from
hate
point A to
abortion
point
and I want
C.
to lessen it as
Yeah.
much as possible.
Yeah, hold on. She's
Alyssa,
answering my
consenting
question.
to X is not
Hold on.
consenting to a child.
She's
Can I? Can
she's
I? Can
answering
I?
my
Can I?
question and y'all are interrupting her.
Well, yeah,
Sorry,
because I'm
Butterfly. My bad.
pro-choice now because of acceptance to the mother, life of the mother, and all these things. However, I still hate abortion. I want to lessen it as much as possible. That's why I'm looking into how we can lessen it, but still provide access for people that really need it. So when we're talking about elective abortions, that's the one that I want to lessen as much as possible. So how can we do that? And yeah, sometimes we need to hold these men accountable because women don't want to have abortions. And that's what we need to actually relay to pro-lifers is that women are not so happy and giddy to get abortions. They're just stuck. And so how can we get them unstuck? We need to make these men more accountable.
Alyssa, have you
Well,
ever
Can I?
considered that maybe
can
the
I
man
can
does
I
not
ask?
want
I've
a
been quiet
child?
and listening in, but I don't know if maybe I think differently because of my age. Can I just quickly ask the average age in this room here because I'm over 50. So maybe my opinion
Oh,
is a little different. But I know back when
damn,
I
you're
was
old
a
as
child,
fuck.
I was a teen mom. I had my son when I was 18. I'm 51 now. And back in my day, there was quite a few girls who did get pregnant in high school. And some of it were, yeah, they wanted to keep their boyfriend, so they did get pregnant on purpose. But I find nowadays, my daughter is 16 years old. The this new generation, they're more educated. They know that getting pregnant is not going to keep them in. And I find that in her school, there are
far less teen pregnancies than when I was in school. So I think there is a lot of education being taught to girls and
Yeah.
that sort of thing. And it's kind of sad when I hear there are some politicians that have said, "Oh yeah, these pro-choice people, they're having abortions at 8 months." Like really and truly, it's sad to hear, because anyone who is getting an abortion that late in term, majority of times, I believe it's because of a medical issue. Like no woman would want to go through all that and
I'm sorry.
choose to have an
Right there,
abortion
I'm
so
gonna.
late.
Right there, I would like to cut you off so I can clarify. The only reason on the pro-choice side I would argue this is because places like the DuPont Clinic do exist. They allow elective, in the sense of choosing to end your pregnancy, abortions up to 31 weeks and 6 days. I always get that mixed up though. It might be 36 weeks and 1 day. But anyway,
Well,
and
that's
but
sad
to
because
take
my
that
son was
to
born at
well,
36 weeks.
hold on. Yeah, it is sad, but I mean the we have to take into account that majority of these people are minors. So if they are going to be essayed, or even if they chose to do this with their boyfriend and oopsie daisy, they don't tell their parents right away, and they're very much in denial about the whole thing. So yeah, that or fetal anomalies or restrictions in their state, things like that is why these clinics are available. But I just want to say the point being, it does happen.
Wildflower, can you provide a source showing that these are mostly minors?
Mostly minors for late term abortions?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I forget where I saw it, but I'd have to research it again. I can't provide it right now.
Is it
I'll
on
look it up for you.
Bootmacher?
I was just pulling your chain anyway.
Yeah,
Well,
so I
I
just
mean, yeah, I hate stats like that, so it's not like I save everything I read. Maybe I should. I don't know.
but
I do want to
I
say
want
though, I want to address something Melissa said. So I found an interesting study on the NIH, and I think everyone should go and give it a read. It covers like who seeks out SMECs more, and in all of the like most, well, not all of the, but most of the categories, women had a higher percentage, not by a lot, but had a higher percentage of seeking out SMECs than men.
Yeah, I wanted to touch up on that, especially to Alyssa. Consenting to SX is not consenting to a pregnancy.
Yeah,
So you
but
can't
that's
just go
not
around
what.
saying that these men who are engaging in these activities should take accountability for a child that they aren't consenting to.
so
I think that's a skewed take that you would take as a pro-choice person.
No, but
Can
that's what
you
I'm
repeat
saying.
what you just
I'm
said?
not.
Sorry, can you repeat what you said? I just didn't get it. Say it again.
Me?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm saying like consenting to SX is not consenting to a pregnancy.
Yeah, but you know when you
So
do it, there's a great percentage that you will get pregnant. And also, I will say though,
No, there's
not a
not.
great
And
percentage.
that
the
doesn't
intentions though,
matter.
the intentions though, what I'm saying is behind maybe women seeking SMEX are way different than when a man seeks it. He seeks
Okay,
it
so
most
you're
of the
saying
time.
that a man is seeking
How
out
do
a
you
child?
That's
Yeah,
a
why are you
Yeah,
bringing it back to
hold
men?
on.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold
So
Hello?
on.
most of
Alyssa,
the
hold
time,
on. Zay Zay, hold on one second. Alyssa, I'm going to
Lazy.
advise you to go. It's a study on the NIH. It's called Was It Good for You? Gender differences in motives for casual SMECs and emotional outcomes following. Not expect. I advise you to go read that study because I really think it's going to change your opinion. To say that men go and just seek these women out, and like you're actually making men sound very predatorial, like they're
Well,
going
they
out,
can
they're
be for
No, they're
predatory.
not.
Yeah,
But
I know
butterfly,
they're not,
I
but
would
that's what
just
it makes
Yeah, I
make
suggest.
know a
it
guy
But
named
sound.
Brandy
butterfly,
or Jacko. That's weird.
what did that person
um
say? Butterfly, I would just suggest you like sacrifice being hot while you're on live, because oh my god, your wind tunnel.
What
I'm
is
No,
going
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
It's
on?
I'm
still
not.
driving me
I have
nuts.
like four fans going at one time. I'm
All
on
right,
mute.
so
I wanted to. I know this is since this is like 5, 6 topics back, but irregardless of what the dad did, I still think that every man
Oh, don't say
should.
regardless.
Yeah, no, because some people are like, you sign your rights away, blah blah blah.
Regardless. I refuse to
Okay.
believe that's a word.
What side are you guys on?
Wait, let me
Are you guys
hold
pro-life
on.
or pro-choice? What's
I
Hear,
side?
hear,
I
hear
would
me out.
Zaza, hold on.
A
I was only
man.
cutting him off to be funny.
Yeah, it was a joke, but a man should still have to pay child support. Period. He helped create another person, regardless if he wants to sign his rights away or whatever. I think that the man should still have to pay child support. That's just my.
Support is
Well, I
for the
think
child.
Preach,
in this
sister,
day and
preach.
age, they know.
Wow, like that's my opinion. Whether the state makes him or they have an agreement, I've heard the most ridiculous arguments. Like, what if she gets remarried and all this? That's not in my head. I'm like, okay, so we're talking about that's not his kid, right? And you like in your mind, you're like, oh well, the guy's thinking, oh well, she remarried, so he gets away scot free. No, you still decided to perform an action that resulted in another life. You are responsible for that life, and that's just what I believe. He
I would
should have to pay
agree.
child support.
I would
He has
say
to. Yeah, he would have to
anyone.
fulfill his obligations.
I would say anyone
It's
who.
true.
I would say anyone who says that a man shouldn't have to pay child support and that a woman is allowed to get an abortion advocates for lazy parents.
Well, no.
that's
So,
stupid.
so,
Parenting
so,
is a right
so,
thing
wait,
for
wait,
women to earn.
It's what we're doing.
Obligated into doing.
Oh my.
Hold on. Well, what we're doing, if we say that he is allowed to sign his rights away and not pay child support, what we're doing is acknowledging that it's okay to have hot guy summer. And as Butterfly
Wait.
knows, I'm 100% against that.
No.
No, he
Last
has an
man.
obligation to
Last
take care of
man.
his kids.
Last man.
Wait, I'm confused.
When
Guys, would
somebody
you like
hold
trophies?
on. Fuck. Jesus. Criminy. I know, I'm sorry, but you need to choose to talk when other people are not talking. But yeah, last man. If you're gonna say that they're just gonna sign this away and blah bitty blue, this is the same thing that happens in adoption. So it's not I would say the same thing, like if they were gonna sign away their legal obligations, their moral obligations, any sort of obligations or
Yeah.
responsibilities that they have to care for this child is now signed away when you give your child up for adoption. If somebody signs that away via just giving up their parental rights, even though this baby was not put up for adoption, yeah, he probably shouldn't pay child support. However, if it's still going to be like prevalent in some states, because this isn't a federal protection, those states need to look at the way that they handle this. And this is why I brought this up 8 years ago when I said in the most red states, they do not like government handouts. So if the government is now going to be responsible for your child in some way, yeah, they're going to look for you and make you pay at least $50 a month. So if $50 a
That was
month,
not 8 years
if
ago.
$50 a month is not something that you want to do for the rest of your life, if you happen to be in North Carolina, which is a swing state, not a red state, whatever, or Georgia, then don't have sex with women unless you're willing to make a baby, I guess.
And I also
I
want
don't
to
know
say,
what to tell
I
you.
also want to say
Argue that with
though,
that. Where do we
Can
get
I
the
rotate
50?
for Val?
Georgia is not a red state either; it's a blue state. Just so you know.
Yeah, we're considered purple. Like, yeah,
Georgia?
like we're not a red state.
It was
Didn't Georgia?
blue
Didn't
like
Georgia
the
go?
last it was a swing state the last time for the first
Yeah,
time in like 50 fucking years. That
Host.
does not mean it's a blue
I
state.
I have no. I
Host.
said purple. Like, yeah, because I think
No, I was
they
responding to the
voted.
host. She said it's
Oh,
technically a blue state, but it's been a blue
Is
state for the
Butterfly
last
here?
like few years. Dude, I'm a
I
mod. I
don't.
can drop you if you want. It's fine. Do you
I
want me
have
to
no
I
drop
just
you
idea.
want
and
to
swap you
rotate
for
with Val.
somebody?
I want to
I've only
rotate
been
for
here
That's
Val
fine.
for
for
this
2.5
Yeah, I'll
years.
do that then. Oh, I
Okay,
don't know
thanks.
what to call you other than Hello Kitty, but I'm glad you're up here. Bye.
You guys haven't.
Mary.
Oh wait, if you're rotating for her, why isn't she in request? Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I'm here.
Val, you have to request.
I'm gonna start a petition that you're gonna have to divorce Wildflower.
That's not gonna happen.
Oh shit, we're just gonna have to get along, Butterfly.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to stick it
Butterfly,
up.
can I? If you're starting the
We need
petition,
to go
can
to
I be the
counseling.
magistrate judge?
Marriage counseling ASAP.
We need marriage counseling.
Butterfly, are you gonna hire a lawyer?
But Beebs hasn't talked this entire time, and she's like
What up,
smarter than
Beebs?
everybody up here.
I wouldn't say that. No.
Real quick though, I need to get an age check for Zay Zay because I don't know how they are.
Oh
Zaza?
yeah, I'm 18. Sorry, I'm 18.
Are you Zay Zay or Zaza?
Zaza.
What year were you born, Zaza?
2009, 2003. Sorry, my bad.
Okay,
So
bye.
that's not
Both of
18.
those things don't equal 18.
Wait, what he said? 2009.
They said 9 and then 3.
Guys,
Like if
your
you're
phone
18,
has
you
a
were born in
calculator.
2006.
No, if
Wait,
you want to
these
come
Or
up with
your
2005
phone
and your
has,
birthday's
but your
later in the
phone
year.
has a calculator. I don't know how they
Man,
get
don't
this
encourage
wrong.
people to lie about their age.
Well, I'm just
Like, what's
saying.
going on?
I don't know. Does anybody know what's going on anymore?
Does anybody not know
Nobody
what like
knows.
24, 18? Like, are people really?
Apparently, because it happens like at least 3 times a day.
They probably didn't think that they would ask them for the year.
Like, if you're
So
gonna
like,
lie, at least be
2009
prepared.
or 3? I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Well,
kind
even if
of
they
that's kind
were
of
in the
weird. That's
request,
good that we asked those questions. I'm sorry, baby, for talking over you.
When I used to lie at the movie theater about how old I was, I made sure I had that math down to a fucking science first.
Yeah, just in case, right?
Yeah.
In case they ask you further questions, you have
Yeah.
to know.
well,
Unless
if you had a
you have
fake
one of those
ID,
friends with a cool parent that'll buy it for you.
Yeah,
There's
that's
that.
true. Yeah, that's true.
I just
I was
have
gonna
one
say, like,
last
back when I had a
question.
fake ID, I would literally memorize the fake address on there too, just in
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
Just that, like,
I never had a fake ID, but my friend used I for some reason I had to get a new ID and the other one wasn't expired yet. So she used it because we looked similar and it worked.
I think it's
Yeah,
better.
that does happen too. I've done that before. Before I got the ID, I used my aunt's.
This is just what I've learned on it. Okay, so it's better to not have a fake ID because you just need to find the gas stations that don't card, and that's usually the ones that are ran by the people from like the Middle East.
I used to have one that I
Hey,
could buy
stop
mine
that.
at.
That's like
because
every single place around here.
It's true.
my
So I
guy,
have a
But still,
guys.
only
They used
certain
to,
ones will let you get away with
They
it.
don't card here,
but
and
wait,
so
they
like it's better. Hold on, last man. It's better to go in and them to try to card you, and you just walk out than to give them a fake ID because a fake ID is like fraudulent government identification. So it's better.
Yeah, but to say it's the ones with the Middle Easterns running it, I'm just saying that's like all liquor stores everywhere
all of
where I
them.
live.
Where I live,
yo,
those are the gas stations where we, as teenagers, we could go in there and buy things that they're not going to card us. And also, you can usually tell. So, like when I worked at a gas station as a cashier, which was the scariest job I've ever had, by the way. Like if someone come in and they looked young and they're like, "Hey, can I get those cigarettes? Those right there, you know, that with the red stripe." I know you're not old enough.
You gotta be like, I need them Marlboro Menthol Light 100s, please, in a box.
No, actually,
so
because I smoke them too, but the ones that I want are in a certain colored box. Like you can't tell them which ones. So I do have to sit there and explain. It's the one with this and that and the other thing, and they're like, "Oh, this one? No, the one over there. It's very similar." Like, yeah, it's
I'm usually
stupid.
going over there. I'm usually going in the store and I'm like, "Can I get a pack of Marlboro Black Red shorts? $10 in gas. Can I get a scratcher?" You know, like saying it really fast. Like I know what I'm doing. Like I've done this forever. But when you come in there and you're like, "Can I get
I'm
those?"
just saying, every single time I have to point it out to them, and it's a whole series of questions of what color it is and shit. I smoked
getting
American
harder.
Spirits, and it was the light blue ones, but there's like 4 different shades of blue. So I'm like, yeah, right over there, the ones that say sky on them, they're sky blue over
Jesus
there.
Christ, I can only imagine you being in California and that's your cigarette choice. How much is a pack?
Cigarettes are expensive.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I
I should
yeah,
not be
How much are
smoking
they? I
because
want to
of that.
know.
carton is like
Well,
$101 in New
let's
York.
just say I went from sky blue to gold because sky blue is now $13 a pack, and the
Jeez.
gold
That's
is
it.
$12.15.
When I
So I'm saving like
But those,
85 cents.
US dollars, right?
those
So, ladies, guys, I have a two-part question real quick. So, did you guys have to show ID to get into the movie theater? And the second part is like I've
No.
never under. Okay, yeah, me neither. Because I like when I lived in the Bronx, like I'm from New York, right? I never had to show any ID, right? And the second part is this is the thing I've never understood. When I was law enforcement, right? The gas station, there's a gas station on
Law
167th
enforcement?
Street.
Wait a minute. Don't you
Yeah.
talk anymore. What do you mean when
No,
you
no, no.
were law enforcement? Were you a cop
Oh,
or
I'm
like a mall cop?
no, I was a cop. I can show y'all pictures, but listen, hold on.
You sound way too young to
Nobody
have
told
been a
me we
cop.
had the fuzz up in
Ho,
this bitch.
ho, no. I'm that's my former job. I have a new career now. But let me
Okay,
finish.
well,
Hold
I have
on.
more
Hear me out.
questions, but yes, go
Hear
ahead.
me out. So why is it that the gas stations are the biggest targets? I've never understood that. When you could just go target a food truck because they have all cash. There is a in if you
Because
look this
gas
up in
stations are
Manhattan on a
everywhere and they're
hundred.
right off. It's because they're right off the
No.
freeway. As
Oh
soon
my
as you
God,
rob them, you get
no.
on the freeway and leave.
There is no
Shut
camera
the
on
fuck
a
up,
food
bitch ass
truck.
nigga. But okay, so
Whoa,
that's
what's
like,
going on
Oh,
with
you're
that?
an asshole. Who's this
Okay,
MB
shut the fuck up,
person?
internet.
bitch ass
Drop
nigga,
them.
bum
The
ass nigga,
media,
dumb
blah,
ass
blah,
nigga.
blah, blah,
Shut
blah, blah,
up.
Okay.
blah, blah.
So
God damn.
in my head, I'm like, the gas stations have cameras. They have those little shields now that you're behind a barrier.
That's
The
only
food trucks don't have any of that. Like, why would you go and can I say the R word, Rob?
Note
Can I
to
say that word?
self: a former cop is telling me I should rob food trucks.
No, this is no. I'm not saying that now.
This one is
Oh my goodness, I'm
not.
just confused. Like, why do you guys
Oh,
think
you
gas
know,
stations are the number one
dude.
target? I've never understood that.
I'm
For what
totally
Wildflower's
losing my
saying, they're easily accessible. You don't
Just
have to be
told
like in
you.
your
They're right off
area.
the fucking freeway. They're everywhere. You just go in there, rob them, get in your car, get back on the freeway.
I was sitting here
Like,
like,
that's
Y'all
why.
always get
I'm
they
not
always get caught. I don't get
registered
it.
with you
Well,
I've never
maybe not
understand
Smart
this.
always.
people.
There's been those
Oh
fringe ones that
man,
got away
bro.
with it, so other people think they
Oh yeah,
can.
yeah, yeah.
I
Of
don't
course,
know.
of,
Can
of
y'all hear
course, of
me?
course. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Okay. Me, butterfly. When you said food truck, I thought you was
It's
thinking.
cutting out a lot. Is that me or you people?
I was thinking that you were talking about like food
Okay.
trucks like over grocery stores, and I'm like, which one of those have money on them? Like, what are you talking about? You're talking about like,
no, like
you know what you're talking
no,
about.
like
The problem
like
with
the Halal brothers and stuff like that.
majority
Like
of the
they
time,
never get targeted.
majority of the time, food trucks are going to operate during the daylight hours, and majority of people who rob gas stations are going to rob them at night. And these food trucks are not going to be operating this late at night when they go into these gas stations. And 24-hour gas stations are more likely to be robbed than any other gas station.
Maybe this is a setup and he's still a cop and he wants us to admit to robbing a gas station.
No, no. What the? that would be entrapment, and it wouldn't be a no judge. No, that's stupid. No, anyways, but like when I
Entrapment?
lived
What
in
is
New
it?
York, like when I lived in New York, it was 24 hours. You know what I mean? So like it's literally like a city that never sleeps. So the food trucks are open 24 hours. Like if I was on like a midnight shift or whatever, I'd walk outside and get a coffee and a whole
Well,
full meal. So
how much
I'm not. I'm
money,
talking
how
from.
much cash would a food truck have versus a gas station, though? Like, they'd have to do money drops periodically. So if they case the point, they
Yeah.
can figure out, okay, at this point, we can get the most money in that time compared to a food truck, even in New York. Yeah, gas station's your better bet. But at the same time, criminals are stupid. They think they're
Yeah,
gonna get away
yeah,
with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I never fucking got that. I just,
Do you want
it
to
would boggle
know?
my
Well, there
mind.
you
Do
go.
you
I
want to
fixed
know
it
a
for you.
TikTok
Now
that I
you
seen
understand.
earlier? And it was like this
Thank you,
guy
Wildflower.
saying, "Tell me your small
You're
town drama
welcome.
going on right now." And why was the small town drama? This guy got caught um unaliving people, and how he was doing it was he was um I don't want to get the live in trouble. Taking roadkill, stuffing it with the unalived people parts, and sewing it back up and throwing it alongside of the road so
Oh
people
my
wouldn't
god.
notice.
Wait,
That's
where was
Oh
this?
my god, that is
Wait,
not
what?
only oh that is
and
I don't know if I should say this out loud. That is so fucking smart.
yeah, but they
Wait. Is
And
that? Wait,
also
hold on.
very
Is
tedious. What
well
the fuck?
they
yeah. Wait,
noticed like
can you
a
drop a
influx of
source for that?
Yeah, I'll try to find it again. I just seen it as a TikTok earlier.
Yes, I am such a nerd on all this shit. I have never once heard of a schmurderer get disposing of
And
that
they
is
only
fucking
he got
insane.
caught because they
Also,
noticed
what
like
the
an
fuck?
influx of road unalived, and like the
Oh, so
like
he
dog
was
warden
unaliving animals
people.
too?
Yeah, the dog warden people
Okay,
were like
so that's
picking them
worse.
up and noticed that they were like sewn, like their bellies were sewn, and they were like, "Why the fuck are the bellies sewn on these
Okay, he
animals?"
got sloppy with it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
if he was
why.
just
he
picking
was
up
catching
already roadkill, then that's one thing. But if he's unaliving animals to get rid of his
people.
unalived humans,
Yeah.
that's worse. I
Yeah, so
dislike that.
he was literally wow. He was covering up a crime with another crime. Wow,
Like,
that's ooh.
Dude, all he
I
had
yeah,
got
to
that's what
do,
I
goosebumps.
all he had
mean.
to do was go into like a rural area, put lime over it, and then put an indigenous like flower or plant
Yeah.
that you cannot even like touch. You can't dig that up. They're just going to, and then you put the unalived roadkill over it, so when the dog sniffing dogs are looking for a person, they'll sniff out unalived bodies, but then they'll pass off and be like, okay, it was just the roadkill that the animal that was there.
Yeah, that was
That's
my
how you get
thought.
rid of bodies, you guys, just so you know.
My thought
I
was always to like
mean,
bury
Hey,
the body 8 feet and then like at 6 feet
mm,
put like a dog or something. So if they dug it up, they'd be like, "Oh, they were smelling this dog down here," and the real body's like 2, 3 feet
Exactly.
further.
Okay.
Follow me
maybe,
for more
but
tips on
the
how to get
best.
rid of a body.
Hold
Matter of
on, guys.
fact, I'm not
I'm
gonna
gonna
say the
tell
best
my
either.
story real fast.
I'm gonna be quiet now.
But
Wait, I just had a question.
hold on, Alyssa.
One last
But
question
hold
before
on,
I
Alyssa.
go.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, because I'm gonna forget this, or we're gonna get off topic because everybody has squirrel syndrome around here. Um, so without incriminating myself, because I know we have a fellow officer up here. So
Retired. Oh my goodness.
during the time
Fellow.
during the time that I was doing bad things and like transporting substances, um, we used
You
to
were
take.
also a cop?
No, I wasn't a cop. I was illegally transporting substances, if you catch my drift. We would take a dog that was in
I
heat
know.
and
Jesus.
like run them
That wasn't
around.
even a drift.
We would take a dog that was in heat and run them around the car. And regardless on whether the dog that came was a male or female, this shit would drive them insane. Like insane. It was like they couldn't function, they couldn't do their job. Like it was insane.
That is
And,
so fucked up.
but
How dare you? How dare you fuck with a police dog?
I deteriorated. Like
Somehow USA'd them.
But like at least there was one time we got pulled over and they brought in the dogs and this like we had this and this dog and the I just want to say the substances were in the tire, they were not in the seat, and this dog was like digging the seat up because we had a female.
That is so fucked up. It's also
Wow.
hilarious, but that is so fucked up. That is
I
okay.
mean, whatever
Dogs,
works.
police dogs are also officers, man. That is the same thing
Yeah.
as taking your cooter, rubbing it all over your seats, and then some horny officer is like, I don't know what's all going on in here, but I'm very happy to have pulled you over today, ma'am.
Wildfire. I'm mad you
Like
caught
you
that.
are fucking yeah, you have totally fucked with them in their senses. That is so mean, but it's also very smart. Good for you.
Yeah.
People.
And not good for you because you shouldn't have gotten away with that. Maybe it would have
I
gotten
mean,
sober sooner.
you know, I have a perspective on that. If the person gets away with it, they were that good. They went up against a trained officer who has maybe years of experience. You have 6 months in an
Dude,
academy,
to be
2
fair,
months
I
in
trust the
probation.
dog
Can I
more
can
than
I just say something
cops
Yeah.
to
do.
that, please?
Tommy, you're a child.
Well, hold on. I was
hat goes off to you.
interjecting last man, and he didn't even
No,
finish yet.
Tommy was a child, so go ahead.
They were also English. Maybe they just sounded young.
the
Also,
person who
can
was
I
up there?
say something? See, now I sound 12.
Okay, Tommy, can you please tell me your age?
Yeah, fuck you.
age.
Hey, fuck you, Tommy. What
Don't
the
call
fuck?
me dad.
Why are you talking like that, Tommy?
Shut the fuck up, bitch ass nigga. Fuck
You
you,
shut the
nigga.
fuck up. You're
He has
not allowed to
another
say
account.
that, Tommy.
That was not
Stop
Tommy.
bringing up trolls.
That
This
was
is why I'm your
Illa
mod.
whatever.
Okay,
That was
Their name was Tommy, but like, yeah, I'm your mod. Stop bringing up people. I'm gonna figure out who's the trolls. Like, Jesus, I will
Oh.
protect your life.
Okay.
Wait,
But
can I? All right,
Tommy
so
is a
I don't.
is
I,
enemy to
I feel like
game.
I'm gonna say something right now to back up what Butterfly was in the room. I don't want to say it.
But what you said about
I'll
going
give.
up, sorry.
No. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What you said about going up against like a trained officer. There was one time that we got pulled over and we only had like a gram of the devil's lettuce. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? And so like I balled it up and floorboard and I had a lot of shit in my floorboard, like a lot
Why do you
of
keep talking to a cop about this?
okay.
No, I am no longer. She knows what I do for a living now. Yeah, I'm medically retired.
They
Go ahead.
searched the car and they were not able to find us. It really like
Yeah.
boggled me. I'm like, what in the fuck? But anyway, go ahead.
So the best. Well, I don't want to get us. All right, I'm gonna say for the people who generally get away nowadays. I can't say the whole thing, but
Did you just say
think.
nower?
Yeah, I don't want to say it. No, I don't. But just people. There's an underrated. Just charcoal. That is the most underrated way. Charcoal. I can't tell you the whole thing, blah blah blah. But I'm just gonna say charcoal, and you can Google it and what it does and stuff like that. But I'm gonna leave it at that. And that was. Who was this guy? He was like he was notorious in New York, and this dude was doing it for years, and he actually got caught because one of his friends snitched on him.
Was it
You
Al
know, because he
Capone?
was. No. It was some dude who was like having
Well,
an
if you say
affair
New
and
York,
the other
how the
person.
fuck do we know? I don't know.
Yeah, but the method of what he was doing, I was like, wow, that was totally ingenious.
Just like
This
if
is one of
you
the most underrated ways.
if you put pennies in your mouth before you give a breathalyzer, it'll come out. I don't know how real that is. That sounds like it's
I
bullshit.
don't know. I've given hundreds of breathalyzers. The only thing that works is peanuts. It's not going to change the breathalyzer, but it is going to change your breath. That's why they serve peanuts at bars. It changes the breath, and when you sweat that out, you sweat out the oils. Because the main thing when you walk up to the window, that's why they lean in. That's why they really want you to roll down your window so they can smell what's coming out of your car. Is the smell
And look at
of
your
the
eyes, Will.
I want to say though
Yeah.
that what
They
wildfire
always shine their fucking flashlight right in your eyes. I'm
I
like, oh
I
my
hate that
god,
shit.
that's rude.
what
Yeah, they
wildfire
shouldn't do that
saying
at all.
about pennies is actually true, but it has to be old pennies, and because the copper in the penny makes the like fucks with the breathalyzer and it can't like read the alcohol level.
Is it gonna give
I
like a
happen to be in
mood
California.
reading? Because I remember one time some dude blew he blew 001, but he was like he wasn't intoxicated at all. But I found out that the vape juices that they were using back in the day actually had a small amount of alcohol in them that will actually show up in the breathalyzer because the breathalyzer measures the light that's coming out of your breath. So I was like, wow. So we actually gave him a warning for that because in New York
She's
you can't have any
snoring.
blood alcohol in there.
Can you guys hear this? She's snoring.
Wait, is that a puppy? I mean, that's a dog. Oh.
That is a big giant puppy.
Wow, that is whoa.
She's
Whoa.
110 pounds, but she's just a big old baby and she's snoring.
How-
She's got her head on a pillow. Look at her.
How old is she?
Oh my god. A little over 2.
Aw.
Like maybe almost 2.5 now. I don't know. I'd have to do the math and I can't do that right now.
But
Yeah, I have a dog. I just got her.
to answer your question, going to give a reading of like 0.00. It won't show up any. It makes it where the breathalyzer cannot process the like alcohol in your breath. And I'm not going to say how I know this, but I'm going to just say that I know this to be a fact.
You know what's funny? Since we're just kind of like chit-chatting now, like the only experience I had with the breathalyzer is because Okay, so there was long story short, but you're gonna have to let me monologue for just a second so that you have the facts. Because it doesn't make sense without it. So New Year's Eve, we're at a friend's party. Everybody's drinking, doing whatever, yada yada. And then past midnight, of course, we're still up like most of the night, whatever. But I had stopped drinking maybe right around midnight, I guess. And we also were like barbecuing, so I ate a bunch of food and stuff. So, like, compared to everybody else, I was the most sober. However, my husband at the time, my ex husband, he is a fucking fool. And every dude there was like also drunk by the time we showed up. So they're trying to like challenge him to these drinking things, whatever. So he ended up trashed. He trashed. And I was tired because we had been eating. It's late. I drank, whatever. And so I'm just hanging out inside the house with like my girlfriend while the guys are doing whatever the fuck they are doing outside. Meanwhile, I did not know this. For like 2 hours, they could not find him, and they were just trying to like not tell me because they thought they could find him before making me worried. And so apparently at one point they had to just tell me we don't know where the fuck he is. He just kind of wandered off. We know he was drunk as fuck because we were doing all these like whatever games, drinking games and shit. And so just so happened somebody randomly showed up to the house who was an Uber driver. We told them we did not call an Uber. We don't know why you're here. We don't know that person, blah blah blah. They called the cops saying that we were lying. So the cops showed up. We explained to them we don't know this person. We didn't ditch out on some sort of payment or anything. Nobody called an Uber. But we are missing a drunk person. So if you happen to see some random drunk guy, this is what he looks like, blah, blah, blah. And they kind of laughed. They're like, yeah, whatever. Okay, sorry. Have a good night. They left. And then they came back like 10 minutes later. There is a random drunk guy up the street under a tree. Like, I'm pretty sure based on your description, it's your husband. And everybody's drunk, mind you. This is New Year's Eve. The whole story I gave you. So it's like 2 in the morning at this point. I asked if I could be breathalyzed because I'm probably the most sober person out of the bunch. So I did a breathalyzer. They're like, okay, yeah, you're good. I had to drive this giant fucking truck that only worked in certain ways, and it was ridiculous, to go pick up my super drunk husband covered in puke. And then he tried to fight people. And then I told him to get his ass in bed and he needs to stop this shit and blah, blah, blah. And then other things happened that was way more embarrassing involving poop. And it was just, it was ridiculous. Anyways, ex-husband for a reason. But I thought that was a fun story. So that's the only time I've been breathalyzed. So I can go pick him up because the cops happened to find him drunk under a tree.
I will tell you that that was a story for the real one. Like that was a real one move right there.
And thank God for those cops. They could have easily just arrested him. Like if they hadn't randomly showed up, we didn't even think to call the cops. We just know he was drunk and wandered off and nobody knows where he is. But then they showed up randomly
Did they
for
know
this
who he
other
was?
thing.
Did they know like who he
No,
was
no.
or how they interacted with him? That's pretty cool if they didn't.
Well, they hadn't
Like that's something I
interacted
would
with nothing like that. I mean, he wasn't like a bad person or had like, a record or anything like that. It's just that night he had been put in so many positions of these drinking game bullshits of being challenged to drink a certain amount or, whatever they were doing. They were also fucking with them because he's a fucking asshole. And he got super drunk, just chugging whiskey, and yeah, he apparently
Wow.
wandered off and nobody told me for 2 hours, hey, by the way, we don't know where your husband went. And we were only married
I
for a year, by the way. This was forever ago. He is a
I would
problem.
have I would have had more. You know what the respect part in that is that like he at least he didn't get behind the wheel.
He
Like I didn't
couldn't.
find him. Yeah. Like
This is why I had to drive somebody else's random giant truck. We didn't have our car there, thankfully. But the reason that he does have a felony DUI on his record is because he did
Oh
choose to drive
man.
at one point and hit somebody.
Right. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Like So sometimes we would have to give public intoxication tickets, but most of them, like the one incident I can reference back to was there was this dude, and he came from a really popular bar on 33rd and 3rd Avenue called Patrick Kavanaugh's. If you're ever in New York, please go there. They have amazing steaks, right? And this dude was wandering around for like an hour and a half, people complaining about him or whatever, right? And when we approached him, he was like, "I lost my keys. I lost my keys. I can't find my keys." So we ended up, locking him up and put him in the back of the car, and he kept on complaining about his keys. So my supervisor got there, and he was like, "Hey, like, because we have to voucher all his stuff, we have to actually go and see like if he lost something or whatever bullcrap claims that they come to find, right?" So I think a day and a half goes by. It was on a Friday, so they have to stay in the lockdown. They have to stay in like the little. There's a little like prison area that we have in the precinct that they have to stay until the weekend if they don't go to central bookings, right? And come to find out that the magistrate ended up letting him go and giving him a warning. Here's the thing: the funny part about it, when they actually did the investigation and they followed the cameras because people were saying he was harassing him, when he was getting intoxicated at that bar, he gave the bartender his keys and left his car there. So when the judge found that out, they let him go. They were like, "Oh, that's pretty." Yeah, like
Wait, you
he
said
didn't get behind the wheel.
magistrate. Are you in Canada?
No. So in New York, like from Monday to Friday, the judge works. Over the weekend, the
Oh, wait, no,
magistrate, quote
duh.
unquote.
You already said you were in New York like a million times.
Yeah,
Never
yeah.
mind.
I worked in New York. Right now, I live in Georgia. Yeah, I work. Just to be clear, like that's past life. But like the magistrate will deem what the judge sees, even though the judge and the magistrate, I think, are kind of like the same thing.
Wait, how old
But
are you?
I'm 36. Yeah.
Okay, it keeps saying past life, and I'm like, you're like maybe 24 at best. What are you
No,
talking about? This
no.
couldn't have been that long ago that you
I've
were.
had one,
Okay,
two,
never
three,
mind.
four, five different careers since I've been alive. But like,
That's fine.
basically, yeah. Well, not. I mean, military spouse. I can't.
It was a
Yeah, that's
joke.
what you got to do. But I like that a lot. I wouldn't have if because remember, like, officers have the right in New York State to drop charges. Like if I arrest someone for XYZ, I have the right to drop those charges. If the DA or IAB
Hmm.
comes and talks to me about it, I could drop those charges or I can stick them on, right? But in that case, I had no idea what he
That
was
always
talking about.
looks
Someone
bad, though,
else.
right? Like dropping
Um,
charges always looks bad as far as like on your record.
it
Like if you're gonna bring charges against somebody and then later drop them, it's like it shows like some sort of like
it
credibility
so
issue.
I'm gonna say 100%. It depends. It depends. Like it. It's all right. So let's say I get a noise complaint, which generally we did not respond to back in the day, but when I was an impact unit, we have to respond to stuff like that. And the noise complaint is for like a DV incident, right? And then I find out that the person that I charged was not responsible for that. I have the right to drop those charges, right? And the one thing that like I was dealing with, especially in Manhattan, was we would charge someone for like, and this goes right back to there was an airman. I don't know if you guys heard about this story. There was an airman who unfortunately was unalived by a police officer, a sheriff's deputy, excuse me. I don't know if you guys heard that story, but you guys should go look it up. He was
Airman,
unalived.
like it
He
had
was in
something
the
to
Air
do with
Force.
his. Well, yeah, but like, did it have something to do with that, or he just happened to be in the Air Force and the incident happened?
No, he was in the Air Force, but basically the neighbors were complaining about a noise complaint, and people thought that it was a DV incident, right? Now we're coming to find out about this incident was that he was on his iPad with his girlfriend, and he wasn't. His girlfriend wasn't even there, right? But the reason why they complained about the noise complaints, like he had a list of noise complaints, which is why I don't think anyone should respond to a noise complaint. They should have like, a landlord or a super come and knock on the door and say, "Hey, what's going on?" Right? And if they see that there's something going on, then call the cops or whoever. But come to find out that the reason why he had the list of noise complaints is because he was a 22-year-old airman, right? And he would play Call of Duty late at night And of course, when you're playing these video games nowadays, you're very loud.
Hello?
So all the neighbors thought that he was involved in a DV incident, right? Which led up to people like days or weeks later calling the cops on him. And the one time the cops did come, this particular cop came, and the airman, who is from a place that's not too savory, answered the door with his pew, and the minute he opened the door, not knowing who was there, he was unalived by the officer, unfortunately. It's a big story. Like, you guys should go look that up. But come to find out, like, the noise complaints that he racked up wasn't because he was having a situation with his girlfriend. It was basically him playing video games late at night. So that's really unfortunate.
Why did he get killed by cops?
Don't use the K word. Yeah, that's not.
They're trying.
Yeah. Yeah, next story.
Bray, how old are you?
Oh, 18.
You're what?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2002.
Yeah, that's not 18.
I can't count.
I was about to say I can't count. Like, yeah, obviously. Hey, where are you? Oh, Mary.
Sorry, I'm looking at this place that's closest to me where you can give an elephant a bath, and I'm about to book it.
Yeah.
Elephant.
Yeah, I
Wait,
love
is that in the
elephants.
States? Are you serious? Is that in the States?
Yeah, it's Ohio, but I'm in Ohio, but this place is in Indiana, but we're really close to Indiana.
Oh my goodness, Indiana. Have you ever been to Lawrence, Indiana?
I've been to Lawrenceburg, Indiana.
Oh man. So there's a place. Is it Lawrenceburg? I've been to Lawrence, Indiana. Oh man. Oh, it's so slow. I loved it.
And
Like, it's big, but it's so slow. I was like, oh my goodness, I love being here. But I didn't stay there for too long. I was like there for like 2 months.
I live in a village that has a population of less than 500 people.
Lies told by the devil himself. Really? What is that like?
I mean, pretty great. I love it. I
You
couldn't
guys
imagine
must have
living in a
like
big city.
it's the all right, so it's good and bad at the same time, right? It's good because everything is always open. Like, we had in Long Island, there's a 24-hour Walmart and a 24-hour CVS everywhere. Like I said, you can get food at any time, right? It's bad because you become desensitized by a lot of things. And it's almost like you live that fast life, you can't stop living it. That's just my only thing. But small towns where everybody knows each other, and if you're like a stranger, they treat you good and they want to get to know you. But if you're from a
Mm-hmm.
big city, like, you think that's weird for people to want to know you, get your name. You think like, oh my goodness, they're gonna try to do something to me, right? But like, when you live in a small town, oh man, man, that's like, I feel like that's like the best. Like, right now, like where I'm at, I feel like it's medium size, but like it's slow enough where I'm okay with things not being open 24/7. I'm okay with the people. The Southern hospitality myth is not a myth. It is legit. Like, I love it. My neighbors didn't look at me different or weird. I can go out and not, have to like watch my back and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. I like small places.
Yeah, I'm in love with the small town life. And I think it's really good for like raising a family too.
Your sheriff's department must have like 4 people.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's like Mayberry up in this bitch. They don't see anything. It's like they respond to like Rex. That's about it.
Yeah, because that's why, like, I loved the blue shirts. Oh man, I applied for that unit like twice. I did not. Once you apply 2 times, just know that they're gonna ignore you. But community policing is the best because it's like you're not showing up to a stranger's house. You're showing up and you're like, oh, this is Rick. hey Rick, what's going on? What happened? Blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like it's more like you're a counselor than you are someone who's going to show force and arbitrate what's going on between you and the other person involved in a situation. It's the best.
Yeah, I definitely have no complaints. My biggest complaint is just probably like how long it takes to get to the grocery store, but other than that, it's okay.
Hey
You got to
guys.
get to the spirits.
We raise like our own meat and stuff too, so.
Hey. Hello.
Hi, how are ya?
Hello,
I'm
how
okay.
are you?
I'm okay, man. I'm okay. I just like to join your debate for a few minutes, if I can. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you guys were. I'm not. Yeah, I think you guys went a little bit off topic on what's on being displayed on the home screen here. But yeah, I think pro-life or pro-choice, and why? I would say pro-choice, right? But like when it comes on to being pro-life, it's like it's given the circumstances you would be pro-life, but the alternative would be pro-choice, right? So,
Mhm.
and I was in the comment section earlier, and they were saying something about the A word, which
Abortion?
yes, which I totally disagree with. I would never. But if I was even if I was a woman, I would never do something like that. You know, because life is just so mysterious. It's like you never know what could happen, and you know, and you have the opportunity to shape lives as a, you know, as a baby's born around you and whatever. But yeah, I'm pro-choice, pro-choice because
None of that made very much sense. You do realize pro choice means you're like okay with abortion, right?
yeah. So if someone was like, let's say, graped, someone got graped, then I wouldn't tell them to be pro-life because
Well, I'm pro life, but I would be okay with it. I mean, not okay with it, but I would understand if someone got an abortion in this situation.
yeah, if someone got graped, then that's different. But like outside of that, I'd be pro-choice. Yep.
Do you mean pro
Um,
life?
Ah, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying.
Mary,
What?
I'm sorry, Mary. Can I jump in and ask a question real quick? And I'm
Sure.
gonna let you guys talk,
No,
and
go for
I'm
it.
gonna jump in. Um, Don, what do you have a? All right, yeah, I'm equally as confused as Mary is. I'm actually pro life. So do you have a cutoff, or like I didn't understand what you like really meant.
Yeah, I was saying, ultimately, I think everyone had a choice whether they were going to sleep together or they're gonna make the right decisions in life. That's why I would say I'm pro-choice. But when it comes on to like being graped or anything like that, I wouldn't encourage anyone to be pro-life in that scenario.
Okay, wait, hold on. No, that's all right. That's not what I meant. Let me clarify.
Yeah, sure.
So let's say a woman wanted to get an elective abortion. Do you have a cutoff? Are you pro-choice all 9 months, or like do you have a cutoff? Like,
When you said something earlier, you said elective. What does that
I'm
mean?
sorry. Okay, so an elective abortion is the woman is choosing to unalive her baby.
No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't do something like that. I don't have any.
So
Okay.
I think you're meaning to say you're pro life. You just keep saying
Okay.
you're pro choice.
Yeah,
Okay,
you.
I get it though. Yeah, I'm pro-life.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're. I get. I'm trying. Like I said, like so, you're pro-choice and choosing to, engage in adult activities with other people, but you're pro-life, as in you don't want the result of the chosen activity to result in the abortion scenario. I don't want to put words in
Exactly.
your mouth. Okay,
So
all
that
right.
makes me pro-life. I think I'm pro-life.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it
no, that's
seems like you're
fine.
just pro life with a S exception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even pro-life is almost pro-choice. It's very confusing. It's a very thin line, I would say. It's a very thin line. Pro-choice and pro-life is like
Oh my
if you're
god,
if
I
you're
want to
if you're
respond so
pro-life,
bad right now, but I
of
can't
course
yet.
you would like make the right decisions in life, which is like being pro-choice. So like it's a very thin line.
You mean pro
Wildflower,
life?
calm down. Yeah, yeah.
Dude.
Wildflower, calm down, calm down. Okay. Now, all right. So I'm trying to gauge in what I want to say. I can't even gauge it. Okay. So we already established that you're pro choices and them picking, to have smecks, right? Um, you're against the abortion. I'm trying to. You said something
Yeah,
earlier that I wanted
basically,
to.
like if it wasn't like done,
Oh, the essay
yeah,
exception. You give
if
essay
it
exception.
wasn't
Okay.
if there wasn't like a mutual understanding of terms and conditions that apply that that anything can happen, then if it's outside of that, then yeah.
Okay. So I'm a pro lifer that I only give the medical exception under the guise of his self defense, right? And then on top of that, I don't give any other exceptions,
Wait
right?
a minute. You
So,
were like offended that I thought you were pro-life earlier. See, you are pro-life.
See,
wait, who's talking me? Me
yeah,
or Don? I'm sorry.
you're
Wait.
Yeah,
pro-life.
you.
You are.
In the freaking chat earlier, you're like, I'm not pro-life. Like you said, I forget how you said it. I don't want to say how dare you, but I feel like it was
Very
something
confusing.
along those lines. How dare you think I'm pro-life?
It's very confusing.
Oh, you're talking about Wildfire. You're talking about Don, right? Because me and you met before. You know where I stand on this fence.
I thought you were pro-life, and in the chat earlier you confused me when you're like, oh, you think I'm pro-life. Maybe it was a typo or a Freudian slip. I don't know, but
I think
yeah,
he's
you
just
said something about
confused.
being pro-choice earlier, and I got really confused because I was like, oh, I thought you were pro-life. Okay, now
Like,
you're saying you're pro-life again.
oh my god, my kids are not cooperating with me tonight.
Yeah, no, I'm pro life 10 toes down. I think you're talking about Don. I'm getting confused in this conversation. But like I'm trying to
No.
figure out. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even in the chat. But I'm trying to figure out Don. So you give an
Oh, that's
essay
a lie.
exception.
No, you
Scroll.
commented
You
to
better
me
scroll up
in
and
the
show
chat.
why
I have to scroll
Wildflower.
up
You
from
better
an hour
scroll up and
ago.
find
This
some.
is gonna take for
Yeah,
fucking ever.
that
Oh
is
my god, this is gonna
insane. Are
take
you
forever,
He
but I'm
needs
joking?
gonna do
he
this.
needs
I'm gonna do
receipts.
this now.
No.
I'm gonna
Where's the
do
receipts?
this.
No. Everybody knows my position on this. I'm
It
like
ends.
9 debates in. But no, hold
This
on, hold
is
on. Hold
why I was
before
questioning.
we,
Like, I thought you were pro-life. This is weird. Oh,
I
okay,
am
my
pro I
bad.
am pro life. I am pro life. I
Oh,
only give the yeah,
okay.
but the only exception that I give is the self defense exception, right? Which is the medical exception. People have different reasons why. But Don gives an SA exception, and I wanted to know like what his thoughts were on that. Now, this was a conversation between him and Mary, so I'm gonna pass it back to Mary and I'm gonna chime in because that's what I wanted to pick his brain at, but I don't know if Mary has any other questions that she wanted to talk to him about.
I think Mary's probably busy, man.
Oh,
Uh,
she's coffee
yeah, she's
cupped.
in close. Yeah.
Yes. So I get the essay exception. Something that I would want you to think about is that like you have to understand that even at the event of essay, it's horrible, it's wrong, I condemn it. I the person who does that to another person should be locked up and condemned. All right,
Of
and that's
course, that's why
that's
they have the
right.
judicial system. Yeah.
It's right. It's disgusting. But here's my question to you, right? If
Yeah.
that results in a child, why are we punishing that child for something that he had nothing to do with?
That question is beyond me because can't wrap my head around it neither. To be fair, that question is beyond me, bro. That's a long shot. You missed me with that
Maybe
one.
I can answer it, but
Yeah.
I'm busy scrolling back trying to look for this fucking comment because I know
Oh,
you
you
freaking
better
said it.
come with those. You better come with those receipts,
Oh my god,
Wildflower.
it doesn't let me
Sorry,
go that
Don.
far back. I just got
Sorry,
to the end
Don.
of it.
Me and
So,
Wildflower see each other in passing. So,
this
but
is why it's bothering me because I was so confused. I questioned you before you even came up here. It was
I
in the
was
chat.
not
You
in.
said something.
You
I was
told
like,
me to
I thought
come
you're
up.
pro life. Weird.
No, you
Yeah,
told me to
and you
come
said it's
up,
weird.
and I said I was
Oh,
spending some
that's the
time with
confusion.
Mrs.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Wait,
Yeah,
what did
yeah,
you
yeah. It
What
was
did you
during
find? What did
that.
you find?
No, no, no. No, I didn't find it, but the fact that you remember that conversation, I just misinterpreted then because you were saying, like,
Okay.
I guess you thought I was inviting you up or wanting you to come up because you're pro choice. No, I wanted
I
you to
thought
come
you
up
was.
because you were pro life.
Yeah, I'm pro life, but I thought
And
you
then
was
you were
telling me to come
like,
up because you
no,
wanted to
why?
talk to me. Like, what? I feel bad now. Because I have to,
No,
like.
well,
I
no,
think.
you like
I
the
think.
comment that I was looking for. Hold on, the comment that I was looking for, you said something like along the lines of I forget what you said word for word, but it was along the lines of like wanting me to join the conversation. But I now looking back, you probably meant because I'm also pro-choice, like you probably you're like, why do you want me to come up? I'm pro-life. But no, the reason I
Oh,
requested you up
all
was
right.
because you're pro-life, not because you're pro-choice.
Guys,
But
I think.
and yeah, anyway, never mind. It was miscommunication.
Don't
I
worry,
think.
Wildflower. I'm still a big fan.
Guys, I
Go ahead.
think.
I'm sorry, Don. Go ahead, brother.
I think being pro-life and being pro-choice goes hand in hand. To be fair, that it's just there's not too much contrast there. Like if you're pro-life, you're gonna make great choices, but being pro-choice is selfish decisions as much as being pro-life, given the circumstances. You know. But I'll close on that. I'll close there.
What do you mean close? Did you give a stance? Or you just
Yes.
wanted to say something?
I said they go hand in hand. They're being pro-life and being having pro-choices. Ultimately,
Well,
if you're
going hand in
pro-life,
hand in what way though?
if you're being pro-life, technically you're gonna make all the best decisions, which is what pro-choice is. So that's what I meant. Like being pro-life, you would always make the best decisions given the circumstances.
Not really. Like, well, the way I look at pro-life is the fact that the phrase itself, pro-life, is a political term. So if you're looking at being pro-life as some sort of moral standard that they hold themselves to, then sure.
No,
If they're going to look
I
at
didn't
like
say
life
that, but
being
like
valuable. Well, yeah,
what?
I guess it just
So
depends on what you mean by being pro-life or
yeah,
pro-choice then.
I think that's I think that's where I need to have a better understanding of what it means to be pro-life or pro-choice, and then I can ultimately say whether or not. But I think they go together. I don't think there's much contrast in being pro-life and pro-choice.
Bye, Mary. Well, if you don't think there's much contrast, then that's probably like more so on like a moral standpoint, but legally wise, like that's really where my argument comes from is the legalities of it all because that's the whole point of all of this is whether or not it's going to be legally accessible or not. Like I really don't give a fuck if
Oh, you
somebody's
mean for
like, I think it's
women?
wrong.
Like to have?
What?
I get it now. I think I get it now. So you're saying that
To have
if
an abortion?
yes, I'm against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
against it.
well, that's fine. Yeah, so morally, you can be against it, like the action of it all, of the fact that it ends a life. But it's whether or not it should be legally accessible,
Yeah,
like
but back in the day,
in the
we
case
I don't
of.
think I know we're like ahead of time right now, but back in the day, I don't think people had a choice whether to be they did have an option of doing such a thing. I would say. Okay, correct me if
Of
I'm
having an
wrong.
abortion?
Yeah,
What do you mean
before
back in the day? Like, how far
like
back are
before
we
all
going?
this technology and after birth. contraceptive pills and all
Okay,
that kind
well,
of stuff.
that's
And
fine, but I would still need to know like a number. What do you mean by back in the day? 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, 100? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, because they've been doing abortions for decades. It's been quite a long time.
Abortion has technically been around since the dawn of time, but like if we're talking about abortions as we know it today, then yeah, it's been decades.
Yeah. Wow, Wildflower. Holy crap! I'm defending. I can't believe. All right. You know what? Wildflower. I'm
What'd
not.
you say?
I said
Did you
Wildflower.
say offended?
Yeah. No. No. I'm not. No. I'm sitting here and I'm like, wait. I'm actually supporting your position right now. What's going on? What's
What do
going
you
on?
mean?
No.
You don't even know
Like.
my position, really. But like,
No.
this is
I
why a lot of
don't.
people say I'm
But.
technically pro-life. Oh, dude left. Well, whatever. I guess it's just me and
Uh.
you.
No, what I was saying, yeah, and I'm about to drop because the missus wants me. What is it? Garbage day tomorrow. She wants me to do something real quick. No, but what I was saying is, yeah, like abortion has been around. He was saying XYZ, but abortion's been around for a long time. Like it's not
Right.
something that's new. You know what I mean? So I feel like a lot of the people that I've spoken to lately think that ever since the fall of Roe, like we're gonna have HIPAA violations and all. I'm like, I'm trying to just like sift through the.
That's true. Oh,
Yeah.
can I clarify on that though?
Yeah, of
Like
course. Yeah, I'm here to learn.
in some states, if they want to, like, because typically, like when we talk about abortion bans, it's not to criminalize the woman, it's to criminalize the doctors, even in Texas. But
Mhm.
if there comes a case where, like, a miscarriage is going to be something that they're going to hold them liable for, like they caused this to happen, and they are trying to find information on them as far as evidence to hold them accountable, like the mother, pregnant person, whatever, um, then that's going to become, fuck, why do I lose my train of thought while I'm talking? This is so annoying. It's probably because
No,
it's so
take
late,
your
but
time.
like,
Yeah.
no, I had a point though. I just wanted to make sure that part was covered, but then I distracted myself with making that point. God damn it. What were we just talking about though? It had something to do with
How
what?
long abortion has been around, and you said certain states are going to hold doctors liable for miscarriages, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, there
yeah.
was a reason I was going into the miscarriage thing though.
Oh.
Fuck. Fuck. I forgot my whole point. Okay, never mind.
No, hey, listen, can you
No,
can
I'm
you write
tired
that
and it's
down?
late and I don't
No, write
know.
that
I don't
down.
even
Write it
know
down.
what to write down.
I know, like what we were talking about. So because again, like yes, I
I
do
was gonna make a
debate.
point and then I hate it when I
You're gonna
like
remember
I
it.
preface things. I always preface
you
something so that you understand and then I forget what the point is.
But you're
I
gonna
do it every
remember
time.
it when I'm not around. So like this is what I started doing with all of my debates, right? We're gonna debate. This is what my stance is too. We can debate, we could have like, disagreements, but I always want to walk away from a debate with a friend where we can find the middle ground. Like I understand where you're coming from,
Yeah, like
and
like
then
I,
you
I
understand,
that's how I want it to. I just want it to be a
Yeah.
discussion. But yeah, I was gonna like make a
100%.
point on Wait, what were we saying before that
Write
though?
it down. Hold on,
God
write it.
damn
I'll
it. I
write it down
can't
for
believe
you.
I
I'm
forgot
actually
it that
getting up to
hard.
get my notepad. So you made a point about how I think were you trying to make like a legality plea on how this is going to become an issue due to the fact that there's no availability? That's the only way I can
I
see
don't
that.
know.
Oh, come
There was a
on.
reason. No, I totally lost my point. There was a reason I was just prefacing it with that. And then I was like, just so you know this part. And then I was going to say the point. And I totally, that's the part I forgot. And it's bothering me now. But oh well,
All
it's
right,
gone.
so I'm gonna remember it, and then I'm gonna bring it up every time you talk because I know you're gonna remember it.
Dude,
You're
if
gonna be
you
like at
remember
work.
for me, maybe it'll jog my memory. But whatever we were talking about, I thought of something to say. And yeah, God, I should just say the point and then preface it. But usually, I think
Sometimes.
like usually people like when there's a full panel anyway, that's when people jump in. So I get like, oh,
Yeah.
I have to talk really fast and make my point, before people jump in.
So I like what you did. Like you say you give the person the information, and then you say your point, because it kind of like that's the strategy I've been being taught by these debates that I've been having, right? Is that if you give them all the information and then you say your point, you kind of back them into a wall, because I always say this before every time I talk to people that I
Well,
know have
yeah,
false
I want it
information.
to make sense, you know. I'm not
Right.
trying to like corner people. I just want whatever I'm going to say to make sense and relevant to what we were just talking about. So, but because it's late and honestly, I haven't been
Oh my
drinking
God, it's
much lately,
2:30.
but I drank tonight and so my brain's not functioning at its normal rate.
Oh
And
man, I know the feeling.
I just like instant and ADHD probably. I don't know. But everything combined, I just like lost my train of thought like immediately and I hate it when that happens. It's like, nope, it's gone now. Never mind.
Oh man. All
But
right.
what is your wife? What is Mrs. Last Man? Is she also pro-life?
She's more of a radical than I am. Believe it or
What do
not.
you mean
Yes.
radical? What does radical mean?
I so um so I would have to, I say radical as a joke, right? So I would have to go back
Radical
into,
pro-lifer, you mean?
yeah, she's a hardcore pro lifer, right? But since
Oh,
she's in
okay.
the she's active duty military, she can't
Hmm.
espouse or express her positions because you have to be apolitical, right, at all
Yeah.
times, right? So when I was earlier today, when I was making dinner and stuff like that, I couldn't, like, my living room, my kitchen are like kind of relatively in the same place, so I couldn't listen to the debate because we actually had Dr. Phil and like a couple other people on Tonlock's channel. Believe it or not, I took a screenshot of that, and I was in the kitchen listening to this, and
Wait, the
I look
real
over.
Dr. Phil? No way.
I don't what so
A
so so
Tonlock? That
so
sounds like
hold on,
horseshit. Tonlock's fucking
hold
not.
on, hold
No
on, wait.
way.
So I know there's a lot of stuff that goes on in that room. Listen, if you have Discord,
Not
ping
the
me on
actual
Discord and I'll
Dr.
send it to
Phil.
you.
Maybe no, I
He
don't have. I
sounded
mean,
a
I have an account.
hell of a lot
Just
like
because
him.
he sounded like him.
I
Oh
know.
my god, that
Wait,
was not Dr. Phil.
this
I'm
is
telling you
this.
right now.
I know, but like he
Why
had good
would he
argument.
do that? Just
Hold
randomly
on.
show up in some random psycho's fucking abortion
Wait,
debate on
did I
TikTok.
make you laugh? Did I make you laugh? Did I make you laugh
Okay, you
about
made
it?
me laugh in frustration of how absurd that sounds, but yes,
Thank you.
maybe I giggled
All
a
right.
little. You're laughing way more
So
than me though. Look, listen to you.
because it's ridiculous. Like, all right, so he was in there. Was
Okay,
yeah,
now I'm
and
laughing.
I'm
Yes,
in the
it is
kitchen. I'm in the
ridiculous.
kitchen. Yeah, I'm in the kitchen. That's why I was laughing. Well, I'm in the kitchen trying to finish up dinner because, that's my resolute job, right? And I put the phone on the TV. She was in the room with the fur babies and doing her thing, right? So she
Hmm.
comes out, she's on the couch, and as they were having the debate, I look over because I have this little like window kiosk thing in my kitchen that separates the kitchen from the living room, and I look over and she's getting pissed off at the females who are like not knowing what a fetus is, or like they're like, well, they're all nine
Say
months
women, don't
okay
say
with it.
female.
Oh, sorry, yeah, yeah, but yeah, the women in there were just like, well, I just there was someone in there that I've seen before, and she was like, oh well, I just want to she said, I just want to unalive it because that's what I want to do, I don't care, da, da, da. And I saw her. So my wife is Asian, right? She was turning beet red, like she was getting frustrated to the
Like
point where she wanted to cut it.
Filipino?
No, she's from China. And that's another story.
Oh,
Yeah, that's another story that I
that.
want to I want to use it because
Wait,
I
wait.
found.
Like,
Mhm,
that's more interesting to me. She's like
mhm.
you met her in China,
Say that
or
again.
she's Chinese. Like you
She's
met your wife
Chinese.
in China,
Oh
or
no,
she
I
just
didn't.
is Chinese.
No. She is Chinese, and I met her when we were in high school, and we became
Oh,
friends.
okay.
Yeah, it's a long story, but so
Well, anyway,
about
go
three
ahead. Something
years,
about she heard something in
it
the.
was, yeah. She
Well,
was
no, you
getting.
don't. I didn't want to cut you off, but you don't have to go back to it if you don't want.
Oh no. So I wanted to, and I know, like,
like if you use personal information, it's anecdotal to the story, but it will
I don't
support
care.
what
We're not
I
debating
wanna.
right now. It's just me and you in here right now. It doesn't
Oh
matter.
yeah, no. So I want to ask her if I could use her story as to why she's pro-life, because she was actually born in China. She came over here when she was 11 years old, right? So
Hmm.
she had this whole. I learned about her story. So we've been married for about 8 years now, and I learned about her story. Well, 7 years. Sorry, we've been married for 7 years now. I learned about her story three
Wait,
years
what year were
into
you
our
married in?
marriage. Huh?
I can't do math right now. What year were you married in?
Whew, when were we
Is
married?
that
2017,
2017?
18? Huh? Yeah,
Oh,
17,
wait,
yeah.
was it 18 or 17? Because I can't do math
18.
right now.
18.
18?
Yeah.
I was married in 2017. That's why I
Uh
was like, is this year my 7th or 8th anniversary? And I was like, I
here's
want
here's
you to
how
do the math for me.
here's how Christian I am. We known each other since high school, right?
Mm-hmm.
4 months into us, like, we were high and by type of situation. We started dating, right? 4 months into us dating,
That
we
could be
got
taken
engaged.
in so many different ways. I'm high and by every day.
Well, it
But
was
like,
like
I know what you
hi
mean.
on
No, never
Facebook.
mind.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
so
how are
you
you doing?
no,
Hey, and then
no,
she
are you
wouldn't.
not getting what I'm saying?
No, go ahead, explain. Explain, please.
My version of high and by, you want me to explain that? It was
Yeah,
supposed to
like
be a
what do you?
joke. High
No.
like I smoked a bowl and bi
Oh,
like I'm bisexual.
okay, I get it now.
See?
Jeez.
We
Yeah,
both have high and bi situations on different levels.
that is true. Remember, I used to live in Seattle, so I definitely get it. But
What do you
so
mean in
4 months.
Seattle? What is God
Yeah, I used to.
damn it.
Yo, the
You're
high
gonna
part is
correlate
definitely a
Seattle
thing.
to like
Hell yeah!
stoned
Oh my
bisexual
good.
people.
What?
That's so
Seattle's the only
funny.
place where you
No,
can
I'm not
actually do
negating it.
that.
It's just so funny that you said Seattle. Like one
Everybody is
out of
stoned in
everything you could have
Seattle.
said.
Hell
Dude,
yeah!
you
Everybody.
haven't been to
Oh my
California
god.
then? Do
I
you know
have, but
Tupac?
like, yeah, yeah, of course, but
Like, hello,
so are you from California?
California. Yeah.
Oh,
Knows
that's pretty
how to
cool.
pod.
Do you actually
I'm like
have?
super white though, obviously.
No, that's fine. I don't hold it against you. Don't worry
I
about it.
no, I'm just saying the trying to sing Tupac's song like I sound super white, so I'm just prefacing
Oh
it's gonna
man,
be that
me
way.
me and my wife are Biggie fans, so I don't know if this is an East Coast West Coast battle. That's
Oh,
gonna.
oh. You know what's so funny? You know what's hilarious? Like my teenage daughter, she for some reason her phone will not connect to my Bluetooth on my in my car to play her music. I don't know, some sort of something she can't figure out on her phone. So she goes onto my playlist to like on my Spotify to find some sort of playlist. So now I have a bunch of music that's derived from the music that she has played, which is all like 90s rap and hip hop, which is hilarious that this generation is now like going back to that like it's oldies or something. So, anyways, I got Tupac's greatest hits was just randomly playing like while I was driving, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And there was a song that like I never really paid attention to the words before when I heard it as a teenager. And I'm like, oh my God, no wonder. Like it was like a dare to Biggie and everybody on the East Coast to come get him. And I'm like, holy shit.
Oh well. All
Well,
right.
in
So
hindsight, this song didn't last.
no, it didn't age well. That
Yeah,
did not
right. Yeah,
age
it didn't age
well.
well. There you go.
Holy
Yeah, that's the
crap.
words I was looking for. It's like,
So
oh,
you
damn.
have to.
But it's so funny that it's because of my kid who was my age when I listened to this music, revamped this song for me to really listen to it. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, that was a call out to come get him.
Yeah, well, oh man, that's one of the greatest unsolved mysteries. Like you can, so when you're
It's
leaving the
not
academy, you have.
unsolved.
I mean, yeah,
We
it
know
is. I
what happened,
mean,
but there's the cops were involved,
we
you people. You people
I
were
mean,
involved?
wait, so there's no one. All right, so when I was in the academy, you had to write a paper on, anything like law enforcement or whatever. You could either go to uh like the unsolved, like, unsolved stuff, or write a paper about
Holy nugget
so
of fucker. What the
you
fuck
can.
is that?
Yeah, no, it's my phone. You could write a
Why
paper
was that
on a whole
so
bunch of
loud?
stuff. I'm actually talking to my work phone. Hold on a sec. Let me see what's going on here. Give me
No, you're
2 seconds.
fine. It's just I have earbuds in and they're turned all the way up, and that was loud as shit. That hurt my face. It was so loud. I have a feeling that the live is probably gonna. John, if you're actually here, you need to actually come up. Like, not you. There's some other John apparently. People that are saying, "Can I join? Bring me up." Blah bitty blue. Just put in a request. Yeah, we can bring you up, but nobody's requested, so I don't know. You came up.
Oh, how you doing?
I wasn't sure if you were actually here or not.
Oh yeah, I was listening. You guys having a good time. It was entertaining.
I had to burp. Anyway, apparently you got a phone call or whatever. What are you doing?
I'm chilling in my office, just taking in the
In your
night air.
office? Wait, what time is it?
It's 11:40.
Oh, so you're in California too?
I'm in Washington. Yeah, I'm over. I think Last Man's in Seattle. I'm south of him.
Well, then you're a liar. It's 11:41.
Yeah, you caught me. You caught me.
Gotcha. It's
Yeah, I'm just.
clipped.
He can't be trusted.
Never again. You know what's funny? My dad's name is John, and like any guy that I've ever met named John that's not within his age group, they're not complete jerks. So I have a theory that not a theory. I guess it's a theory that anybody named John probably isn't an asshole. So good for
Interesting.
you. You fit into that.
All right, W. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. I married into a family with 9 Johns, so
See how common it is? That's crazy.
yeah, it kind of sucks.
What's funny though is my dad is who's John. He's technically named after his dad, who's John, but he's only John because of immigration status. His name is technically pronounced Johan because they're Swedish and Norwegian or wherever,
Ah,
whatever that is.
Hey, hey, John.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to take a leave. Wildflower, it's been great. I'm gonna drop down for a little bit. If you guys are around later, it's been a great discussion. If you guys are around later, I'll definitely be up. Okay.
for sure,
I
for
mean,
sure.
that sounds good, but I'm pretty sure Butterfly passed out, so you probably won't see us later. But it was good chit chatting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
we,
If
we have a discussion to finish, me and you, Wildflower. Okay, we're gonna have to talk about a couple of songs from Tupac, and then you're gonna have to listen to our favorite Biggie song. Anyways, John, I'm gonna be back in like
No,
maybe
that's fine.
20
I'm not
minutes.
like a Tupac fan, man. It was.
You're
I'm gonna
undercover
fail.
Tupac fan. Well, John, follow me. I'm gonna be
I
up.
mean,
I'm trying to
sure.
see what's going on in Tom Locke's room later, but yeah, I need 20 minutes. All right, I'll see you guys later, though.
yeah, we follow each other. Yeah, for sure,
All right.
man. If
Good night.
we'll have to. Okay, he's gone.
He's not gonna listen. He left.
Yeah, he's
Whatever you said
adios.
didn't matter.
He's out of here. What's going on, girl? How can I help you?
Help me. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Butterfly fell asleep, so I'm just kind of sitting here
Just
chit chatting
chilling.
at this point.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Are you in Cali?
Yeah, I'm like near Sacramento, basically.
Okay, so you're on the northern. Is that northern half, right? I don't know
It's like
California very well.
it's basically dead center. Like they consider it northern, but It's in the middle.
Okay,
I'm
got it.
not Southern California by any means, but I would associate myself with Northern California. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough.
But it's
Fair
like
enough.
right in the middle.
Okay,
Because,
cool.
like, the Bay Area and all that, it's right in the middle, but it's technically considered Northern California, which is weird.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I've been to San Diego, Chino Hills, and Santa Barbara, but that's about it.
Everything's south. I
Yeah,
went to
a lot of business.
Santa Barbara one time, and that was for my cousin's wedding, which was like forever ago. But yeah, anytime I really been to Southern California was like if we went to Disneyland or I think that's it. No, one time I used to be a photographer like on a professional level, and so one time I got sent to fuck, I want to say it was San Diego. Was it San Diego? Yeah, right? I'm all asking you.
I
Like
believe you. I believe you.
it was somewhere. No, it wasn't San Diego. It was somewhere in the LA County. Oh, okay. Well, I can't remember now, but it was right there on the beach, and it was one of those prestigious, like commonly known LA places, but it wasn't San Diego because San Diego's not LA. Anyway,
Huh.
I went there because I was a photographer and they were having some sort of event, and I got hired to be the photographer for the event. And that was fun, but that was like the only time. Like, California is so big, like, there's no way to like really explore all of it, even if you live here and you like plan for it. Like, it's like a
Sure,
huge trip, you know what I mean?
sure. I'm not much of a city guy, but I had a great time in San Diego. I like a really good time. I was
It
down there
is,
for
it
business.
looks really pretty.
Yeah, it was really pretty. It was
I
fun.
keep telling my husband, like, when we're trying to make plans for like our anniversary or whatever, when we can like take like a little weekend trip. I'm like, we should go our anniversary's in the fall. So I was like, we should go to San Diego because like my baseball team is the Giants and they happen to be playing the Padres down in San Diego. So I'm like, it's a 2 for 1. We can go watch a baseball game and be in San Diego.
There you go. That works out perfectly. Um, I had a buddy of mine. We played college baseball together. He pitched for for San Diego for a while, a few years back, and I
Oh,
would
that's
go.
cool.
Yeah, I'd go down there to watch him play every now and then. But yeah, you're
My
a Giants fan,
daughter,
huh?
my oldest daughter, yeah, I'm a Giants fan for sure. But yeah, my oldest daughter, when I was trying to push her to be into softball, which didn't last, but she happened to have a coach that was a retired baseball player who is now a cop, but like he played for the Padres. He was, and so I was like, that's fucking cool.
Yeah, that's
And
pretty sweet.
yeah. And so, but at the same time, she was not into it the way I was. Like the kind, like, I don't want to say it was militant, but like the way that, a coach would be, like when you picture a football coach in movies, that's kind of how he was with baseball. But he like knew his shit and everything. Like me growing up and playing softball the way that I did, and I wanted to be a professional, I would have saw this as like fucking awesome. But my daughter cried. So I'm like, okay, maybe softball's not for you. And he went and talked to me. He's like, I wasn't trying to like make her upset. I'm like, I know. I was like standing right there while he was talking to her. He's just like stern and a coach, he was serious and he's like, we need to do this, we need to do that, and you have to blah blah blah. And just because of the sternness, she wasn't used to it and she fucking cried. And I'm like, okay, maybe sports isn't for you. I'm sorry. We're not going to push this anymore.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
she's in
Yeah.
color guard now and she's doing great. She
What is
loves it.
that?
So
What's that?
color guard, it's she's in high school, so it's like with like jazz band or any sort of band that performs at football games, there's always like the people flipping around the flags and the fake guns, the
Oh.
rifles.
Oh,
That's
is that what
color
they
guard.
call that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
And
know that was the name. All right, cool.
yeah, so yeah, and so she's been doing the flag part of it for the last couple years, but she's going into her senior year next year, so she's been really training for the rifle part of it, which is like doing all these very structured maneuvered dances while you're flipping something. It's not obviously a real rifle, but it's like the size, shape, and everything of a real rifle, just without triggers and everything, into the air. And then you have to catch it and do a little flip and whatever. I'm like, holy shit. Like, it's so involved and crazy, but I'm so glad that she, like, she found her thing,
Oh, that's fun.
because I didn't know what else to do. I'm like, I played soccer and softball. If you're not into sports, I don't know what else to do. So I just kept trying to introduce her to things until she found what she wanted.
Sure. Yeah, my son just finished his first year of t-ball this year, and he had a great time. He had a blast. We're gonna have him try fencing next. Um, Up here, you can do fencing once you're 5, and so he turns 5 July 5th. So we're gonna get him into fencing, see if he likes that because he loves swords. He likes to fight
Wait,
me.
how old is he? If he just did T-ball, what is he, 6?
He's 4.
Oh my God. He's just a baby.
Yeah, he's a little
That
guy.
is perfect. Oh my God. T-ball for a 4-year-old, that had to have been like the funniest games ever.
It was wild. Yeah, we had one girl on the team who thought she was like a leopard, so she would crawl on her hands and knees from base to base. It was a time. It was a time.
That is great.
Yeah.
Dude, if you just, even on TikTok or YouTube or whatever, if you just look up videos of little kids doing T-ball, it is the best.
It's so
They
it's
just
so
like, they'll
entertaining.
hit the ball and run the wrong way, and like people are cheering. Like, it's just so funny, but they're so proud of themselves at the end of the day. It's like, oh, good for you.
Yeah.
You did it, even though they did nothing. But it's just so cute to watch them like run around like that.
Yeah, he loved it. He loved it. And so, yeah, we're just
You know what's
gonna let
fucked
him do
up?
a bunch of stuff. What's up? What's that?
So like my daughter, my youngest, she has a condition where it's a genetic condition, but basically it affects your bones at the end of the day. It, like, her bones break easily. And so me growing up with like a super baseball family, like my stepbrother, for instance, he was going to be scouted for the Giants. Like, he was a pitcher, he was doing great. And then just one day he decided, you know what? I don't want to do baseball anymore. And like, the family was very disappointed, but obviously it's his life and whatever. Nobody gave him shit. But it was like, holy good, you could have been on the Giants. Like, everybody's a Giants fan in our family. Like, it's like, oh my God. But yeah, we're a super baseball family, but because I'm a girl, I did softball, and like, but I took it super seriously. I did all the clinics. I was always on like All Stars. Like, I was gonna try to do it in college, but I was like horrible in school and whatever. I did do one like elective thing of softball, but it wasn't like I was on the team or whatever. It was like a training. But anyway, I wanted my kids to do that. And so pushing my daughter to do it, she was not into it, like I said. And then I had a stepson, and he was super into baseball, and he took it super seriously, but for like 2 years. And he's like, okay, I'd rather do this. He wanted to do band. So he does band. My other daughter does color guard. And so they're in the same sort of thing because they're basically the same age in high school. They do the same shit. Whatever. But my youngest, I wanted her to do t-ball, and she's super into soccer, but she has this bone condition. She can't run.
Oh, I'm
she
sorry to
can't
hear
be
that.
like, she can't be doing like physical activities like that. Like, it's just, so yeah, basically she does ballet, and like, I really want her to do swimming more. I need to look into that more. It's not like a sport, but I guess she can do swimming lessons. I don't know. But
Yeah, I mean
like,
it's really
low
low
impact
impact.
shit.
Yeah, it's really low
Yeah,
impact.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then, the
She could
good
get
thing
into
is she's
diving.
really into music, though. She's really into music, and she's like a little singer. So I signed her up for this band camp that's actually coming up next week. But she's super into music, so that's good. So, but yeah, I don't know. It just sucks because she loves soccer. She loves like watching it and like, the videos of it, and she likes playing kickball, but everything's at her pace. So I can't like sign her up for soccer with other kids in a rec league, you know, because
Sure.
she can't be out there having kids running into her and shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That part
That's
sucks.
tough. Yeah, that would be difficult if I wanted to play a sport and I couldn't for some physical reason. Yeah, that would be difficult to wrap my brain around. Sorry to hear that, but I'm certain there'll be something that she really, really ends up liking. Um, so you never know. Just got to keep
Yeah,
trying
it
things.
seems to be music. You know what's also funny is she's like, I just want to be a mom one day. And she wants
That
to
was
be a
me growing up.
babysitter.
Yeah, that was me
And
growing up. I
she's
just wanted to
like,
be a
she's
dad.
super into that. And like, which is fine, but I'm just so worried too, like, looking forward to, like, because her bones break easily, people that carry a pregnancy, um, they normally can't full term because their bones are breaking along their way, especially your pelvic bone, like to give birth and more weight that puts on it. Like, it's like, oh my God, like having to look forward to her enduring a birth. But at the same time, she's not super severe compared to, because it's like a kind of like a spectrum. There's different types and different severities. Like, she's not that severe, but she's definitely severe enough that I think she would have issues carrying a pregnancy to term when she's older. So I'm like, as much as she wants to be a mom at 7 years old, she's 7 and only talks about this all day. So it's like, yeah, like once she becomes that age, ugh, it terrifies me. It's like, I hope she's okay.
No, I could see that would be terrifying. I wish I had something that I could say to comfort you on that one. That's gonna be tough. Just roll with the punches and
You know,
you never
hopefully
know.
abortion's legal in case something happens and they don't prevent her from ending the pregnancy because she hasn't broken anything yet, but they're gonna wait for it to break before they, you know what I mean? So maybe be pro-choice, John,
Well, that would be
so that
probably a
my
medical
future
exception of
grandchild
some
can
sort.
be, can be, you know what I mean? If it's gonna be a medical exception, be a medical exception without discrimination. So people with
Sure.
disabilities aren't going to be prevented from having this baby removed from their body and counted as a fucking abortion when it's literally to save both lives, you know? That's the part that I hate.
Oh, I can agree with you on that. Yeah, I don't think it should be classified as that. I actually was talking to somebody earlier today where she had a stillbirth, um, and she's been just walking around for the past like year, just super depressed because she was told that she had an abortion. And I was like, I told her, I was like,
Yeah, see?
that's not an abortion.
And
They
then
need to do.
hearing stupid shit like that, like, oh, well, now I feel guilty for it. Like, oh my God, there shouldn't be such heavy moral implications put on the decisions and the things that happen. Because, yeah, if somebody's like, well, if the only way to save my life is because this procedure has to happen, I'm not morally okay with that. It's like, well, if you look at the gruesomeness of it, are we okay with open heart surgery? They have to crack your sternum open, spread it apart, take your heart out, place it on a table, work on it, put your body on dialysis just so that something is pumping blood through your body to hopefully keep you alive while they're doing this, and then place it back in. Like, that is gruesome as fuck. So if we're only talking about the procedure, that's where I'm like, okay, yeah, it feels icky, but it's also necessary. Like, there's worse things in life. I don't know.
Yeah. Medical ethics is complex, super complex. I talk to my wife about it all the time. She's in the medical field. It's a really strange, convoluted
Ooh,
discussion.
what does she do?
She's an EMT and firefighter.
Oh, those,
Yeah.
okay. Those are the frontline angels on earth. So, okay, I'm sorry for story time, but we're obviously not debating. So, you know how I said my youngest has the bone thing? Well, she broke both of her legs, her tibias and fibulas, at school. And so we had to call 911 and get EMTs there. There was this one in particular, once we were on the in the ambulance on the gurney or whatever on the
Mhm.
way to the hospital. He was trying to like, I mean, she was in a lot of pain. Obviously, she just broke both of her fucking legs, and she's screaming. She was 6 years old at the time, and so they apparently they had like this shelf where they had a bunch of stuffed animals, and so he picked one out, or well, no, he didn't pick one out. He opened it up and asked her, which one would you like? Is something, like, would you like something? She's like, okay, that one. She picked out this little stuffed animal deer. And then he was like, do you want to watch a movie? So he put on a movie on his phone and she asked for Frozen. So they named the deer Olaf. Or no. Yeah.
Yeah,
Olaf? Is
Olaf.
his name
Olaf
Olaf?
is
No, no,
yeah.
no,
That's
no.
the
His name
snow.
is
That's the snow.
Sven because of the reindeer. And because it's a deer, reindeer, whatever, I guess they found a correlation. They named it Sven. So the little deer's name was Sven. And he was just like doing all the little kid stuff that you would do to chit chat with her and keep her comfortable rather than treat her like, oh, you poor thing, which at that point we were so used to that. Oh, you poor thing, you're just a little one and something's broken. And I think she was also kind of sick of being treated like a poor thing. This
Sure.
is something that was common for her, although that point was like the most severe of any of her breaks. But still, he was just sitting there trying to treat her like a little kid that was scared instead. And okay, anyway, I'm monologuing, but we were in the hospital forever, and apparently at 2 in the morning, the nurses, not apparently, this did happen, but the nurses came into the room and woke me up, said somebody was outside to visit, and it was him. He came back with a coloring book from the fire station. They put a little note in there saying that they could never be as strong as her because they really showed what a hero she was that day and blah blah blah. And oh my god, they like signed it from station 21. And yeah, his name is Roger. And oh my god, I couldn't believe, like, he came in to check on her. Like, he wasn't even on call anymore. He just came back to check and see if everything was going okay.
That's
And
really sweet.
yeah.
That's awesome. It's great to hear those stories. I always love hearing when firefighters and EMTs go above like that. It's usually not recommended in like severe cases because you don't want to find out that
Yeah,
the kid doesn't make it or something. But in a case like this, where
that
there's
makes
no,
sense.
it's not life risk, not life threatening. Going back to
Oh,
check
and
on
his
her is super nice.
commentary too. He said that his parents, like, he also has a disabled brother, and he saw what his parents had to go through while raising him, and he wanted to let me know that me and my husband were just so strong being there for her. And I was just like, oh my God, I immediately started crying. I was just like, oh my God, who comes back? Like, this is your job to take us from here to there, but you came back to check on her and do this extra step, and like, faith in humanity was restored that night.
Yeah, that's really great. That's fantastic. He's where he is supposed to be as far as a career goes when you're doing that kind of stuff. So that's
Right.
that's perfect. Right what a kid needs. So that's great. My wife's on call right now. Today's my birthday, by the way.
Oh my God, happy birthday.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm sitting here rambling about random shit, and you're like, by the way, it's my birthday.
No,
What
it's
is it, the
fine. It's fine.
25th? June 25th? You're a Gemini?
Cancer. Yeah, 25th. Yeah.
Oh, you're a Cancer. That's why we get along. You're also kind of an asshole at the same time, though.
You
I'm
see,
a
I
Scorpio.
strongly disagree. I don't know where that comes from.
No,
Um,
I'm sure there's some sort of asshole tendencies. It's usually narcissistic if you're a man. If you're a woman and you have in your Cancer, your assholeness is upfront and just you're gonna call it honesty, but you're just being an asshole, if that
oh,
helps.
interesting. 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 Huh, I'll have to
But
think about.
Scorpios and
I'll
Cancers
have to think
always
about
get
that.
along, and I'm a
Is that
Scorpio.
so? Is that what they say? Interesting.
Like as friends, like yeah, like they always get along. But like there's a different dynamic with like males and people. Like my best friend forever, like she's basically my sister. She's a Cancer. But male Cancers, like I like you guys, but it just sometimes I can't tolerate you. But so far, I like you. If
I don't
that
know if I should
helps.
be insulted or flattered. Yeah. Yeah. No, my wife's on shift right now. She does 48 on and then 4 days off. And she just texted me saying that she was on a crazy car accident. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
some
sad.
some two bikers or two people were on a bike speeding on a corner, and they just decided not to turn and drove right off the road and hit a tree. So you can imagine the kind of impact that's going to have.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not good.
Nope. Yeah. So she's on her way uh, to the hospital with them both. One's critical, the other one's not, but one broke his back. The girl is struggling, so we'll see how that goes. Girl, shut up about the zodiac
I don't
signs.
know. Yeah, she's Barbara.
Yeah.
Barbara. You didn't
Barbara.
even spell your own name right. Barbara.
Barbara. Yeah. Babs? Do you go by Babs? Because that would be the worst. I would hate to go by Babs.
That would be the worst.
It would just be the
You
worst.
said that so matter of factly. That would be the worst.
Yeah, my wife, she is into the zodiac stuff. I don't know diddly about it, but
Your wife does? What is she? What is her?
her,
Well, I was going to say her birthday, but
is
do you
that
know what her sign is?
a Taurus? Oh, May 5th. I don't know. May 5th. So that makes you
Wait a
something.
minute. January, February, March, April, May. I think she's an Aries. I forget that. Wait a minute. April, May. April to May is Aries, and then Taurus is after that. I'm trying to think of just no. Taurus starts. No, Taurus starts right then because yeah, my sister's May 2nd. She's a Taurus, so yeah, she's a Taurus.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, she knows all that stuff. I don't know. I don't know diddly about that stuff. Babs, what's going
Barbara.
on?
Hey.
Oh, that's not what I
Hello.
expected.
You are not what I expected, Barbara.
Hi.
Oh, you're just fucking weird. So never
All right.
mind. Way
Thanks,
weirder than I
Babs.
expected.
Appreciate you,
I thought that was
Babs.
just gonna be an angry lady.
Yeah, I really thought that was gonna be, well, anything but what we got.
Lucas, stop. God. My dog seasonal allergies and he's like eating his leg. Oop. I think the live's about to end. If it
Oh,
happens, bye, John.
okay. See
Ooh.
you later.
Why did it
Yeah,
move?
I don't know what's going on. Maybe Butterfly's awake this whole time.
Are you awake, Butterfly?
Yeah, I'm doing homework.
You've just been letting us talk
You've been
this
just
whole
sitting here
time.
this entire
I was
time?
talking to Last Man Forever, and now John. I didn't know I was okay. Are you entertained?
You're fine. I haven't been listening to y'all. I've had you turn down because I'm doing a PowerPoint right now.
That's wild.
I don't know why that's hilarious, but that's so funny. I thought you passed out, and I was just like kind of hanging out until I leave, basically. Like, I don't know. I don't want to go into some like toxic live at this point, and I'm just talking to John.
Yeah, I don't have the gusto to really critically think. But no, I thought you were asleep, Butterfly. Jason sleeps all the time while his lives are going. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I'm just doing homework. But y'all can continue your conversation. I just jumped up here to like fix it so it wouldn't drop.
No problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just doing a PowerPoint, and when I'm doing homework, I can't focus if I'm doing the live at the same time. So I just put it on mute and I turn it down.
Fair enough.
But
Fair
anyway,
enough.
go ahead.
All right, proceed. Do your thing.
Thank you.
Oh,
We're in the
did
middle of a heated debate. God,
yeah,
why'd you have to
cutthroat.
interrupt?
I lost my train of thought.
Jesus. I did.
Yeah.
Moana wants to join. It might be another troll, so let's see what
Moana,
happens.
make way,
Make way!
make way.
Make way!
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the
Hi,
that's the only part of
Moana.
the song I know.
hi. I don't know what I'm
Moana,
doing.
it's time you knew. The village of Montanui is all you need. I
I
know
just
all the
want to
words.
say I'm clipping every single bit of that.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
What is the
just what I
song
need.
for?
Seppi listening to me sing. It's just what I need.
Wait, is Moana, how old are you?
I'm at 30.
Okay,
What year
okay.
were you
You're
born?
fucking 30. My asshole. You're
I'm a
30.
30
Jesus
years old.
Christ. I'm 30? Why would you go with 30?
I get
Yeah.
There's
the, I
no way
swear,
you're 30.
I
Yeah.
swear, I get the most trolls and children in my life. It's insane.
That is wild.
Maybe it's
I'm
because of the
30.
colorful fucking butterflies on the background. Like, it just attracts children. They're like, oh,
No.
butterflies.
Hold on,
Let me talk.
I need
Out
to
of
change it
any
to this.
number,
Hold on.
out of any number,
Okay.
30 was the number.
Oh my god, the wind tunnel. Every time her voice, or not her voice, her noise stops, it's like I realize how loud it was.
Oh yeah, now I didn't notice it, but now I do. That's funny.
She's in a wind tunnel all the time. She's like,
All the
it's my
time.
air conditioner. You gotta deal with it. It's like, well, it's fucking loud, man.
Fair enough. I agree. I agree.
Barbara, stop requesting. We know
There
you're
we
a
go.
troll already.
Maybe the
Oh my
That's
children won't
god,
come
that's
out.
Tonlock's background. Why does everybody have the same background?
Hey, I do good with this background sometimes. I don't really use it a lot now, though. Anyway, y'all continue your conversation.
yeah, no problem, no problem.
No.
Oh, fair enough.
Well, wait a minute. So, okay, I think we figured out your wife is a Taurus. Where were
Yeah,
we
yeah.
going with that?
I don't
Hey,
remember.
my husband's a Taurus. Maybe that's relevant.
Wow.
What have you
Um.
been doing? Oh, wow. Like, fucking, what's his name? What's his name?
Yeah, the actor.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Hey,
Wow.
slow down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh
Wow.
my god. Wow. What's
Wow.
Wilson something?
Owen Wilson. Yeah, that's what it is.
Owen Wilson. Thank you.
Yeah.
I couldn't not think of what his fucking name was. Wow. You know how many times his nose was broken? It's crazy.
Oh, I have no idea. I didn't know that was a is that a
Have you not
fun
seen his
fact?
nose?
I
Well,
don't
if you're wondering why his nose is so weird looking, it's because it's been broken like 3 times, like
oh,
in bad
interesting.
ways.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Huh. I get
I
distracted
guess
just with
it's a
his
fun fact.
mouth movements. Wow. Hey, settle
That's
down.
not his mouth movements, that's just the noise. But when you're looking at him making the noise, you realize how fucked up his nose is.
Yeah, I guess it is kind of jacked up.
It
Never thought of
is.
that. Huh.
Yeah, and then his brother Luke Wilson, he was in what was it? Idiotopia or whatever it's called, Stupidtopia, whatever. Where it basically like shows the where we're at now in life. Idiocracy. There it is.
Oh,
The
I
movie
haven't
Idiocracy.
seen that.
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking watch it. Like, it's so funny because it was in the beginning of the 2000s. It was making fun of the future. And we basically are there right now. Like, people that just want to sit on their ass all day, eat snacks, and find things to make them move around so that they don't have to do anything. And then having ugly ass shoes that everybody is on board with, which we call Crocs now. Thank
I hate
you.
Crocs. I
Like,
hate them.
yes,
Yeah.
but yeah, watch Idiocracy. It's like not, it's supposed to be a comedy, but it's also like really disturbing how accurate it is that all of those things came to fruition
Should
in
be a
our current
crime.
state.
Only
Yeah, like all of these stupid things.
only people who should be able to wear Crocs without judgment are children.
Right.
Yeah.
I buy my kid like knockoff Crocs all the time because they're waterproof and they have ankle support. Thank you. But
Yeah, but
and
that's
all
the
the
extent of it.
cute sandals, they're like leather. You don't want to get those wet. So it's like, I don't know.
Sure. No, I'm with you. Strike me down though if you ever see me in Crocs.
I don't know if I'll ever see you. So I
Fair
think
enough.
you're fine. Just tell your wife this, though. She sees you every day, I'm assuming. So
Don't you ever get me Crocs. Yeah.
to make sure you never get Crocs. Yeah.
That's the principle of the thing.
Yeah, once it became a thing that my mom wanted because she's like, these are just so comfortable. And that was in the beginning of the Croc thing. It's like, no. If you're choosing Crocs now, I have less judgment than if you chose Crocs when they first came out because they had one style and they were all ugly.
They were pretty awful. Yeah. Yeah. They've kind of spiced them up a little bit.
Right? Now
They
they have
still
like
suck though.
especially for like girls though, like we have like sandal style ones now that
Oh,
they're I
do
don't know,
they?
they're cute. Like you wouldn't even know that they're Crocs unless you knew that they were Crocs. But
Hmm.
yeah.
Haven't seen those.
Yeah. But all the other ones, especially for men, they're just like ugly and bulky and plastic.
Yep. I don't get it. I don't get why they wear them. I don't understand. Beta males. What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I have to find snacks and probably do something else. I know I have a lot of laundry to fold.
All right, I'll let you
Um,
go then.
yeah. I'm a weird one. I wake up late and stay up all night. Like my daytime is at night, so I'm gonna go do stuff.
Yeah,
But it was good
Divine.
chatting with you.
Yeah, likewise. Divine Order does that too. He stays up all night. I don't get you guys.
I don't mean to. I just happen to be on this schedule, so I'm taking advantage of it because otherwise I'm not going to get anything done during the day if I'm sleeping. So it's like, well, fuck, I might as well do it now while I'm awake. I don't know. I'm on a
Fair
weird
enough.
schedule.
No kidding. All right, I'll let you go. Thanks for chatting. Have a good night.
You too. See you
All
later.
right. Later.